Thank you very much. I will call to order this meeting of the San Marcos City Council. It's a regular meeting, and today is February 3rd of 2026. The time is 6 p.m. Mr. Trevino, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Bassell.
Here.
Ms. Garza. Here. Mayor Houston.
Here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza. Mr. Gonzalez. We have a quorum present.
Okay, our invocation this evening is being given by Executive Pastor Rick Robertson of New Zion in San Marcos. Welcome.
At the opening of this meeting, not out of tradition, but out of necessity, because the work that happens in this room tonight matters, and the people on the other side of these decisions matter even more. Lord, we live in intense times. Our federal government sits in the grip of shutdown. Cities across the nation wrestle with tension between communities and those entrusted to protect them, Lord God. Headlines carry stories of division, distrust, and a deep hunger for leaders who will do what is right, even when it's not easy. But God, you didn't call us to be governed by fear. You called us to be anchored in faith. So tonight, right here in St. Marcos, we choose faith. We thank you, Lord, for the leaders you have placed in this room. These are not people who stumbled into service. These are men and women who raised their hands when it would have been easier to stay silent. They sat before neighbors and said, I will carry this. Father, bless the mayor and every member of the council. The late nights reviewing agendas, the difficult calls, the weight of knowing that every decision touches someone's life. Honor that faithfulness. Strengthen their hands and encourage their hearts. Let them feel the gratitude of a city that is better because they chose to serve. We lift up the city staff, the planners, analysts, coordinators, and clerks who work behind the scenes to keep San Marcos running. Bless their diligence. They are the engine that keeps the city moving, Lord, and we know this. And Lord, we pray for every soul who walked through these doors tonight. The residents who took time away from their families, who rearranged their evenings because they love the city enough to show up. Some came with concerns, some came with frustration, some came with just simply to be heard. And that's democracy at its most sacred peace. Lord God, we're asking that on tonight, we also pray for those watching at home, those that are tuning in online, those who couldn't be here because of whose lives been shaped what's happening tonight. Cover them too, Lord. Cover all of them. And San Marcos is growing, Lord, and right now we're asking that you will bring growth. Along with the promise, there is pressure, but we're praying, Lord, that we'll have those things that people are needing. We know that the questions that are going to be given tonight are not going to be small questions. And we know that the leaders and the leaders in these seats, Lord, we know that what they're going to sign up for is not easy. What they're signed up for is necessary, however. So we're praying that you'll give this council wisdom, give them the wisdom of Solomon and the courage of Joshua. Where the nation is divided, Lord God, we're praying that San Marcos will be different. Let the chamber show that democracy doesn't have to be ugly to be effective, because our leaders in this room will not allow it to be. And let the citizens who fill these seats be partners that work together, not as adversaries, but as allies, not obstacles, but evidence, and that this community is alive, engaged, and unwilling to let its future be decided without their voice. And as the world turns to the Olympics and all these other things, Lord God, we're praying that even right here in San Marcos, Texas, we have our own race to run, not against each other, but together. And thank you, God. Thank you that you've given us leaders and you've given us citizens that are willing to run that race, and citizens courageous enough to run alongside. So, Lord God, please cover this meeting tonight. Order every single conversation that takes place. Guard every heart that takes place. And when these doors open, and when we walk back out of this into the community, we're praying that you'll let the work that's here done, let the city be proud of it. In the mighty name and matchless name of Christ we pray. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Now we will have our pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Next up is our citizen comment time period. The city council will hear citizen comments at regular meetings, work sessions, and workshops. There is a process to sign up. For those of you online, when it's almost your turn, a pop-up question will appear on your screen, and you must respond to it in order to speak and turn on your video when it's your turn. If you speak now about a public hearing topic on tonight's agenda, I ask that you not repeat exactly the same comments again during the public hearing on the same topic. When it's your turn to speak, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. When you begin speaking, you'll see that the timer is in the green. When you have 20 seconds left, the timer will show only yellow and there's a ping sound. And when your time to speak is up, the timer will be red and a bell will ring. If you hear a popping sound, step back a little from the microphone. The mayor and council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you will hear the gavel. You will not be allowed to continue with a warning. This is your warning, and you will be asked to leave the chambers. And what I will do is I will read 5 names at a time. Those will be the next 5 folks up. If you will get ready, for example, if you're kind of sitting in the middle there, if you'll go ahead and move over to that wall. And the first 5 this evening in this order, and some people are here and some people will be speaking online, is Abigail Lindsay, Kayleen Champagne, John Anderson, Jamie Trant, and Jennifer Lindsay. So Abigail Lindsay is first, and she joins us online.
Hi. Abigail Lindsay, speaking against PSA 2502 and ZC 2513. I wanted to point out a few things. First, you're going against your comprehensive plan. This has been pointed out so many times. I'm not sure why you even did it if you're going to allow developers to change it all the time. Our community and city officials spent so much time and money working on the comprehensive plan, it's your job to follow it. Second, the claim that the property will be the only data center in the city limits is false. The Carson Sadie project has or is working on a development agreement with the city of San Marcos. Third, the city council approved the land for residential use. Some of you were city council members at the time and some of you were not. At any rate, the city didn't seem to care about the power plant being there before. So I ask, why now? If you care about the health of the people, why allow this to be rezoned as light industrial with a data center next to an existing neighborhood? So you don't care about the health of the individuals that live on Grant Harris Lane or the other neighbors adjacent to the property? You care more about the potential harm of residents that may move out to a neighborhood that doesn't exist or may never exist? I think the city made a mistake rezoning the residential use. So to correct that, you're willing to make it worse by rezoning it as light industrial. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Just because Mayberry has approval from the city to build 470 homes doesn't mean he has to. He could build 200 homes closer to Grant Harris Lane, which will allow for more green space in line with the comprehensive plan. His calculations, he could put up a historical marker for the cemetery and create a path to it. By my calculations, even if he were to build the homes with his current plan, the houses would be 1/4 mile to 1/2 mile from the doorstep of the power plant. These houses would bring tax revenue into the city's budget, and there would be a community there, not computer servers. These individuals would know about the power plant and see it with their own eyes, and no one would be fooled. And lastly, I'm fighting for my kid, I'm fighting for your kid, I'm fighting for the grandkids and the great-grandchildren. This vote, this is bigger than all of us. The people that voted you in are overwhelmingly asking you to say no, so please listen to us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kayleen Champagne. Is Kayleen Champagne here? Okay, at the end, I will go back and I will call these names again in case somebody gets here late. John Anderson?
Yeah, my name is John Anderson. I live in the Blanco River Village here in San Marcos. I'm just going to read a short letter that I've prepared to let you folks know about a situation. On the morning of December 30th, I just started a short walk with my 15-year-old Australian Shepherd who's pretty crippled up. As we came around the corner of my property, and turned along the street bordering a strip of green area, we were spotted by 2 large white pit bulls who both started at us. The lady held on to her dog, but it appeared to me that the man released his dog to attack. I tried to block the pit bull, but he came in so fast and hard that he knocked me down and proceeded to maul my dog over the ground. Eventually, the owner came and tackled his dog to pull him off. I called 911 and encouraged the pit bull owners to wait for police and animal control. The police told me it was totally up to animal control to do anything. Upon arrival, the animal control officer, Apatino, stopped long enough to ask me if my dog had his rabies shots, and then went to talk to the pit bull owners. He left without asking me what had happened or if my dog or I were okay. My dog has been limping on his left rear foot since, and I have to go to the vet to get x-rays. Upon my complaint, the police officer said that nothing was being done, but that I would be allowed to protect myself and my dog the next time. I called animal control and spoke with a supervisor named Harry. My understanding from them is that they normally don't do anything unless there's a stray dog they need to capture. I next called Neighborhood Enhancement, which supposedly oversees animal control. They had no interest in enforcing the leash laws. I believe that a lack of action creates a situation of possible escalated violence. Sadly, people in my Blanco River Village neighborhood have to carry clubs when walking their pets due to the number of pit bulls in the area. Striking an attacking dog could cause that dog owners to attack the person trying to protect their pet. Some pit bull owners do carry concealed handguns. There are harnesses that fit around a dog's middle that can't be slipped off like a collar. I often encounter pit bulls in the neighborhood straining their leash to get at us. Unfortunately, people have no incentive to control their aggressive dogs, as it is well known that they face no consequences for dog attacks in San Marcos. So I'm here to request that the city council require animal control to fine people whose dogs attack people or their pets, because I would like to feel safe walking in my own neighborhood. Thank you. I do have a copy of the animal control report. I have a letter here that I can.
If you'll give it to the clerk, she'll pass them down. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Trent. Is Jamie Trent here? I'm here.
Would it be all right if Joseph Benavides spoke instead of me?
Ma'am, you have signed up, and so, you signed up? Yep. And your name?
Joseph Benavides.
We'll get to you. If you want to pass, that's fine, and he's signed up, then he'll speak whenever I get to his name. Okay, that's fine. Jennifer Lindsay is next, but before Jennifer Lindsay, the next 5 will be John Mayberry, Bennett Cobb, Rob Rourke, Tori Martin, and Beans Yimpa. And so now we will go to Jennifer Lindsay, who, is she joining us online, Mr. Trevino?
Yes. Hear me?
Okay. We can hear you, we don't see you yet.
Okay.
There you are.
Okay, great. I'm Jennifer Lindsay, here to speak out against the data center. Yeah, we've been at this a year. It's exhausting. I just really want to urge you, council members, to do a little bit of research and look at what your comprehensive plan laid out for the city of San Marcos and its ETJ and what that's supposed to look like over the next 10 to 20 years. And this data center is the opposite of that. Every article that I see online is just how bad these are for the community, and I'm not really seeing any upside to it. I just really want to encourage y'all to kind of take a step back and look at this from the long-term perspective, which your comprehensive plan says, that y'all don't need to make these decisions with short-sightedness. And I would prefer homes out there over a data center. There's this theory that people will use more water and more resources. And I I'm okay with that. As a resident out there, I would much rather see people using the water than machines using it. And I know that a council member is concerned about people living next to a power plant, but there's people that already live next to a power plant. And your concern for people that don't live out there is more than the people who live out there. So you're willing to add more industrial use to the land for those people, and industrial use that is closer to those people on Grant Harris. So that's a very bizarre take on the situation. Mr. Mayberry bought the land. He got it changed to allow for single family homes. And I think you should just allow that to move forward and do not accept the data center request. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is John Mayberry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Mayberry, applicant for 904 Francis Harris Lane. Very quickly, I just want to draw your attention to the updated FAQ in your packet. That is a compilation of all the questions and answers that have been discussed about this project over the last year. Separately, I've provided a one-page handout that I also handed out at the Planning and Zoning meeting, which shows the commitments we are making in the proposed restrictive covenant. We're here tonight to listen and answer any questions. We're encouraged by both staff and Planning and Zoning's recommendations for approval. We've engaged from the beginning in the city's public-facing process, and it has resulted in a project which will set the standard for responsible development in the region. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bennett Cobb.
Madam Mayor and members, my name is Bennett Cobb. I'm the lead technical volunteer at KZSM 104.1, our non-commercial FM station here in San Marcos. We bring the voices, music, and culture of San Marcos to the airwaves, streaming, and podcasting. For some years, the city operated its own radio station, KZOS. In 2022, however, the city agreed to transfer all the assets and the broadcast license of KZOS to our nonprofit association. That generous donation is how KZSM was able to go on the air. In fact, we've just received permission from the FCC to increase our broadcast power, which will expand our coverage throughout the city. What we have not been able to do is convince the city to honor its agreement to transfer all the assets of KZOS to us. The city has continued to operate KZOS online, continues to pay its streaming fees and music licensing fees, and even its DJs. We know this because your communications director told us. To be sure, the city no longer has a broadcast license. We have the license, but your staff insists, and the city website still says, that you are broadcasting on 103.1 FM, a frequency that does not even exist in San Marcos. Your director told us we are not prepared to remove reference to 103.1 at this time, and then asked us to complete a customer satisfaction survey. We have tried for more than a year to explain the facts to city staff, to ask them to correct the website and to keep its promise, that is, to transfer the hardware, software, and music library to KZSM. That will turn off the KZOS stream. The city recently reduced the volume of KZOS, but it is still there, still audible, which proves that all the assets were not transferred. We could use the money the city is paying for this, since we have to pay these fees ourselves out of the donations we receive. So we ask the city to finally close KZOS, fix the website, and satisfy the 2022 agreement signed by the city manager. Thank you, and Rob Roark from KZSM is also on the list, and he will have his remarks when it's his turn.
And his turn is next. Rob Rourke, you are the next speaker.
All right. Mayor, City Council, Rob Rourke. I actually come to you as station manager for KZSM to back up our volunteer that spoke with you just a few minutes ago. I do want to make it clear that I did receive back an email from Mr. Anderson yesterday that the city is wanting to work with us to get this resolved. But, you know, we're here for emergencies, folks. That was what the key thing that you had this for. KZOS was transferred over to KZSM. we went back and forth over many years about how important it was for us to maintain this and keep this going. We now have that. We recently, along with the county and our Red Cross partners, we announced all through the weekend about the warming centers, where they were at, where they were open, about the weather conditions, about staying off the roads. This is on a radio, something that anybody can have. Doesn't cost. You don't have to have the internet. It's battery operated. It is there in the emergencies. We want to be there in the emergencies, but we want to be part of the program. Houston, we've got a problem. This took a year for us just asking one simple thing: change a website. Now, it's turned into being a little bit more than that because we found out, whoops, we're still operating. Whoops, there's some money that we're going and spending. We just wrote a check to BMI for $500, folks. We're a nonprofit. So, I look forward to working with Mr. Anderson, but when I go and I ask a volunteer to go off and ask a question, it shouldn't take a full year for us to get to this point. Then right after Christmas, we get an email that was so convoluted that I had to call people up. This got up to the assistant city manager level, folks. I just sat there and listened to a gentleman that I hear these from people all the time about, well, it's not my problem. It's not my problem. How do you get through the city? I've been here speaking to the dais for going on 20 years. And it's just not the same. So I look forward to working with the city, but we have got to start looking at how we can do this faster for when we have emergencies, when we need things taken care of quickly. Thank you very much for your time. And no, I didn't talk on data centers tonight.
Our next speaker is Tori Martin. Is Tori Martin here? Is she online? Okay. So our next speaker is Beans Yempa. Is Beans Yempa here? Okay, our next speakers in this order are Sonny Summers, maybe online for us, Matthew Gonzalez, Crispy Polanco, Javier Martinez, and Michael Whalen. So is Sonny Summers online for us? Okay. It looks like coming through.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can't see you yet, but we can hear you.
Okay. All right, bear with me. I am ill, but this is really important, so I am speaking today. All of us in the room and online are humans who depend on natural resources to live, and we depend on the leaders who protect these resources without exploitation. I appreciate all that the city encompasses: the spring-fed river, expansive trails, and kind people. I am against Ordinance 2026-04 and all data centers. While I'm not in your shoes, I understand you have budgets to balance, pressures from the state and federal government, and shiny big business making deals. There may even be more at hand behind government doors that we're completely unaware of. Unfortunately, we are all painfully aware that money rules the world. In fact, the EPA recently and significantly devalued human life at $0 in terms of policymaking. To put it simply, the average human is not worth quantifying the health benefits of reduced emissions of fine particulate matter and ozone. Is this by design, perhaps, as data centers are being proposed across the country? While data centers are relatively novel to us, there are new studies showing that they leave behind air pollution in the form of lung-penetrating fine particles, those smaller than 2.5 micrometers, and other pollutants such as nitrogen oxides. One study found that in generating the electricity needed, data centers produced air pollution equivalent of more than 10,000 round trips by car between Los Angeles and New York City. Of course, is also the fact that San Marcos has been sitting in D3 extreme drought stage, which is one level above D4 exceptional drought, which is characterized by severe economical and agricultural damage. One data center can use an estimated 2 to 15 million gallons of water per day, similar to a small city's usage, depending on scale and size. That's like doubling the size of San Marcos overnight. Also, our city's population has almost doubled in the past 10 years and is projected to grow another 36% 10 years from now, essentially tripling in size in 20 years. I'm a native Central Texan, and if you have been here long enough, just look around. It's not the same place as it was decades ago. We're becoming a desert, hotter and drier, and we're the worst place to have data centers. I can go on about other concerns like cost to citizens, wildlife distress, and other vulnerabilities, but I digress. Jobs are replaceable, resources are not. I know you see the money and you need the money, but let's be creative together for other solutions for income. Let's join Tucson, Arizona, and say no to this tsunami of tech pillaging. Possibly other cities may follow. Because if we pursue data centers, the spring-fed river will be no more, air over our trails will slowly kill us, and the kind people of San Marcos will be devalued. Let's make the right decision for all humans and animals for the greater good. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Matthew Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Gonzalez. I am the business manager of Laborers Local 1095. We are an affiliate of the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the data center project. I know that there is certainly multiple sides to this topic and passion from our community members. I'm in favor of it because of the jobs that it will potentially create. We have been in discussions with the developer and have a strong commitment that if approved and this project moves forward, they will be union jobs, complete with union wages and family-sustaining benefits. In our presentation or our comments to P&Z a couple weeks ago, that includes full family medical insurance, a pension and retirement, Department of Labor, registered apprenticeship, and training access that is all paid by the employer. And so we feel that it has the potential to bring good quality construction jobs to the area, but we know that there is a vision for San Marcos, whether that be the new city hall and potentially new downtown area. And so we look to see this as the seed that can help grow a local workforce for San Marcos to stay here and build out this community where people can thrive in the community that they build. We are also longtime partners with different agencies, TWC, Workforce Commission. I serve on Workforce Alamo. We also have standing relationships with school districts for pre-apprenticeship programs in high schools. And so we look to extend those resources and that ability into this community. And we're already in conversations with some local folks. And so we look to be that partner, both with the community at large, with the developer and with elected officials to make sure that we are meeting the mark and the need for this community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Crispy Polanco.
Excuse me, Crispy Polanco. I've never been shy about the fact that I am a socialist, so I am a union guy. And there are a lot of things I wish I could say about unions just now, but I only have 3 minutes. Basically, I'm just gonna kind of rant a little bit because this whole situation is ridiculous. I wasn't there last year for that first P&Z meeting, but I understand there were a lot of people that showed up and a lot of people that spoke out against the P&Z, against the data center. The chairman at the time gave what I hear is a pretty good speech, so I'm sorry I missed it. And all but one of P&Z at the time chose not to recommend approval. which I know there's a little bit of splitting hairs of whether or not there's a denial or not, which becomes a factor later on down the timeline. But I started coming around to city council for the Palestine vote, which was the first time I witnessed city council sit and listen to 8 hours of public comment, overwhelmingly going in one direction, and city council voted against them. I know there's debate among political scientists whether the role of elected officials is to be stewards or delegates. I'm one of the people that say it should be a little bit of both. Sometimes you need to be a shepherd, sometimes you need to be a delegate. This data center is not not one of those times to be a shepherd. And I know you're thinking the city needs revenue, it needs money, and this data center is going to bring in a lot of it. But you're ignoring all the other harmful factors that pretty much cancel out that benefit. And you're ignoring the people who have heard that argument of the benefit, the financial benefit of the data center, and have rejected it completely. We understand, and still we reject it. We're not saying no to all development, we're saying no to this development. Mayberry can go back, talk to the neighbors, talk to Tori, talk to Jennifer and Abigail, come up with a development that we like. Maybe you might not make as much money as you will with the data center, but you'll still make money. You're still going to be a rich white dude from Austin, not even from this community. So going further down, I was there for the night that city council finally made the final vote on the data center. And because P&Z, their decision required the supermajority if the resolution failed, but not because city council voted against it, 5 of you sitting up there right now voted in favor of it, despite that night, and every night the data center issue came before the council before that, overwhelming public opposition to it. Even one of the 5 who I think, I didn't even hear is that the 20-second or the?
That's the 3-minute, and I'll give you a few more seconds because I didn't hear the ping either. So if somebody in the back room could check on the ping, I'll give you 5 more. Finish up your thought, please.
Well, I'll just end with saying, pointing out that one of my friends, Bobby at P&Z, pointed out the distinction between a failure to pass and denial is not something that is made commonly in law. And then when city attorney said that is something San Marcos has always done, I kind of walk away with the feeling that San Marcos has always been slimy about this subject.
Our next speaker, hold on, is Michael Whalen, but after him will be Michael Martinez, Elizabeth Emberson, Maxfield Baker, Saunders Drucker, and Bobby Levinsky. So next up is Michael Whalen.
Wasn't I going Javier Martinez?
My bad, I checked you off before you spoke, so my apologies. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, and you get your 3 minutes now.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Javier Martinez. I'm with the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm here tonight in support of the data center. I am coming here as a union laborer who wants I'm here in favor with this data center. I started out with La Una as an apprentice, and I built my career through the laborers union. And jobs like this don't come, too often out here in Texas. I apologize. Because of the laborers union, I didn't just get a job, I got a career. With the training, I got a career with training, healthcare, and a pension. And most of all, I earn a stability for my family. These projects like this one, working people build middle-class lives with these type of projects. And the ability to purchase homes, as well as support small businesses, and we can raise our families in the communities where we work. So local work, local money. The project, I live and work in this area. I provide for my family on projects like this, and I want other construction workers in the area, especially young people just starting out, to have that same opportunity that I have. The project represents careers, training, and long-term economic impact, not just during construction, but for the future of the city. Union labor means skilled workers, strong safety standards, and projects done the right way. It means accountability. It means local workers benefiting from local investments. I respectfully ask you to support the project and support the working family who built it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's, you did just, okay, you did a good job. Michael Whalen.
Thank you, Michael Whalen. I wanted to start by grounding this discussion in something concrete. In your backup materials, you'll see a restrictive covenant that reflects direct feedback we receive from council, planning and zoning commission, city staff, and nearby residents. This covenant is not a promise or a policy statement. It runs with the land, meaning it's binding not just on us, but any future owner of the property. And most importantly, it contains real, measurable commitments. It cuts the approved water usage for this site in half. It requires stormwater performance 10% better than city code. It limits impervious cover below what LI zoning would otherwise permit, reducing runoff. It sets a flat 75 decibel noise limit at all times, which is stricter than code, and it measures it as is done in the code. It commits the project to pursuing LEED certification, which we've already formally registered for. Every one of these items goes above and beyond city requirements, and every one of them is written directly into a legally binding, enforceable covenant. Just as important as the commitment is how they are enforced. We agreed to one of the strongest enforcement tools available under Texas law, injunctive relief. That means violations are not handled with warning letters or fines. They are handled through immediate court-ordered compliance. For a data center, that could mean forced equipment changes, suspension of operations, or partial shutdowns. That level of risk is completely unacceptable in the industry. In addition, during the permitting process, city staff will review plans to ensure those covenants are incorporated before the facility ever becomes operational. And it's critical to understand this point. None of this is possible outside the city limits. These protections exist only because this project is proposed inside San Marcos, not in the ETJ, where the city would have no covenant, no injunctive relief, no leverage. I also want to briefly address the petition that was recently filed against our case. If you look at the ownership maps, you'll see of the 5 properties petitioning, the critical petitioner is Carson Select Investments, LP, which owns approximately 786 acres in the ETJ, directly across the street adjacent to the power plant. Last year, Carson submitted a development agreement application to the city that contemplated a 148-acre data center project in the same location. In other words, they proposed a data center of comparable scale in a comparable location, and now petitioning against ours. In closing, we've shown up, we've listened, and we've incorporated what we heard into a binding, enforceable commitment. This project has agreed to stricter standards and code and gives the city real enforcement tools. We believe that approach reflects good faith, responsible development, and respect for San Marcos. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Michael Martinez.
Hey there, Michael Martinez here. Howdy. So since graduating Texas State San Marcos, I have gained years of work experience at major corporations, not that everyone here will like that, in the fields of architecture and engineering, many of the projects I can't talk about, including working for LCRA in the telecom engineering department. I have been on site visits across Texas to data centers, to power plants, substations, dams, microwave radio towers. I've been inside data centers in server rooms, confirming Hundreds of wires were connected to the right ports. I wasn't just outside, I was in the data center, part of data centers. All this is to say, and I will add, and I'll catch hate for this, I hope to. Early in my career, I helped build data centers. I helped run utilities to data centers. Before I really knew what all that meant, I was just doing my job. I regret doing that, and I'm ashamed that I helped build those. But I did. All this is to say, I have years of professional experience in relevant industries, and I'm telling you, there is no such thing as low environmental impact, large-scale power generation and transmission. I'm going to challenge any of you to follow a transmission, a power line, through a forest and witness every single thing that was clear-cut and will continue to be clear-cut every year for that utility easement. Clear-cutting the wilderness for miles in a network is an inescapable reality of power generation and transmission. So, I guess that's it. You can't build this and get power to it without messing up everything around it. I'm gonna also challenge you council members, you proud council members, in your heads, pick a number. How many data centers would you allow in San Marcos? If you had to set a limit, how many would you allow? Now, in your head still, pick a second number. How many do you think the people who live in San Marcos would want? The people who are voting for y'all's reelection, what number do you think they would pick? Are those the same number? I'm also gonna add, was it Michael Wayland who just spoke? I sat behind him in the last meeting, and I thought it was funny. He said that we're listening. I watched the entire last meeting as he doom scrolled his phone on social media. I even pointed out, hey dude, it looks like you're not listening. It looks like you don't, it looks like you don't care. And so I just find that humorous that he said, oh, we're listening. And I'm like, dude, I sat directly behind you the whole time. Just, I don't know if you've ever tried talking to someone while they're scrolling through their phone. Did you feel listened to? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Emberson, who joins us online.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear
Okay.
you and we can see you.
Thank you. Amazing. I'm on a walk back from the river, so I apologize. So I just wanted to pop on and kind of echo the sentiments of everyone that is anti this data center for water purposes, for our utility bills, for our future, our children. My children and I live here. My parents live here. My brothers, we live on Harvey and Hopkins Street, and we love it here. But, you know, there's so many reasons why this data center shouldn't happen, and the temporary jobs that it will, you know, provide. Of course, I want these people to have jobs, but no matter what is built on that property, they would likely have jobs building something. It does not need to be a data center that only has a short-term employment potential, and long-term has, I think the number was like 12 or 20 employees. It's just not necessary. And if, I mean, maybe you have your own reasons, maybe, I don't know, I can't really imagine too many reasons why anyone would vote in favor of this, but if all that city council members care about is being reelected, know that if you vote in favor of this, that there's a large number of us that will actively vote to reelect you. And that's a shame, because I know there's so many other good, wonderful things that y'all bring to the city and do for us, and we appreciate it. But this is just a non sequitur. So I appreciate your time. I hope y'all have a wonderful evening, and I really hope you will listen to us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maxfield Baker, who joins us online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hooray. Yeah, my name is Maxfield Baker. You know, I don't even know where to start with some of these public inputs, things that we've said so many times, and people that have said it so much better than me, but I think it's interesting that council still continues to allow public input to go on this long when it's pretty clear that most of you are just ignoring us. And basically, I don't know, it kind of feels like some of you maybe relish and wasting both of our time. But it's not surprising because just like you're ignoring the comp plan, those of you that intend to support this, you're also ignoring the Charter Commission. This meeting, as required by our city charter, should have had an item on it that refers to the meeting minutes from the previous meeting. We passed this, we voted on it as a community, and the city mayor, the city clerk, the city attorney have all been made aware of this and chose to ignore and continue to be negligent of a requirement of our city charter that again was voted on in a large majority in our 2025 election. And so it's not surprising that we see time and time again, folks coming out and asking for things and telling you through formal means and procedures that we're just going to be ignored. And, I'm here with a lot of people that are saying like, hey, we're going to get them in the next election if, they vote for this thing. And you know what? I don't know if that's true either, right? Because we didn't vote for these people, a lot of us. We were outbought by a political action committee that supports business, that benefits from these types of things going forward and pads the resumes of, again, kind of the capitalist business, Chamber of Commerce, Hayes Caldwell Development, whatever they're called now, kind of folks. Staff has said that they're interested in answering our questions, but the community has asked those questions and we're not hearing from staff. They say that they want to hear from experts, but why aren't they actively scheduling meetings? They are actively scheduling meetings with the developer. We know that happens. We've seen it through open records requests. I'm going to end with, when I brought up the thing about the charter to the mayor at visioning, I was told to, quote unquote, pick my battles. And you know what? I've tried. I've tried to, stay out of things. But it's just so frustrating. And none of us have the luxury of picking our battles, Mayor. We are called to action. We're called to now because you all, most of our elected officials are signaling to us that you are going to vote for this thing that our community desperately does not need or want. So we have picked our battles and it is with you, those of you that will side with the capitalist here. And you, Mark.
Our next speaker is Saunders Drucker.
Hello, I'm Saunders Drucker. I have spoken here many times before and have seen the whole process of us asking you for about a year now to not put this data center in. And we've bent over backwards to provide new reasons. I've talked about water, I've talked about power, I've talked about the ecosystem, I've talked about the historical cemetery, I've talked about the taxes, I've talked about the air quality. And it's clear that y'all won't listen to that. It's pretty clear that this city council's opinion is that in order to take this threat seriously, one of the neighbors out there is gonna have to die, Somebody's gonna have to get sick before you go, oh, wait, maybe this thing that people are saying is bad all across the nation, all across the world right now, they're fighting these things. You won't hear that until one of your own constituents is dead in the ground. Or maybe not then, you'll keep on, pushing for it. I know you don't want residential out there, but this is not a zoning, or this is not a vote about whether or not there should be residential out there. This is a vote about changing it to something that will enable a data center. Say no to the data center, figure out what goes out there afterwards. The people of this town are getting really angry about this. I've been talking to people for months now, for a year now, and they were so happy when you voted this down the first time, and now to see this come back like this, they are all feeling betrayed. Your constituents are losing all of their faith in you. I don't know, why y'all want to do that at this point in time. I don't know. You're turning a whole town against you. That's all I got. Bye.
Our next speaker is Bobby Levinsky, but after Bobby Levinsky will be Zane Porterfield, Katie Buchanan, Virginia Parker, Sam Young, and Gina Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Bobby Levinsky, and I'm a resident of San Marcos, 248 Camaro Way. I have been dealing with zoning-related policies since I began my career in 2005. And since 2015, I have been an attorney in that same space. I say this because I have experience with writing codes, applying city codes, and yes, even suing over them. The zoning change ZC 2513 should not have been considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and it should not be moving forward to a vote by this body. Last year, the applicant, Highlander, requested a zoning change and a preferred scenario amendment to enable the construction of a new data center. This was the express purpose then, and it is the exact same express purpose now. I'm sure all of you are aware that the scenario amendment was rejected because it failed to achieve the supermajority required after this Planning Commission recommended to deny it. Because the scenario amendment was rejected and its approval was necessary, the zoning change on that same agenda did not proceed, and the City Council declined to consider the zoning request. Ultimately, the scenario amendment did not advance to second reading, and the zoning change was withdrawn by the applicant. There's a really important provision of City Code that I really need you guys to focus on. Section 2.5.1.2.f. It is entitled Waiting Periods for Certain Amendments. A request to change the zoning district designation for a tract of land shall not be considered by the Planning Commission or the City Council within 1 year of one of the following. A vote to deny, we're going to dispute that. The second provision cannot be disputed. Withdrawal of the same requested change by the applicant after the City Council meeting at which the change is to be considered has been called to order. The meeting was called to order. So there should be no debate that the zoning request was withdrawn by the applicant after the meeting was called to order. It is the same requested zoning change. The staff memo confirms that. It was withdrawn by the applicant. I have another staff member that confirms that as well. And the meeting was called to order. You can see that in the minutes itself, and we were all here for it. The 1 year waiting period applies when applicants are denied or withdrawn by the applicant. Who do you think the waiting period is intended to protect? The public, your constituents, the hundreds of people who came to you to speak out, who were effective in getting a near unanimous rejection by the Planning Commission, who were effective in getting at least 2 votes of this council to get the zoning case denied, and who helped prevent the zoning change from final passage. Now the system is being gamed and the code is being ignored so that some outside interest group, some outside investment group can build a data center and use up our limited water. It's not the same water. I mean, it's the same
And
water
your time is
regardless
up.
of who sells it.
Our next speaker is Zane Porterfield. Is Zane Porterfield here? Katie Buchanan online? Okay, not online. Then we will move to Virginia Parker, who I believe is online. Virginia Parker, it is now your turn.
Good evening, council and council members and mayor. I'm Virginia Parker with the San Marcos River Foundation. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. First, I want to say how much I appreciate my conversations with John Mayberry. I think he's a really good guy and he's been very forthcoming, which is why I really hate to speak out against this project. But I really think at the end of the day, that's the right thing, is that y'all should deny this. First of all, if this is about jobs, I want you to know that Smurf is still getting heat about not opposing the smart terminal. So we don't just oppose everything. I want y'all to really think about that. Also, Axis is going to provide so many more jobs than this one data center. So I just want to point that out. The problem with the data center is this. If y'all approve this data center, then LCRA is going to go tell ERCOT that there's another need for major power, and it's ERCOT's duty to go build the power. So this will just create a need for more power lines. And more importantly, it will create a need for more water to cool the gas-powered plants that we know will be built. And that water need it far outweighs the on-site data center's water need. Recently, the Edwards Aquifer Authority Board showed a total rainfall graph for the past 6 years in San Antonio, which has received more rain than our area. And they are 63.3 inches behind in rain, which is equivalent for 2 years worth of rain. And the climatologists at the Edwards Aquifer Authority show that the models show rainfall going forward in the next few decades will be about average, but the drought will be heavier in between the super heavy rainfalls, meaning less recharge into the aquifer, which provides drinking water for 2.5 million people, plus the river that we also love. So at the end of the day, this comment from Smurf is really just about water. We're already in a water-stressed area with a growing population. Climate change is going to make this much worse. And we don't want to create reasons for ERCOT to have to expand the power grid and grow the grid, further taxing our stressed water supply. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam Young.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Sam Young. It's a busy new year has begun with many votes coming up for the council. You've got a new budget in 8 months. You're getting EMS up and running. You've got the data center and other things. I was glad to hear we have an additional water source that's coming about. I was disappointed that the police analysis was not able to be heard. Now, the Chamber of Commerce has San Marcos as a fast-growing city with Texas State as a major draw. Then you go to the city and you get a budget projection of 2029 of $15 million deficit. The money has to come from somewhere or city services will be cut. I then hear my people and my constituents. For me, every citizen of San Marcos is my people. Each of you represents the entire city as we do not have a single member district. Since some want more social services from the city, where's that money coming from? They say let the wealthy pay. Start a 501(c) and ask for donations. Some want more business development. It is good to see the creation of a Department of Business Development, and many new businesses may want to partner with Texas State for student advancement. Always opportunity. Then, approximately 25% of the population of San Marcos lives below the poverty level. New businesses would mean new jobs and an opportunity for many to rise above the poverty level and a better future for their families. I see many issues, and you have the responsibility for making the best decisions for all citizens. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gina Fleming, but after Gina Fleming, have signed up Charles Sechting, Katie Steele, Jordan Oliver, Laura Benavides, and Erica Moore.
Hi, I'm Gina Fleming. As you all know, archaeological findings indicate the area surrounding San Marcos Springs has been inhabited by humans for over 12,000 years. It is recognized as one of the oldest continuously inhabited sites on the continent of North America. And the impressionistic documentary film Yacona, which portrays the history of the San Marcos Springs from prehistoric to modern times, a scene is shown portraying Native Americans and white colonialists battling in the area around the springs. At one of the local public showings of the film, someone questioned this scene, and one of the producers admitted that they had exercised a bit of artistic license here. It wasn't actually true. While documentation did exist that fighting had occurred in the general region, for example, the area around Plum Creek, there was no evidence that fighting had ever occurred in the area around the springs. Imagine that. Never any fighting in the area surrounding San Marcos Springs. How could this be true? I think this may be true because people of all origins cherish the springs as a sacred site. It is this spirit of reverence and respect that is lacking among us today. How could anyone be willing to forfeit the vital presence of water for the sake of financial gain and the rise of artificial intelligence? Is it so necessary to have a machine do our thinking for us? Is it so important for us to have our jobs replaced by automation? For our diversified voices to be homogenized into a single source controlled by the wealthy few? For eyes to scan faces in their war against immigration? For children to be encouraged and instructed on how to commit suicide or their picture stolen off of social media to be seamlessly integrated into pornographic videos? Why are we bowing down to such a dark force, a so-called intelligence that by its very definition is divorced from the soul and light of a living intelligence and a living world? A growing number of communities around the country are rising up in protest against the life-threatening effects of AI data centers. As residents of the oldest continuously inhabited place on the continent of North America, graced by the presence of the sacred springs, I believe it is both our privilege and responsibility to stand among them. We are facing both an environmental crisis and a crisis of imagination, but we can do better. If we come together, I believe we can weave another world of better choices and better possibilities, one where the sacred springs stay flowing and our children have hope for a livable future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Sechting. I didn't see him earlier. Is Katie Steele here? Jordan Oliver, Laura Benavides, and Erica Moore, if y'all can be at the ready. Katie Steele.
Hi, my name's Katie. I've lived in San Marcos for 16 years. I'm a Texas State alum. My background is in environmental studies in GIS, and I currently work in the renewable energy sector. I've also held a fellowship with the EPA working on climate change research. I feel like that is helpful information before people come for me. This all feels very similar to the opposition that we see at my job in the renewable sector against solar and wind projects, where worst case scenarios from completely different projects get applied without regard to scale or context. I want to start by saying I originally had concerns about this project too, especially around the water use. That's why I took the time to try to understand how the specific data center would operate. What I've learned is that a lot of the public's concern about water is based on possibly a misunderstanding of how this facility's cooling system works. So I wanted to share what I've learned. The data center does not continuously drain new water to stay cool. It uses a closed loop cooling system, which means the same water is reused over and over. The water circulates inside the system, absorbs heat, releases that heat, and then goes right back into circulation. The cooling process itself does not consume water. The only water that's actually used up is in small amounts from evaporation, routine maintenance, and normal office uses like toilets and sinks. That's why the projected daily use is comparable to an office building. This is fundamentally different than a residential subdivision. The previously approved 500-acre neighborhood would have meant constant, permanent water consumption. Every home pulling fresh water every day for showers, laundry, dishwashers, lawns, etc. That water is gone once it's used. So when people say this data center will drain our water, I do not think that's accurate. Compared to what was already approved for this site, this project would place less long-term demand on our water resources. I also want to talk about how we as a city choose what we push back on. San Marcos has proved a lot of luxury student housing over the years, housing that serves a largely transient population, drives up rents, strains infrastructure, and makes affordability increasingly out of reach for long-term residents like myself. Those projects rarely seem to generate this level of organized opposition. Meanwhile, this project would bring in tax revenue, require relatively little in city services, and contribute financially to the community instead of drawing from it. I think it's worth asking why revenue-generating, lower-impact projects face so much resistance, while developments that actively raise the cost of living are seemingly ignored. I love San Marcos, but we all know we struggle with a limited tax base, underfunded schools, aging infrastructure, and a lack of higher-paying jobs. This project would generate millions of dollars that could be reinvested into schools, roads, community improvements for people who actually live here long term. I'm not saying this project is perfect or that it shouldn't be monitored, but I am saying we need to evaluate based on facts, scale, and reality, not worst case examples from massive hyperscale facilities like Elon Musk that are nothing like what's being proposed here. I'm open to more
And-
information if there's something I've missed, but based on what
Your
I've reviewed
time
so
is
far.
up. The-
Okay,
the-
thank you.
The buzzer didn't go off. My apologies.
Okay, well, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker is Jordan Oliver.
Hello. I am going to give everyone a spoiler alert for how this city council meeting is going to go. You're going to hear from all your constituents, and a majority of them are going to say, we don't want this data center, and you are going to vote for it anyway. Because that is what has happened time and time again every time I've come to this city council. And it's disappointing. I came to San Marcos advocating for local government, saying this is where change happens, but apparently this is where you get ignored. And I just want to say, this data center can promise all it wants, that it's gonna follow the laws and it's gonna bring jobs, but the facts of the matter are data centers don't bring jobs. They bring very few jobs, and I don't quite care making a deal with the devil no matter what promises that devil is making, okay? That's not how I run, and I don't think this is how San Marcos runs. We are tired of these businesses coming in and promising all these things and then not delivering, and it causing a worse quality of life for residents. Okay, I agree that we should not be giving more student luxury housing. I'm an RA and I see the direct effects of that. Okay, but that doesn't change from the fact that this will actively hurt the people in that area. It will actively it has been shown that data centers might cause cancers, they cause lung issues. It is a form of, oftentimes, environmental racism, right? Like, there's so many things going against this data center. And on another note, I know that all of you campaigned on the fact that you care about the river and you want more affordable housing, and yet you will vote against that. You will vote against that time and time again for what? Another business? We keep saying, hey, we're fine with housing there. We would rather resources be drained if it means people have a place to live. But no, you're gonna give it to a business. You're gonna give it to a business that is gonna cause lung problems for the people that already live there and drain our river, which you claim to care about. And yet, once money is on the table, you don't care about the river anymore. So that's what I wanted to say. Sorry for the spoiler alert, everyone. But yeah, it's disappointing to keep coming here and having a city council that doesn't listen. And I don't know what else to do about it. I keep coming, and we keep saying we're gonna get you in the next election, but I don't know. So I think San Marcos is getting tired. And I think you're about to see the effects past city council of San Martians being tired of how y'all are acting. So, yeah.
Our next speaker is Laura Benavides.
Hello, everyone. My name's Laura Benavides. I proudly own private park here in town. I'm also a mother. I'm a daughter, a sister, a friend. I'm an active community member. I am a small business owner, and I am tired. I am very tired. I have been operating for more than 5 years, and I'm not quite sure what's going on with planning and zoning, but all of a sudden, after 5 years of business, there was a decision made to change my land use, not just for my business, but for my home as well, effectively calling me a liar. Now, the last time I was here, I said I wanted to address every single lie that was being said about me. Oh, there is just way too much to get into. But I'm here today really to speak about these data centers because I am hearing what everybody is saying. And yes, I do understand, was it fiscal excellence? That's the goal, right? That's what we're looking for. I do understand that grants have dried up and we are looking for ways to bring more money in. But really, if we are going to be focusing on money, let's start on mitigating risk within our own municipality. Because I sure am hearing a lot of people saying it's taking way too long to have any sort of constructive communication within this municipality. I'm hearing a lot of issues with code. I'm hearing a lot of issues with planning and zoning. And not just that, our commission board as well. So I'm here to say I am a part of the Great Springs Project. That Great Springs Project is a development that I could get behind, except it has now brought some very, very concerning situations to my back door. Please, do us all a favor and vote no. This Great Springs Project, this is exposing springs. We are losing water at an enormously, we are losing our drinking water coming from Canyon Lake. Is that okay? Are you okay with that? I'm not. I've been to Canyon Lake. That's not for me. As a longtime resident, I have been actively working towards a legacy for my family, and this municipality has done everything they can to stop it. Please, vote no.
Our next speaker is Erica Moore, but after Erica Moore will be Shelley O'Donnell, Aaron Brown, Blake Coe, and Sonia Gray. Erica Moore?
Good evening, council members. My name is Erica. I am expressing opposition to the ordinance 2026-04, even after hearing the arguments for pro-ordinance or commending the zoning change. I still feel that there's not substantial evidence that we're getting from data centers of how it's going to benefit our community as a whole. While they've addressed the need for jobs, and I'm 100% for that as well, they've continued to ignore the public's concerns about water consumption and like the environmental impacts. And I do feel that as a corporate entity, they have the financial means to do more on that part, on the environmental risk. For example, just being responsible for building their own water treatment facility that they can use to recycle the water that they need to cool their processors, rather than tapping into the water resource that we rely on as human beings in this community. I do feel that, I believe that council members, y'all are doing everything that you can, because the reality is that we're at a crossroads of ideology of the promise of modernization or sticking to an older world. And I feel that council members, I strongly believe, and I hope to do my part as well as a citizen of this community, to put greater pressure on data centers to make greater efforts to address all of the concerns of the community and not just this one aspect of producing jobs. Like, are you going to be allocating any funding for, our education system even? And they certainly have the financial means to do so. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for being heard from the council members. And I know that y'all are dealing with a lot of opposition, but hopefully this data center crisis being brought to the attention of the community is going to produce greater involvement from your people, the people that you represent, and I hope to do my part in that as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shelley O'Donnell. Is Shelley O'Donnell here? Okay, and after Shelley O'Donnell is Aaron Brown, Blake Coe, and Sonia Gray. If y'all could be ready, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Shelley O'Donnell, and I'm the Executive Director of Teacher Reuse. And I want to begin by sincerely thanking the City of San Marcos for its support. And because of the city, Teacher Reuse has been able to operate right here in San Marcos. And what we've accomplished together is something I'm incredibly proud of. Teacher Reuse currently operates out of sheds totaling 1,500 square feet. From that small footprint during the 2025-26 school year, which is this school year, we have distributed, we just rolled over $500,000, $500,000 of free supplies coming right out of San Marcos to Texas teachers all across Texas. We've had 2,097 teachers come right here to San Marcos out of 117 school districts. Everything we provide to teachers is free. On January 17th, our point of sale system rolled over, which we only use for impact, rolled over $500,161.32. And at the same time, we've reached nearly 25 tons of materials diverted from the landfill. Right here in San Marcos, we've accomplished that. The impact extends beyond classrooms. We were open 16 days in July, and Teacher Reuse brought in over 500 families coming to San Marcos to shop for supplies, and we've always begged them, come and stay for a day, because go visit what's happening in San Marcos. And we are proud that we have brought that many teachers in. Recently, I was on the website, actually today, and I looked at the economic planning and how San Marcos has listed what their achievements, and it said the city's, it says San Marcos is home to innovative startups alongside companies like H-E-B, Amazon, and Best Buy. And we believe Teacher Reuse represents that same insight, that innovative spirit choosing to grow right here. Teacher Reuse is the only nonprofit in the state of Texas that gives away free supplies to teachers. We are, however, turning away a lot of supplies in this turning point because of space. We only have 1,500 square feet right now, and I am here to put a bug in your ear. If there is space to be found to help us grow, we would appreciate it very, very much. We want to bring teachers to San Marcos, Texas.
Our next speaker is Aaron Brown.
Hi, y'all know me. I'm Aaron Brown, local San Marcos. Oh, I guess I can't call myself a resident, which is why I'm here to talk today about the appointments coming up at the end of this meeting. Most of y'all know about a year ago, I was looking at running for a Planning and Zoning Commission position. And I was looking at the fact that at the time, the website still had the ETJ slot on it. Now, that was a misnomer because in 2017, the ordinance actually was rewritten to remove the ETJ slots from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Why I bring that up with everything else that's going on? Well, let's see how the effect of on the ETJ has come recently from San Marcos. These people, these lovely people that are out here talking to you right now, they're talking to you about an area outside of San Marcos that you will affect by your decisions tonight, changing the comprehensive plan. Now, when you're talking about planning and zoning and the ETJ, most of this planning and zoning is right at the edge of San Marcos, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. You can do that later. But I swear I was going somewhere with that and I just went on brain fart. Give me 1 second. Where I'm going with that, the ETJ does not have a voice. Now, I understand that the ETJ can't have a voice within the city council, but there is no reason why within the commission, the ETJ could not have a voice within planning and zoning. So while I speak on that, I ask that you reconsider what was done in the ordinance in 2017, if legally allowed to do so. I bring that up because if you go further back in the ordinance, there actually was 2 slots for the ETJ to have a voice. With that, I will relegate the rest of my time stating that I also must rescind my request for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Our next speaker is Blake Coe. Is Blake Coe here? Is Sonia Gray? Catherine Morris, or Maurice, M-O-R-R-I-C-E. Lauren Romero. If I've called your name, please step up to the podium to speak. And the order will be Blake Coe if here, Sonia Gray, Catherine. It's going to be Sonia Gray, if Sonia Gray is here. Are you Sonia Gray?
Hi, I'm Sonia Gray.
Okay, then you're next. And you'll be after that, ma'am.
Thank you. I am also wanting to know why, again, like Bobby Levinsky said, that this has come up again already. Because as it was stated that we should have a year before this is even considered again, to protect the public. I would like to ask the council members that have voted yes, why? What has San Marcos to gain? Josh, why? Shane, why? Why are you voting yes? Mr. Rodney Gonzalez, he has been just scrolling on his phone, not listening to those that are speaking with their heart and wondering why is this even being considered, this data center? And what is the tax abatement that they will receive? As I understand, San Marcos is really not going to gain anything from this except harm. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I think we've all said it. And thank you for those who have voted no against this data center. And I am just praying for y'all to see the light and to not serve the devil. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine would you spell your, pronounce?
Lauren Romero.
Oh, okay, you're next. Is Catherine here? I see someone's coming, and apologize for mispronouncing your last name. And then after Lauren Romero will be Joseph Benavides. And then I'll go back through the list for anybody who's missing.
Not clear. Who's next?
Catherine?
Hello.
I think I told you wrong a minute ago. My apologies. I told you you were next, and I was not looking at my list properly. Okay, my bad.
Hello. My name is Catherine Morris, and as a resident of San Marcos for the past 10 years, I've spent countless hours at the river, and I want to use my voice to protect our natural resources. I am against the data center.
Okay, and Catherine Morris. I'm sorry, that was Catherine Morris. Lauren Romero, followed by Joseph Benavides. And we have,
Do you want to like stand here or stand there? Oh.
I'm going to hold this. I have no position.
Okay, just
Okay.
kind of make sure everybody sees it. Where's the camera?
I think that's good.
All right. Hi. My name is Lauren Romero, MBA. Just to set the stage, yesterday I had a call with the chief commercial officer of a global corporation bigger than FedEx, okay? So I see some smug faces in the room, and I think it makes me sad that all these people, because they're simple, hardworking people, they can't seem to get your attention. So I think I'll just spit out some numbers that'll wake everybody up a little bit. Okay, so let's talk about this. I've lived in Texas my entire life. I'm a strategic consultant, Texas real estate licensee, and my work is to work with communities to bring to work with economic development teams to bring in business that serves the community and takes care and protects its resources. So that's what I do for a living, which is why I was talking to those people. Okay, so let's talk about the jobs lie. It's been happening tonight, and that's why I'm actually a little worked up. I'm frustrated and upset that hardworking laborers, hardworking construction folks are being wooed into believing that they have no alternative than to work on the construction of a data center. That is ridiculous. There are other businesses, and lots of them. And as a realtor, I can just say that my job is also to find a highest and best use for the land that we have. And I gotta say, data centers set the bar pretty low. There are a tremendous amount of higher and best uses of land. So I think the problem is no one has come in and offered an alternative to this miserable, miserable situation. And it's unfortunate that you don't have respect for the community that elected you. So the jobs lie. A logistics hub is what I'm going to present as an example, okay? A logistics hub on comparable I-35 corridor, 1,000 to 3,000 permanent jobs. A data center, 50 to 75. Those 2,000 logistics workers circulate $135 million in wages through this community every year. A data center, $6.75 million if you're lucky, and that's just maintenance. That's a 20-to-1 ratio. The tax lie. These developers are telling you numbers, 29.5 million. Those projections are assuming zero abatements, which has never happened in Texas ever. The state of Texas gives out $1 billion in tax abatements to data centers annually as it stands. And let's just say we cut that 50% abatement then. That revenue is cut in half. At a 70% abatement, which is common, it collapses to a third. And I mean, you guys have the discretion to change this. You guys have the discretion. It's this city council that gets to decide whether
And
data centers have
And your
tax
time is
abatement.
up. Joseph Benavides, you are next.
Mayor, council members, I'm not here to speak for or against the data center. What I am here for is to clear a misrepresentation that was done on the January 13th meeting. Mr. John Mayberry said, and I quote, "Water service will be provided by Crystal Clear under established CCM boundaries through existing water supply contracts. The allocation for this site was originally sized for residential development, which would have required far more water for daily household use and irrigation. A data center is fundamentally different. This facility uses a closed-loop, non-evaporative cooling system enshrined in the restrictive covenant. Actual water use will be substantially lower than what the property was already entitled to use." Now, as a board member at Crystal Clear Special Utility District, I can speak about this. The agreement that Mr. Mayberry has with Crystal Clear is for residential use only, exclusively for residential use. It cannot be substituted for commercial, industrial, agricultural. It is strictly for residential. So my purpose here is to clarify that. That way you can make a better decision. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm going to go back through the list. We'll see if anyone has arrived late, and then after that, we will take a break. So I'm looking for any of the following: Kayleen Champagne, Tori Martin, Beans Yimpa. Are you Kayleen?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start with you, and then I'll call the rest of the list.
All right, I'm Kaylee Champagne. In 2022, the utility company Aqua Texas was found to have illegally pumped over 150 million gallons of water from the Trinity Aquifer, almost double their legal water allotment. Another 50 million gallons of water was wasted due to leaky infrastructure that they had neglected to repair against Public Utility Commission regulations. In 2023, the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District imposed a $450,000 fine on Aqua Texas, which to this day has not been paid. In response, Aqua Texas filed a federal lawsuit against Hayes Trinity, claiming that the district unfairly imposed excessive fines. Although Hayes Trinity declined to renew Aqua Texas's license in 2024,
Aqua Texas continues to pump water from the Trinity Aquifer illegally to this day, claiming that Hayes Trinity exceeded its authority and infringed upon Aqua Texas's constitutional rights. Aqua Texas continues to pump groundwater, no fine has been paid, and legal proceedings are ongoing at the federal level 3 years later. I bring this case up to emphasize how lengthy, difficult, and costly the process of enforcing regulations onto corporations is. Even if the fines for violations are paid, they are usually done so with additional cost and hassle to the city, and at a lot of times, irreparable damage is done to the environment before penalties can be enforced. Secondly, I want to speak on the notion that ERCOT won't accept more data centers than the grid can handle. I know that others will speak in more detail on this later, but it's not true that ERCOT has authority to limit the number of data centers in a state. ERCOT will simply not allow a data center to go online until the infrastructure of the grid can be built to support the extra electrical burden of such a facility. I understand the position of preferring a data center that we can potentially regulate versus one that we can't, but that's unfortunately not the option we have. Allowing Highlander SM1 to be built within city limits won't stop others from emerging in Central Texas. I'm no water expert, but it doesn't take an expert to see that Central Texas does not have water to spare. According to the Texas Water Development Board, by 2040, Central Texas is projected to be in a water deficit, and this is without the added burden of data centers. Lastly, I want to speak on the notion that allowing the infiltration of AI data centers into Hays County will provide job opportunities for residents and economic growth. I feel as though I'm beating a dead horse with this one, but AI, by its very nature, forwards the replacement of human labor. The short-term construction jobs that this data center will provide will be just that, short-term. AI data centers are highly automated, hiring very few technicians and operators, and many of these roles can and will be outsourced to remote workers in other states. The economic growth argument cannot be soundly made in this case. I want to urge the City Council not to gamble with our precious resources and to vote against Highlander SM1 on February 17th.
Continuing through the list of those who did not come to the podium earlier: Tori Martin, Beans Yimpa, Zane Porterfield, Katie Buchanan, Charles Sechting, and Blake Coe. Are any of those people here? If not, that will conclude our citizen comment time period, and it's 7:32. We will take a break for 10 minutes. We have returned from our break. It is 7:46, and we are to the consent agenda, which is the following ordinances, resolutions, and other items numbered 1 through 12 may be acted upon by one motion. No separate discussion or action on any of the items is necessary unless desired by a council member, in which event the item shall be considered in sequence after we take care of those that are not pulled, and we will also consider those that are pulled after the public hearings. So I would entertain a motion, and I will tell you that I need to pull 5, 7, and 8. Ms. Rodriguez, did you have?
Yes, ma'am. Item 2.
Item 2. So I would accept a motion.
Mayor, I wanted to pull item 1.
Item 1? Okay, 1. Are there any others? Anybody wants to pull?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, would that be 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9 through 12?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Rodriguez and seconded by Mr. Mendoza. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9 through 12. We're doing push-button voting today. If you'll look at the screen.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, 7-0, and we are on to our public hearings. Mr. Trevino, would you read item 9? But before you do that, for public hearings, you have the opportunity to sign up in advance, and some people did that. For public hearings, it's not required to sign up, but so that we can capture your information for the minutes, there's a sign-up sheet over there. So once we get through those that are signed up, I'll ask those who wish to speak, and as you come in and line up, if you will sign up over there so we capture the correct spelling of your name, et cetera. So, hold on. For public hearings, we do need your address. That's what state law allows for. No, I've got the list. Nope, here it is. Sorry. I will ask if you wish to speak for, against, or just about this item, which you may. If you spoke during citizen comment, I just ask that you not repeat the exact same thing. Same rules as before. Speakers may speak once and may not yield time to others. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. You hear the ping. When time is up, the bell will ring and the deal is read. So now, Ms. Trevino, if you will read item 9.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against Resolution 2026-14R, approving the City of San Marcos Historic Preservation Plan and declare an effective date.
Okay. Presentation.
Yes. Good evening, council members. Allison Brake, Historic Preservation Officer and Project Manager for the city's first ever Historic Preservation Plan. This plan will serve as a guide for San Marcos's future preservation efforts over the next 10 years, providing a comprehensive overview of relevant federal, state, and local programs and policies while analyzing conditions here in San Marcos. Once it's adopted, nothing on the ground really changes. Property is not rezoned or formally designated, and no funding is immediately allocated to programming. Next slide. It's much like the comprehensive plan in that way. And the comprehensive plan is that umbrella document that integrates high-level direction into implementation plan tools like other master plans and the City Council's annual strategic plan, which you all have just started working on last week. By adopting the Historic Preservation Plan, the city would be implementing an action item identified in the comprehensive plan as seen in HN-3.3, as well as implementing a strategy identified in City Council's 2025-2026 strategic plan. It's strategy number 2 under goal 1. Next slide, please. In April of 2024, the city did receive a matching grant from the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Next slide. And now we are at the final stage of the project timeline and seeking adoption of the plan. Next slide. This slide shows the adoption process of the plan. In the fall of 2025, staff brought updates to the Historic Preservation Commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, an update to City Council, and the Neighborhood Commission. And then we started the formal adoption process in December of last year. Next slide. On December the 4th, the Historic Preservation Commission recommended approval of the plan with a minor amendment to the timeline in Chapter 2. Next slide. And on December the 9th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended 2 conditions: that an ongoing stakeholder committee be to implement and, as necessary, proposed revisions to the plan be included, and opportunities for additional public input and feedback to be added to future revisions of the plan. Next slide. A couple of weeks ago, staff brought this plan before you for discussion as the project entered the final phase of adoption. At this meeting, City Council provided direction to provide a staff analysis of comments received from the public and stakeholders. Following the January 20th meeting, staff, along with the project consultants, analyzed the comments and drafted a memo to help assist City Council in making an informed decision. Next slide. Taking a look at the memo, each comment was reviewed and organized into 5 categories, and in the memo you will see that in order to organize it visually, each category was color-coded. So there are 17 comments that were categorized as stylistic, which include those comments that are corrections and rewording that staff recommends adding to the final plan. 17 were categorized as implementation, which include key ideas and actions to address during implementation following the plan adoption. A majority of comments, 36 of them, were categorized as currently addressed, which indicate that these comments are already covered in the plan. As such, no additional edits are proposed by staff at this time. 13 comments were categorized as recommended revisions, which include new or revised text proposed by staff to directly address specific citizen comments. In the memo, that text is shown as red, underlined red text. Lastly, 5 comments were categorized as future revision or initiatives, which are proposed edits that will require more analysis, study, discussion, or direction from City Council. Next. Looking at the categories of implementation and future revisions, implementation is a critical step in realizing the plan's vision and will inform city staff work plans. These comments may fall outside of the scope of this plan, but they give us great head start in shaping priorities and strategies for the next phase of work. While Planning and Development Services will likely take the lead in many of these solutions, this will be a team effort with other city departments, partner organizations, boards and commissions and committees, along with City Council, all playing important roles to lead or guide the process. Keeping implementation separate gives our appointed and elected officials the flexibility to adjust priorities, responsibilities, timelines, and resources as things change, and it ensures that there's time for meaningful consideration. For example, one comment that we received suggested adding a timeline for initiating local landmarks and creating new historic districts to the plan. That's a really great idea, and it highlights an important implementation metric, which we will be discussing with the Historic Preservation Plan Oversight Committee, the Historic Preservation Commission, and the City Council. Looking at future revisions, these include comments that would need more analysis, stakeholder input, or direction from City Council before moving forward, and they could be considered in a future plan or plan update or through separate initiatives or policies. For example, one of the comments that we received suggested adding a recommendation to establish a local heritage museum to support local heritage tourism. While public input at this time did not show a strong interest in creating a museum, this can be an idea that is visited later by evaluating community interest as part of a future update. Next slide. Staff appreciates the extensive community and stakeholder input received throughout the drafting plan. It has helped to strengthen the document as a policy document, a comprehensive policy document and guiding framework for our preservation efforts. Staff is committed to implementing City Council's adopted plans and remains committed to continuing collaboration with the community as implementation occurs. Staff recommends approval of the plan with the incorporation of all stylistic and recommended revisions into the final plan in accordance with the staff memo. That concludes my presentation, and I am available if you have questions. Thank you.
All righty. I will open the public hearing and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or about the Historic Preservation Plan as presented or with the suggested changes. If you would step up to the podium, you've got 3 minutes, and now's the time. Calling once, twice, 3 times. I will close the public hearing, and I await a motion on the Historic Preservation Plan. I have a motion from Mr. Scott. Is there a second? Was that you, Ms. Rodriguez? Seconded by Ms. Rodriguez. Discussion, council. First of all, I would like to thank the staff for the comprehensive memo and the information addressing the things that have been brought up recently. I think part of the concern on the implementation, for me, I won't speak for others, is that it doesn't happen much anymore, but in the past, we got a plan, we spent a lot of time on the plan, spent a lot of money on the plan went on the shelf, and not much happened after that. And that's not just planning, that it's just happened over the 30 years I've been watching this. And I think there's perhaps some fear there that what's the implementation? So to know that there is a Part B on this, that is the implementation where specifics will be determined, that's good to know. And I'm going to ask that reports be sent to us, maybe quarterly, just say how it's going. You know, we've got it going, we've held, you know, 1 open house for people to make comments, just whatever it is, just something, and let us know that this is one that's not going to be forgotten. I don't believe that it is, but just to let us know how far along you are and the progress that you're making would be, is that okay, Ms. Reyes? Okay. Now, I've used up a little bit of time. Y'all have time to come up with any questions or concerns. I still have some concerns. I still haven't read every word. So I still have some concerns about part of it. I've been getting phone calls about different things. But at this point, I do not want to hold this up. And so I think we need to move forward. There may be some things that we need to review later. And I want to leave that door open. But at this point, I had to think about this long and hard, but I think I'm ready to move this forward. And maybe there'll be some changes needed that we can make later on. Council, concerns, thoughts, comments? If not, we will vote and roll on. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you so much for putting this together. I greatly do appreciate it. It's just I'm not comfortable with voting in favor of this right now because I do want to see, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, is that we can take a look at this later on for more of a Part B, but I'd like to see some more teeth right now. But that's just it. I do trust that we are going to do some great things.
You can vote no
I'm
if you
gonna
like.
vote no.
It's your
Yes,
right
ma'am.
to do so.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I guess-
Comments, thoughts? Mr. Gonzalez.
I have a question. I know we're talking about like a Plan B and revisions later if necessary. What would the process be to revise this if, 'cause I know it's a long process to create it. Would all revisions have to go through that same long process, or what would need to happen for revisions?
Would you like? I would envision it the same as what we're doing with the comprehensive plan. There would be an oversight committee that would bring forward some priorities or changes, and we would bring that to city council to make those decisions at that point. I don't necessarily, we would throw in a, public input period for those changes like we've done for our development code updates. I would assume that would be the similar process to that.
Because I, like Mr. Mendoza, I have some reservations about voting for it now. I like the mayor's idea of we can revise it as needed. I'm just fearful of the revision process taking longer than if we just hold off and get it right the first time.
You'll recall that I and some others found, I'll say, issues with the comp plan, and we spent hours going through the plan. Then our changes were reviewed, which that delayed the comp plan adoption by about 9 months. But that seemed to be where everybody's comfort level was, and I certainly didn't mind comments on what our notes and suggested changes were. And we actually did, based on those conversations, revise what we had recommended in some cases. And so, it can be done that we postpone, but if we're going to postpone it, I'd like to make sure that we set a date and that the work happens during that time. We're not just postponing it to a date and then nothing's happening. So I'm just going to leave it with that. Did you have anything else, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody done here? Ms. Rodriguez? Oh, you're, okay. Ms. Basak? Ms. Garza? Mr. Scott? Okay. Then Ms. Trevino, she's got us set up to vote, and so we will vote.
Just for clarity, Mayor, our motion doesn't need to be amended as to make sure that those things are included. It's fine as we presented.
Mr. Gary, what's on our agenda to pass today is with all those items that were changed and that were included in the memo that we had, that was in the packet, but those changes hadn't shown up in the draft document yet, but they will be made. Okay. And that's part of the motion, that is the motion with those changes, correct?
Well, just to make sure for the movement, that was the intention, but that was the assumption based on what's in the packet.
Right. With the changes. Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Rodriguez. And we'll finish voting now.
The motion passes 5-2.
And there were 2 nay votes, which is Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you. Next up is item 10.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2026-03, amending the official zoning map of the city in case number ZZ-25-15 by rezoning approximately 0.294 acres of land currently located on the western side of Post Road, approximately 100 feet southwest of the intersection between Post Road and Hewlin Road, from single-family 6 district to character district 4, or subject to consent of the owner. Another less intense zoning district classification, including procedural provisions, and declare an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2026-03 on the first of 2 readings.
All right. Presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Floyd, Director of Planning and Development Services, bringing to you today a rezone of approximately 0.3 acres. It's located on Post Road near Hewlin Road and within the city limits. Next slide, please. The following parcel here, it contains 1 single-family structure currently, and we'll talk just a little bit about why this rezone case is coming forward. The surrounding uses of that are residential open space, and of course, the railroad is nearby. The adjacent lots to it are zoned CD4, and that happened in February of 2025. And so with this application is a continuation of those parcels. So the applicant is working to acquire this parcel and add it to what was rezoned in March to CD4. So that's what this request is, for this to add to that project. Again, the comprehensive plan analysis, the existing preferred scenario is mixed use low. Of course, that's characterized by smaller, sorry, next slide. I keep forgetting I don't have the clicker. And the next slide after that. Sorry about that, Aiden. That's on me. Next slide, please. And again, the existing preferred scenario here is mixed use low. It's characterized by smaller commercial centers that are walkable, typically in or near neighborhoods. So the residents have convenient and safe walking spaces, and it should be distributed throughout the city in our comp plan. Next slide, please. Within that, CD4 is a consideration within the mixed-use low district, and so that's what's being considered today. Next slide, please. From a zoning perspective, Of course, C4 allows for a variety of residential uses with limited commercial and mixed use on that. That's things like cottages, duplexes, townhouses, courtyards. You see a lot of those neighborhood shop front and civic type uses. Additionally, other residential, public, and limited commercial uses in multifamily in some cases. Next slide, please. The parcel we're looking at today is located within the Edward Aquifer Transfer Zone. It's not located within a 100-year floodplain or floodway, and it's not located in the river corridor or the river protection zone. Next slide, please. So with that, as far as infrastructure goes for this development, it's a conventional streetscape. It does have a block perimeter of 2,400 feet. And will be required to have some improved bicycle sidewalk connections at the time of the site development. Be looking into that as part of those development processes. The utilities are provided by San Marcos Water and Electric. Next slide, please. And so with that, the recommendation from staff is approval of the zoning change as presented. And of course, the Planning and Zoning Commission at the January 13th meeting also voted 8-0 to recommend approval of this zoning change. With that, be happy to answer any questions. I know the applicant, I did see him earlier. Oh, there he is right there, is here if you have any questions of him as well.
Okay, I'll do the public hearing and then we'll allow that opportunity. So I will now open the public hearing on item 10. I have one person who has signed up to speak, who is Michael Martinez. Is Michael Martinez here? Okay, if not, if there's someone else here to speak, if you'll pull the, pull that microphone down. And whenever you step away, if you'll sign in over there behind you. Okay.
My name is Eva Rosales.
And we need your address, please.
My address is 11302 Mayo Street, Austin, Texas. My husband and I, we're the landowners of applying for this application.
Okay.
We will appreciate your consideration for this we would like to apply for it to be consistent with our neighbor for future developments.
Okay.
We'll appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. You'll be sure and sign in behind you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
I would. My name is Sheldon Eubanks. I'm the applicant on the application. The reason I'm involved in it is I'm the one that has the land south of them that we came in front of you guys and had rezoned to CD4 the beginning of last year. When we looked at our site, as we try to work with it, our land goes back behind the Rosales' property. So I've approached them and see if they would be interested in rezoning with us to include it, to make more of a comprehensive plan. And so that's why we were standing here in front of you today. So I appreciate your consideration and any opinions that you have or questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, and if you'll be sure and sign in for us, please. Thank you.
Mayor, we didn't get an address from him.
Oh, yes, sir. We'll need one.
Sorry. I live at 136 Iron Horse in New Braunfels, Texas.
Okay. Anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or about this rezoning? If not, I will close the public hearing, and I await a motion from the council.
Second.
We've got a motion from Mr. Scott. I'll give Mr. Paselk the second on that. Council discussion, comments, any concerns? Now's the time. In that case, Ms. Trevino will vote.
Okay, the motion passes with Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Oh, sorry, I meant to vote yes, sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna redo it.
Clear
now.
it and let's redo.
The motion passes 6-0 with 1 absent.
Okay. All right. So we are to item 11.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing, no action to receive comments for or against ordinance 2026-04, amending the preferred scenario map of the city's comprehensive plan to change the designation from conservation cluster to commercial employment low for approximately 199.49 acres of land generally located on the western side of the 900 block of Francis Harris Lane, south of intersection between Grant Harris Road and Francis Harris Lane in Hayes County, Texas.
Presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Floyd, Director of Planning and Development Services. The item before you today, of course, you've heard many times, many presentations, but this is a resubmittal of a preferred scenario amendment, PSA 25-01, for a proposed data center, which was brought to Council in August of 2025. The site is approximately 200 acres. It is located on Francis Harris Lane. A majority of the site is within the city limits. However, about approximately 60 acres of that is still in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, or the ETJ, and so therefore is pending annexation case, which is being considered separately by council in the future. In terms of surrounding land uses, there's rural residential along the northern boundary on Grant Harris, and agricultural to the south and to the east, and the Hayes Energy Power Plant, of course, is to the southeast on the other side of Francis Harris Lane. Although the property on the eastern side of Francis Harris Lane is vacant, in June of 2025, council gave initial authorization to negotiate a development agreement, as was mentioned tonight, for a separate data center site with Sabi. This is a cemetery. There is a cemetery on the side, of course, that is surrounded by the wider site. However, it's not owned by the applicant and is not part of this development request. There are two associated cases that are going with this PSA. That's a zoning change, which is a resubmittal of a former zoning change in 25, and of course the annexation case that was previously mentioned for the 60 acres in the ETJ that was approved in August of 2025 on first reading and would be coming subsequently in the future upon approval. But the second reading, of course, of that was deferred until the applicant can receive their preferred zoning district. Next slide, please. Just briefly on the history of this, of course, in March of 25, the Planning and Zoning Commission was recommended this PSA for denial, and then per the section of the code, when the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends denial, a 6-1 vote or a supermajority of council is required for the item to be approved. Again, in August of 25, the council voted 5-2 in favor of approving the PSA on first reading. However, the motion to approve failed as it didn't have sufficient votes for the supermajority. Then again in October, a new preferred scenario amendment was submitted by the applicant and has been starting through that process since. The nature of that request is the same. Next slide, please. And just looking very briefly at the site, a very familiar site, has been over this many times, but the slide does show a picture of the existing site. For context, that was taken from Francis Harris Lane looking south, so that's what this is doing. As noted, it's across the street from the Hayes Power Plant, or Hayes Energy Power Plant, and per our staff's understanding, the existing infrastructure alongside the power plant is one of the main draws for this request in this area. Next slide, please. The request itself is to amend the preferred scenario map, and the request we are discussing is to change that to the place type in the comprehensive plan from conservation cluster to commercial employment low in order to facilitate the construction of the data center. This would match the designation of the adjacent power plant, which is shown in pink or beige there, the lighter color on your map. Next slide, please. The objective of the current place type is to identify, or conservation cluster is to identify areas to conserve and reserve for future development as a means of focusing more intensive development in other areas of the community. And development that does occur within the conservation and reserve areas should be low impact to the natural environment by using a variety of development techniques and strategies. And this allows, of course, this designation allows for manufactured housing, some commercial and future development and low intensity planning areas. The proposed designation that's part of this application is commercial employment low. And that facilitates lower density, auto-oriented retail, office, and industrial type uses. Primarily, this is characterized by light to heavy industrial warehouse, distribution, lower density office, and general commercial. Additionally, other civic and institutional uses and hospitality can be considered. This allows those special districts, except for manufactured housing, CD4 and 5 in the employment center planning areas. Next slide, please. The majority of this site is zoned Character District 2.5, which allows predominantly for single-family uses. With the exception of the power plant, which is zoned heavy industrial, The surrounding land is predominantly located outside of the city limits, and so it's not subject to zoning. That's been discussed many times today as well. There are no known environmental constraints on the property. It's not located in the floodplain or floodway or the San Marcos River Protection Zone. In addition, the applicant did progress some of the way through the permit process of a single-family subdivision previously for the land that when it was zoned, as it's zoned, CD 2.5. As part of that, they were required to submit an environmental assessment in their watershed protection plan, and that concluded that there were no federally endangered species within the site as well. So some of that work has been done. Next slide, please. Here we have the city's thoroughfare plan and wastewater map. Grant Harris Road was identified by the city as a thoroughfare in our transportation master plan, and so the developer would be required to incorporate it into their development at the time of platting. Additionally, there is a separate process for amending the thoroughfare plan. To the right of the slide, you'll see the city's water and wastewater map. One thing to note is that the site is in crystal clear water, and so water will be provided by Crystal Clear and not the city for this project. And then per some data we've obtained from Crystal Clear's website, the water is sourced from the Edwards Aquifer, Lake Dunlap, Crzico Wilcox Aquifer, and the San Marcos River. Staff have not had any correspondence with Crystal Clear regarding the data center project. However, as has been stated by the applicant previously, they intend to use a closed-loop water system that can be accommodated by the amount of water that was previously agreed upon to serve the single-family subdivision. Next slide, please. Additionally, the applicant has stated they were amenable to certain restrictive covenants, and I believe that was spoken to earlier tonight as well by the applicant. And a draft of those covenants was included in your packet as a reference. The applicant is proposing a prohibition on warehouse, distribution, waste-related services. The data center is developed, the water usage at the site. They've proposed not to exceed 235 units or 75,000 gallons per day. This would be achieved through the use of a closed-loop system, which again recirculates the water to cool the servers. Drainage facilities will be designed and constructed so that the rate of the runoff from the site after the construction will be 10% less than the runoff prior to the construction for the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year storm frequencies. In addition to that, they've proposed in the restrictive covenants that the submitted restrictive covenant draft references worker protection provisions in accordance with state and federal laws, and a statement that the water quality facilities will be constructed to meet a total suspended solid removal requirement of at least 80% for the site. Additionally, impervious covers being proposed in the restrictive covenants by the applicant that it will be limited to 70%. That's compared to 80% that's permitted under light industrial zoning, so it will have less impervious coverage. The building shall be LEED certified, and the sound of the property shall not exceed 75 decibels. For contrast, the city code limits noise to 85 decibels between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m., 75 decibels between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. I'd like to reiterate, though, that although the draft restrictive covenants have been included in your packet for reference, those are fundamentally under the purview of you as the city council. And any specific suggestions or requests made, we could start to work on, and we can have those discussions tonight. So just kind of a little touch up here on the timeline and the process. This is the timetable. Of course, at January 13th, as was noted earlier, and you all well know, the Planning and Zoning Commission did approve the PSA and zoning 6-2, and so that moves that forward, of course, to February 3rd tonight, where we're at for the public hearing for the PSA on February 17th. The public hearing and the first reading of the PSA and zoning action will take place, and then March 3rd, scheduled for second reading. And I want to turn this over now to Mr. Pantalian to have a couple of some additional slides related to data centers and information at this point.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Mayor and Council, Joe Pantalian, Assistant City Manager. The following slides will address 4 primary topics of community discussion about this project, those being noise, water use, energy demand, and financial considerations. Next slide. And we'll start with noise. Next slide, there you go. To set the stage, this is a map of nearly 370 existing and planned data centers located in various cities and counties across Texas. This is somewhat dated. Today I checked this website, and the number was up to 392. So obviously, several more planned projects throughout Texas are on the map. As shown on this map, over 180 locations are in the Dallas-Fort Worth market area, about 50 in the Houston market, nearly 50 in the San Antonio market, and 36 in the Austin area market. Next slide. So the Austin-San Antonio region continues to face high data center service demand and low availability. You've heard public concerns raised about noise from data centers and some of the related health effects. The most frequently cited example is the Granbury, Texas data center, which has generated significant complaints and has become the poster child for data center noise problems. It is important to note that Granbury has an air-cooled facility, which is not proposed here. Yet even water-cooled facilities can have noise issues. Next slide. Closer to home, this is an existing data center complex located within the San Antonio city limits that includes CyrusOne data centers. These 4 data center buildings are located directly next to a single-family neighborhood and also adjacent to a school in the Westover Hills community in San Antonio. Through an open records request, city staff learned that there were no noise complaints on record for this particular site. I would reiterate, however, that this is just one type of data center, and there are data center site layouts which are substantially larger in scale and power usage than this example. While no noise complaints were reported at this location, a similar data center in Chandler, Arizona was the subject of noise complaints. In that case, the city of Chandler worked with the company to add additional sound mitigation measures. Cities have the ability to regulate and require mitigation strategies through restrictive covenants, city ordinances, and legal enforcement if necessary. This is not the case in Texas counties. Next slide. It is important to note that data centers vary widely in their design, equipment layout, and cooling technologies. Here you can see structural walls built around outdoor equipment. As mentioned earlier in this presentation, restricted covenant conditions have been proposed by the applicant to address sound decibel limits. Next slide. The proposed site is directly adjacent to the Hayes Energy Plant, which is zoned heavy industrial and already produces some periodic noise. There are already restricted covenants in place on the Mayberry property to help protect potential new homeowners from noise from the power plant. Next slide. From a land use perspective, the question before council is whether it's more appropriate to place 470 single-family homes or a data center next to the power plant. While some may wish for a third alternative, and there could be one in the future, the property is currently zoned and entitled for single-family homes. The decision will be whether to allow the requested industrial zoning. Next slide. Now we'll talk about water use and energy demand. Next slide. Historically, many data centers have used evaporative cooling systems, which require significant amounts of water and lose much of it as steam. This project has committed to water usage limits by using a closed-loop, non-evaporative cooling or similar system. Next slide. The proposed data center's water allocation per the draft restricted covenant is limited to 75,000 gallons per day, or 235 land use equivalents, or single-family homes. By comparison, the currently zoned residential subdivision had more than twice this water contracted and allocated by the Crystal Clear Special Utility District. It is important to emphasize that these are allocated amounts. The actual water use is expected to be lower. Next slide. In a community meeting, company representatives at the time indicated actual daily usage as 4,000 to 7,000 gallons per building across 5 buildings. That equals roughly 20,000 to 35,000 gallons of water per day. This number aligns with actual water usage records from a data center located in the city of Round Rock. At a recent Capital Area Council of Governments committee meeting, the Round Rock Public Works Director said that their Saby data center building uses an average of 5,479 gallons of water per day. By comparison, the 470 home subdivision would use at least twice as much water, even under drought restrictions. So in practical terms, this proposed data center would use less water from our local water supply than the residential subdivision alternative. But this speaks to only that water used on site. Next slide. Concerns have rightly been raised about the large power demands of the data center industry and the water used to generate that power across the state. ERCOT and transmission service providers such as LCRA manage grid connections by evaluating whether there is adequate generation and transmission capacity to a data center site. Data centers are placed into queue for approval as power and transmission capacity or system upgrades are identified. The water used to generate power varies widely depending on the power source. Solar and wind power use little to no water. Natural gas plants may be water-cooled, think of cooling towers losing large amounts of water to evaporation, or air-cooled, think air-cooled turbines using no water. Because of this mix of power generation sources, it is impossible to identify the actual source of water or calculate the exact amount of water that would be required to generate grid power for this facility or any other customer on the ERCOT grid. However, it is undeniable that power generation facilities across Texas use significant amount of water. It is one reason why some suggest that this data center contract directly with the Hayes Energy Power Plant, which uses reclaimed wastewater from the city of San Marcos for cooling. Next slide. And finally, the financial considerations. Next slide. As you saw during the budget adoption process, the city faces growing financial challenges due to state-imposed revenue caps, declining commercial and residential property values, declining sales tax revenue, increased costs from state mandates, and an increasing population to serve. Combined, these factors are projected to lead to budget shortfalls in the coming years. Next slide. Property tax revenues for the proposed project are generated from the land and the buildings, which typically increase in value over time, the servers and other equipment housed inside, which depreciate over several years but is eventually replaced. This project anticipates a minimum investment of $1.5 billion on the 200-acre site. The chart includes a $500 million, $1 billion, and $1.5 billion tax revenue projection. So you can see the amounts of revenue to the city, the school districts, and county under their approved FY26 tax rates under each of those scenarios. Next slide. So in summary, next slide. Due to limited server storage capacity and low vacancy rates for existing data centers in the Austin-San Antonio market, new data centers are being developed in the region to meet this demand, connecting to the same grid and using the same power sources and water. For a data center that is proposed to be built within the city limits, the city has the opportunity to regulate and limit on-site water use, to achieve higher levels of flood and stormwater quality protection, the ability to regulate noise, and finally, the ability to capture tax revenue to fund city services for our residents. It needs to be noted, though, that whether a data center is built within the city, in the county, or somewhere in the region, every new data center that pulls power from the ERCOT grid continues to strain an already strained electric grid and will require large amounts of water to generate power somewhere in the state. That concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Floyd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pantelian. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. So with that, the recommendation tonight is that, this is a public hearing only, so no action is required by council. Staff has recommended approval of this. And additionally, at the January 13th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission also voted 6-2 to recommend approval of the PSA. So coming forward in some of the discussion topics tonight, talk about the timing requirements for the resubmittal, some things for amendments, restrictive covenants, and tax breaks have all been things that have been brought forward and can be discussion topics, of course, for tonight. But that's recommendation from staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. That
Okay,
concludes our
thank you.
presentation.
All right. Sorry I missed that. So now is the time for the public hearing. We have a number of people who are signed up. If you didn't sign up, you will still get an opportunity. Remember that after you speak, please, we need you to sign in on the form back there. I'm going to call these names in order, same drill as the citizen comment period, and the same quiet ask also. This is the order, which will be John Mayberry, Robin Blackburn, Crispy Polanco, Michael Whalen, and Michael Martinez, in that order. John Mayberry, you are first.
Mayor and Council, John Mayberry, applicant for 904 Francis Harris Lane. Before I get to my prepared comments, I wanted to say I appreciate the director from Crystal Clear coming and asking for some clarification, and I'll provide some clarification too on 3 basic facts about the water contract we have with them. The state requires Crystal Clear to serve our property because we are in their certificate of convenience and necessity. We have a signed contract with them for over 550 LUEs, or over 150,000 gallons per day of water. And we have committed via the restrictive covenant to cut that in half. So those facts have been consistent. They're still the same. For several months, we've been clear that a decision would eventually come before this body about how data center development occurs in this corridor, specifically whether it happens inside the city or outside it. The race for the available near-term power from ERCOT has put that policy choice before you. I'd like to briefly reference the petition included in your backup materials. It was submitted by a neighboring landowner, Carson Select Investments LP, whose property is so substantial in size and shares a long boundary with ours. Because of that, it independently meets the threshold required to trigger a supermajority vote. So the obvious question is, why file the petition now? And to answer, I'll give you some context. In June of last year, the Carson property submitted a draft development agreement to the city proposing a data center project and entered negotiations with the City Council subcommittee. Until we were recommended for approval by Planning and Zoning on January 13th, there was no reason for the Carson Data Center to step from behind the curtain. Once we passed Planning and Zoning, they decided to file the protest in order to protect their own data center and its race for the electricity. While the timing is notable, the larger point is what it represents. The city has been aware for some time that data center development is being contemplated both inside the city and in the ETJ. Under the state law, ETJ projects may opt out directly into the county beyond city zoning authority, environmental standards, and enforcement mechanisms. That's simply the framework within which this council is operating. Our project took a different approach. From the beginning, we listened to staff and neighbors. Rather than seeking variances, we made enforceable commitments on water, stormwater, noise, sustainability, buffering, and worker protections. We accepted higher standards than city code requires and agreed to binding covenants. And we pay city property taxes immediately without any request for delayed annexation. Because of that approach, city staff has recommended approval, and Planning and Zoning has voted in favor. What this council will vote on is not whether the data center development will occur near this power plant. It will. The question is whether, under whose rules, and with what level of accountability. A project approved inside the city brings public oversight, enforceable standards, and direct fiscal benefit. A project that proceeds in the ETJ or county does not. This project represents the best path forward for the city of San Marcos and its residents. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robin Blackburn. Is Robin Blackburn here? After, I believe then our next speaker will be Crispy Polanco. I see Crispy coming to the podium, and then Michael Whalen and Michael Martinez.
Are we skipping right to me?
It was there after, I heard it several times afterwards. If it doesn't, I'll say something. We'll need your name and address since this is a public hearing.
Okay, so we are skipping right to me?
I'm sorry?
We are skipping to me?
I didn't see Robin Blackburn step up, so you're the next speaker.
Okay. Crispy Polanco, 669 Bandera Street in the Saddlebrook area. Earlier tonight, I brought up the Palestine vote last summer, and part of that is for my comments here. That night I saw, the common conceit I hear from people is that City Council basically bent the knee to the governor because the governor threatened to take your allowance away. And tonight and basically every other night, we're being led to believe that City Council is gonna take the time and money to file injunctions should the restrictive covenants be violated. I'm hoping I can get City Council to think about something between now and the final vote on this. What if the people of San Marcos are able to bring San Marcos, the city, to a grinding halt in response to approval for this data center? We don't need everybody. We just need enough. We don't need them to occupy any building or any street. We just need them to stay home. While I would prefer the former, with a bunch of ice goons running around, maybe staying at home might be best. But what if we are able to do this for a week, maybe more than a week? Maybe we do it several different weeks throughout the year until somebody says, stop, wait, we can't do this. What is a better future for San Marcos, or a brighter future, whatever they're called? What are they gonna think about their investment in November after that? How are you going to feel about your fiduciary this and fiscal responsibility that after we shut the city down? I can't see your faces. I have no idea what your reaction to this is. I can't promise that it will happen or it won't happen, but I want you to think about what if we do make it happen. We will feel a little bit of pain in the community, but we also can take care of each other and make sure we all get our needs met as best as we can and mitigate that pain. There are groups of people and individuals in this community that are willing and waiting to facilitate and help guide that mutual aid to make it happen. What about the rest of you? Can you handle that pain? That's what I want you to think about. I'm not going to sit here and thread, oh, we're going to get you in November, because that proves futile, because A Brighter Future for San Marcos just bought 2 seats this last election. But either way, I think I might see at least one of you this November. I mean, I'll be showing up to council meetings between now and then as well, but I mean, I hope you get my point. But that's all I got this time.
Michael Whalen.
Michael Whalen, 100 Congress Avenue, Austin, appearing on behalf of the applicant. We've discussed at length the benefits of this proposal, particularly the higher standards on water use, environmental performance, noise regulation, and the strong enforcement mechanisms that safeguard those commitments. But at their core, these cases present a policy decision about what makes the most sense for this specific property. This site is located along a rural roadway directly adjacent to a power plant and immediately across from another large tract in the ETJ that is also proposed for data center development. The key distinction is not whether a data center will exist in this area, it already will. The question before council is whether the development occurs inside the city, subject to city standards and enforcement, or outside the city beyond your jurisdiction. The adjacent Carson ETJ data center project will not be bound by city zoning, city noise standards, city water policies, or city-enforced environmental protections. It will not be subject to restrictive covenants, injunctive relief, or ongoing city oversight. Their plans won't even be approved by your city staff. And it will pay no city property taxes. By contrast, our proposal intentionally locates inside city limits. It accepts stricter than code requirements on water usage, stormwater performance, impervious cover, and noise. Those commitments run with the land and are judicially enforceable. This approach ensures that development adjacent to critical infrastructure, such as a power plant, happens under city control, not outside of it. From a fiscal standpoint, this proposed use would generate millions of dollars in recurring stable tax revenue for the city while placing minimal demands on city services. Data centers require very little in terms of ongoing municipal services compared to most other large-scale users. It also is important to understand that modern data centers are not short-lived facilities. The building shell itself is a long-duration asset designed to last for decades. Unlike most industrial uses, which peak in value on day one and then steadily depreciate, the data centers undergo continuous capital reinvestment. The equipment inside these facilities is regularly upgraded as technology advances, which helps sustain property value and long-term appraisals. That ongoing reinvestment translates directly into a durable, predictable tax base for the city. So, the decision before you is not whether data center development will occur in this corridor, it is where, under whose rules, and with what level of accountability. We believe development inside the city with enforceable protections and long-term fiscal benefits is the better policy choice. Thank you, and obviously happy to answer any questions when appropriate.
Okay, next speaker is Michael Martinez. After Michael Martinez, or up next in this order, will be Maxfield Baker, Bobby Levinsky, Tori Martin, Katie Buchanan, and Gina Fleming. It looks like we're going to Mr. Baker.
Hello, can you hear and see me?
We can.
Great. Yes, my name is Maxfield Baker, 314 Shady Lane, San Marcos, Texas 78666. Yeah, the the question that I've posed several times that I've yet to really hear staff answer, and so I would hope, somebody on council asks this, especially if you plan to be in favor of this and tout the restrictive covenants as the reason for it. How enforceable are these restrictive covenants? They said there is injunctive relief, but clearly that would require code compliance to go out and prove that they are over decibels. We saw in the conversation around even figuring out Tantra's decibel levels located near downtown San Marcos that there was so much trouble even internally between even the city deciding who's responsible for documenting this. Is it police because it's after 5 p.m.? Is it code enforcement? Can police even enforce these laws or measure these decibels and hold that in a court of law? It all became finger pointing and blameless in the end. And so we also know, this was brought up during planning and zoning, that the data center and their water use and all these things are when things are going well. But it is very likely that at some point the grid might not support them. We might have a blackout or something like that. And at that point, this data center would be required to use generators, and this is per their own communications to us, that they would use generators to supplement the power during that time. Well, are those generators subject to the noise ordinance, water usage, et cetera, air pollution, right? I would imagine that if we wanted to have actual enforceable numbers on these, we would, at the cost to the developer, require them to have equipment at site that monitors these issues like noise and pollution, air pollution, and water usage, and have those reported to a public open portal that anyone in the city could do. Because as staff said time and time again during visioning, they do not have enough staff to police these kind of things. Our police department said they do not have enough staff to go out and enforce these things. They have bigger fish to fry and bigger jobs to do. So to Mr. Polanco's point about, thinking that staff is all of a sudden going to have this magic amount of time to enforce an injunction, I think is pretty wishful thinking. And, again, the false narrative about the houses, it just stop. We don't buy into that. It's just really frustrating to hear these things continually.
Our next speaker is Bobby Levinsky.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bobby Levinsky, 248 Camaro Way here in San Marcos. I was one of the residents who submitted comments on the 2024 comprehensive plan. I took the time to read it. I suggested changes. I even spoke out at some of the public hearings. Unsurprisingly, data centers are not mentioned in the comprehensive plan. In contrast, the comprehensive plan adopts goals to facilitate reduced energy use and water consumption. The comprehensive plan establishes the conservation cluster place type for areas where development would be discouraged over the life of the comprehensive plan. This place type was established after the city received significant community and stakeholder input. It was developed as a concept where development may still occur within areas that currently have open space, farmland, and are otherwise undeveloped, but would ensure San Marcos retains many of those assets and maintains a high environmental quality. We are losing our agricultural lands, and this is one of those examples of it. I just spoke to somebody here who was here the first time. He owns 100 acres next to this data center. He has ag land right next to the data center, and he's also very concerned, and he plans to come speak out on the 17th. We've also had Tori Martin here speaking about her ag land. We've had Abigail Lindsay speaking about her property out there. There are people that already live out in this area, and doubling down on the environmental harm by adding a data center doesn't cure the problem for them. Adding light industrial uses where we weren't envisioning it in our comprehensive plan doesn't solve the issue either. I spoke earlier about the 1-year waiting period for the zoning case. I really encourage you to look into that because I think that language is very clear. But I also want to make a pitch that this plan, the preferred scenario amendment is also being improperly considered under the 6-month period that your staff has looked at. There's an argument that deny doesn't really mean deny, as you have to do a motion to deny. But that's not how the language reads. If you look at a plain language of the dictionary, Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines it as to refuse to grant. Deny means to refuse to grant. Or American Heritage Dictionary, which I checked out here at our San Marcos Library, it says, which is to decline to grant or allow refuse. That case was denied because it failed to get a supermajority vote of the council. I think both the zoning case and the preferred scenario amendment are being improperly brought before you without a waiver being granted by the city council or the planning commission, and I would please encourage you not to approve either one until the waiting period expires. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tori Martin.
Tori Martin, I live at 1301 York Creek Road, and I have for the last 26 years. I think the last time I sat in this room, I think I was broken. Something that I did see that was very beautiful in those 8 hours, if I know y'all try to watch a lot of that, but someone who is also on our side against the data center mentioned it's very unfair to pin labor workers against other regular hardworking citizens, and I thought that was very beautiful to bring up, and I'm very proud of people on our side thinking about that. I also love blue-collar men, so I agree, and I don't think it's fair because neither of us benefit. It's the developer that benefits from the situation, so I thought that was something beautiful to take away from our very long night with P&Z. There was also something that was said by one of the labor workers that these are life-changing jobs. There's something life-changing about it. It's not jobs. But whose life is it going to change? Is it going to change yours? It's actually not going to change any of y'all. It's going to change mine. It's going to change Abigail and Jennifer Lindsay. It's going to change all of my neighbors, which I'm sure y'all actually aren't familiar with, so I will read you their names. Lydia Torres, Jesse Torres, all the Torreses, Roxanne and Philip Tuff, Donald and Jermaine Tuff, Mary Littlefield Devine, James Baugh, David Baugh, the Burtons, Kelly Bowman. And I didn't meet a lot of my neighbors till just 11 months ago during all of this, you know, we're all spread out. But those are the people whose lives are going to change. I did not write a speech today. I woke up to feed horses and I found my horse had passed away, so I had to rearrange my schedule to handle that. But instead I thought I would mention that we are having a town hall that I would love for y'all to come to on the 12th. And it is a goal to join the public officials with the community members and subject matter experts and to provide an opportunity for people on all sides of their issue to share their perspective and have their voices heard. It's going to be at the VFW at 6 o'clock on the 12th, and I would really, really appreciate it if you guys could all come. It would mean a lot. We'd like to have open dialogue with y'all. We don't really get to do that here, so thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Katie Buchanan, who I believe is online. They're not, okay. That was their intent. And so the next will be Gina Fleming. After Gina Fleming, I have Erica Moore, Aaron Brown, and Sonia Gray signed up. Gina Fleming.
Okay, I'm Gina Fleming. Address is 1013 Dartmouth, San Marcos. First, I'd like to comment about the construction jobs. I listened to the construction workers talk about that they had discussed this with Cyrus Wan and about the pay that we would get and the benefits, but none of them mentioned for what time period. Cyrus Wan is explicitly pursuing modular construction, so most of the long-term construction jobs are in the factories creating the components of this modular construction, and data centers are going up much more quickly now. So it should be a modular construction job. I don't see that as lasting very long. I would like to emphasize that none of the items in the restrictive covenant actually address the concerns of the residents. We're not here today because we're worried about whether or not the data center will be housed in LEED certified buildings. We're not of the persuasion that lowering the noise by 10 decibels would make the data center acceptable, or that a closed loop system is going to meaningfully impact the net water use. The energy usage has not been addressed and cannot be addressed by a restrictive covenant because it is a non-negotiable requirement of the data center. It was Cyrus One that actually explained to us that the closed-loop system would require more energy, which would ultimately result in greater water usage than if a closed-loop system had not been used. The drain on the water is through the production of energy, not on-site use. This has been acknowledged time and time again and then dismissed and ignored. The idea that a restrictive covenant is giving us meaningful control is an illusion. I'd also like to add that it's not just the conversion of natural gas to electricity, it's also the extraction of the natural gas that consumes a great deal of water. That being said, the city does have more power than the county because counties don't have zoning. The city has the power to deny a request for a change of zoning. Your power, your greatest power in this issue is the power to say no. It's an important power, and I hope you choose to exercise that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is, Erica Moore. She's still here.
Hello, I'm Erica Moore. Hello again. My address is 1350 Sadler Drive, apartment 8101, San Marcos, Texas. I think Mr. Whalen brought up interesting points that seem to be kind of exhibiting a little bit of miscommunication between the public and this proposed data center, which according to him, which I believe is happening, but the matter of it being whether it's within the city's zone to control or outside of the city, I still feel that under this specific zoning proposition, it inadequately represents everything that the data center is truly functioning as. I mean, it really only addresses one portion of the employment opportunities, but this entire time, we haven't really addressed the actual operation of the data center and what exactly it would be doing. And so I kind of feel like this zoning proposition doesn't sufficiently categorize the data center and everything that it represents. So I guess what I'm proposing is that there be maybe consideration of a more specific zoning proposition, not under this commercial low and lighting proposition, because it seems kind of to paint only part of the picture. I think that the public would feel a lot more secure if there was a little bit less kind of obscure language around the data centers and actually being on the nose about the function of the data center and how it's going to play a role in our future. Thank you.
Next speaker is Aaron Brown.
How y'all doing? I'm Aaron Brown, back again. So here we go. We're talking about this data center. You guys get to decide over the next couple of months what's going to happen, right? What we're really talking about is whether, A, we want a housing development, B, we want a data center, because that's the two options you are given at this point. Now, housing development sounds great, right? Let's pro-con that. Let's look at the water usage. Let's look at the water usage. Let's look at the utilities. Let's look at fire and EMS. Now let's compare that to the data center. We already know that the water usage is much greater in the housing development. Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Some of y'all will. But when we go looking at the data center and the possibility of the environmental impact, you have a much greater chance to environmentally impact our ETJ, our town. When we start talking about the housing development again, we're talking about much larger rates of traffic, and we're already looking at, 3-4 new developments out on 123. We're already looking at more travel. We're already looking at more of a bedroom community. Now, when we start talking about bedroom communities, I think everybody up here knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? Everybody here or most of the people here, are not living here, working here because, well, we don't have a lot of industry. This data center is not going to provide that industry. We're looking at, what, 50 jobs max? We're looking at maybe half of those going to local San Martians. Where's the balance here? Where is the balance in the impact that this data center is going to have in comparison to the impact that the housing is going to have? And that's the tough job for y'all. Here's where I stand on this, and I got a minute 20 left. I spoke pretty fast. Bringing in those additional people, if we can bring in the industry for them, are going to create the tax base that is eventually going to get us the funding that we're looking at now with the upgraded data center, right? That's the biggest argument we have right now. Funding for our schools, funding for our city, funding for our roads, funding for our utilities. That's what we're looking at, all in all, because that's really where the argument has started to lie. It should still be lying with what is happening in the ETJ, but in reality, we're starting to break it down into dollars and cents, and right now in dollars and cents, this doesn't make sense. With the last couple of seconds I have here left, I do want to reiterate something from earlier when I was speaking about the P&Z. I am here. I'm a San Marcos resident. I may not live within the zone, but I am here every day. I'm the VFW quartermaster. I am the troop treasurer for I'm the treasurer for the San Marcos High School Air Force JROTC. I was your Girl Scout Service Unit Director for 7 years, total. I'm in this community speaking. Thank you for your time.
And Sonia Gray is the last person who has signed up to speak. After that, if there's anyone here who wishes to speak, if you would be ready to move inside, be sure you sign in. You can do that while you're waiting behind the person who's speaking in front of you. If you've already signed up, Sonia Gray was the last one who was signed up. Is Sonia still here? If not, then whoever is, if a couple of you want to go, if you'll come on, tell us who you are, give us your address, and you got your 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zane Porterfield. I live at 1898 Creek Road in Dripping. I'm here tonight because I am a studious local about groundwater governance. This is my area of work. So over the last couple weeks, we've seen some pretty major shifts in the field in Texas, but especially in Hays County, related to our water futures. Now, I know a lot of you are also studious about this. You've been working for years and years to solidify our water futures with pretty elaborate and at times miracle regional planning, actually. However, the impasse that we're at this moment is that we have over-allocated all of our groundwater. We have over-allocated our surface water, and we have over-allocated the water for the Alliance Pipeline as it stands. When I was at Crystal Clear Special Utility last week, I was struck by the concerns of the board because looking at their available groundwater that they've reported to the Barton Springs Edwards Conservation District, they're looking at 40 acre-feet in the red in the coming years, and that's when the Alliance Pipeline comes online in 2040, still in the red. They're $1 million in the red already because they had to take out an $18 million loan from the Water Development Board to get that alternative source, and they can't get any more pumping from the wells that they have. Sit with that for a moment. And they're afraid to self-advocate to you, and they're actually afraid to not issue a will serve. Why? They told us, because they could get sued to death. They could get sued to death in federal court for discrimination. You heard earlier, you heard them say they have a CCN, they have a legal obligation to serve. That's one interpretation of Texas water law. There is a shift in Texas water law we're undergoing right now that's across the state, and Hays County is the poster child for challenges in groundwater governance. We are about to be before the House Natural Resources Committee in a week to talk about the challenges that Hays County faces because our groundwater district is getting sued to death. Some of our water companies are getting sued to death. Who is suing them? Who is in charge, right? You have an opportunity here to see yourselves as regional planners. It's really concerning that you're willing to use some of the most expensive water in the state that we have worked so hard to source on these things that are not in the comprehensive plans. They're not in the LCRA management plans. They're not in the GBRA plans. People are struggling to catch up with this demand. Water companies are, groundwater districts are, so are you. Take some time. Give it a year. The money will still be there.
Thank you.
Did you give us your address?
1898 Creek Road,
Thank you. And what city?
Dripping.
Okay, thank you. I think I missed that. Next speaker? Anyone else, if you wish to speak? You need to be signing in and near the podium. Go ahead, your name and address.
Matthew Gonzalez, 17917 Basket Flower, Elgin, Texas. I will preface this comment by the fact that our local union covers 66 counties, central southwest Texas. That's a mere 93,000 square miles, with San Marcos in the heart of that. And so to folks who have been in these meetings before and asked if I'm local or not, this is definitely our jurisdiction, and we serve the people of the community. So I also would like to extend condolences to Ms. Torrey in the loss of her beloved horse and the comments that she made there. So the Laborers International, we are an entry-level craft offering access to career opportunities in the construction field, lifting people out of poverty. And the way that we do that is through the collective bargaining agreements that we have with our partner employers. So to put it in perspective and add some data to a job like this, this is considered industrial for us, so it automatically triggers immediate starting wages at $25.90 an hour for a journeyman laborer. A first period apprentice would start at $23.31. That's not even including the benefits. These data centers will be under construction for approximately 2.5 to 3 year periods. In that time span, on an annual basis, our members on average receive $13,000 annually that is paid by the employer towards their medical benefits. It is family coverage. And so in that same annual period, they will receive approximately $6,500 paid towards their pension. Now, that's on a full-time employee at 2,080 hours a year. Now, that's just flat 40-hour work weeks. You factor in overtime, and those numbers increase from there. Now, that's not also including their access to the training that we provide, which helps them earn higher salaries. And so that is life-changing to the 540,000 members of our international across the United States and Canada. And so you talk about justice-impacted people, transitioning military veterans, the homeless apprentice that I have working in Austin, who is now on the way to getting himself a home and a vehicle. Those are the changes and the life-changing opportunities that come with those jobs. Now, that was simply to provide context to what it is that we bring to the table. We still ask your support in supporting this data center. Thank you.
Do we have someone else signed up? I thought I saw you sign up.
Hi.
Go ahead. Name and address.
Cy Freedy, 528 Harvey Street. Abigail wanted me to share some words, so I'm gonna do that. She was distressed when I told her that Mayberry was basically suggesting that the petition came from Carson. So she wrote me. I, Abigail Lindsay, went door to door on Friday night at 7 p.m. to obtain signatures of the adjacent landowners with 200 feet of the Mayberry property. It was late, my son was with me, and I was exhausted, and my son was hungry. But I knew the ice storm was coming, and I had to do this. Every signature on that petition was obtained by me. I emailed the chief clerk's office on Monday, January 26th, because the office was closed due to weather. I hand-delivered the petition to the chief clerk's office on Tuesday, January 27th. The Carsons have every right to sign that petition, just like the people on Grant Harris Lane. Don't you dare call this the Carson petition. Call the Abigail Lindsay petition. I did it. Give a woman credit for once, John and Michael. And then I just, to the point of a lot of misinformation coming out in these spaces, also to the point of the idea that the data center could connect directly to the Hayes power plant. That's not how the grid works. Abigail has personally spoken with a representative from the power plant, and they have time and again told her they have no deals with any data centers, and that's not how the electric power grid works with ERCOT. So I will also say that the P and Z hearing a couple weeks ago, I was here with a friend who's, as I take it, been to a lot of these kinds of things, and he said he's never seen such a biased presentation from city staff. And it's frustrating. But, and I have some notes on the presentation. It's only changed a very little bit since the last time I've commented on it or tried to share my comments on it. It feels really disingenuous and frustrating. In case y'all still don't know this, like, you know, the very first graphic that you showed, Joe, where it shows like all the operational and planned data centers. I don't have my notebook with these notes in it, but Mayberry's project is larger than any currently operational data center in the state of Texas. So not thinking in count, thinking in capacity, we've talked about this. Don't compare it to a 10 megawatt data center next to an elementary school. It's a 375 megawatt data center. Did you ask the kids at the elementary school what it's like when the diesel generators are running? These kinds of things. It's very frustrating to be present for these kinds of presentations. Thank you.
Did you sign in?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Your name and address, please.
My name is Zachary Tyndall, 614 West Martin Luther King Drive, San Marcos, Texas. I was planning to speak on this in more detail at the next meeting, but there's this narrative that's been brought up by the applicant, so I figured I should try and nip it in the bud now if I can. There's this idea that voting for this data center would mean one less in the ETJ or in the general area, Hays County, whatever corridor you want to talk about. The rationale behind this, I believe, as voiced by Commissioner Spell at the P&Z meeting, was that ERCOT will place limits on the number of data centers that can develop in this area. That's not really how ERCOT works. They do consider what the grid can handle, but the grid is not set in stone. It is evolving, as people on Mayberry's team have argued at the previous P&Z meetings. I think tens of billions of dollars, possibly more, are being put into developing the grid and transmission lines in Texas to accommodate these data centers. So my point here is that voting for this data center does not mean we will have one less data center in the ETJ. You're voting for one additional data center. The idea that ERCOT will save us or limit this in the long term is just a mistaken understanding of how ERCOT works. I will have a statement to share with you before the next meeting from actually the journalist that Commissioner Spell referenced, one of her articles in his statements about ERCOT, and she's contradicted his statements to this effect. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get that to y'all now, but I hope y'all are aware of that. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else to speak? Be right near the podium, or I'm going to close the public hearing pretty quickly. You're here in time. Your name and address.
Hello, my name is Sheridan Schaefer. I did sign up 818 Waco Street, San Marcos, Texas. Thank y'all so much for being here today and for hearing the public input. And I also just want to thank everyone who's been involved in this issue over the course of the last year, because I'm definitely relatively new to this issue and I'm learning a lot. One of my first recent engagements was attending one of the community town hall meetings where Stephanie Reyes was there leading it and was showing us kind of what the priorities for the community were. And by far, the most important priority for the community was protecting our natural resources. I do feel like there was a lot of effort that went into building that, and that passing this vote would go in direct opposition to what the community has said is their priority. I feel like we're at a crossroads here where, I mean, hearing the staff's presentation, there are a lot of valid points to what they're saying, but the optics on this from the community right now are very much that the city is just completely steamrolling the community and ignoring all of the community input. And I feel like this is a very big crossroads. I know I've seen a lot of Facebook posts, a lot of attempts to build community engagement, the new community engagement department that we've seen developed. It's detrimental to the work that y'all are trying to do in building trust and rapport with your community. If you are to vote yes on this, like, you're definitely gonna be feeling that the community can have no faith in their leaders and that you aren't true representatives of their voices. So whatever you vote, I urge you to have more public forums on why you voted that way, because right now it just feels very obscured. It feels very in the shadows, hush-hush behind the scenes, and it just feels kind of like a betrayal to what the community has said is important to them. Maxfield spoke on this earlier. I also dropped into one of the vision planning days, and I heard y'all discussing about there was a lot of lack of clarity on how you oversee the regulation of water consumption in the community, and that was just for, you know, regular household users. And hearing y'all discuss that didn't give me a lot of faith in your ability to oversee regulation of something at this scale, if it were to go against what they agreed to, whether that's something that the city could, you know, keep in control or to maintain. And I think that, you know, what we saw in recent current events in Minnesota is that we don't have to just go along with the status quo. We can stand up and fight back. And that there's a lot of cities that are propping up that we see in the news that have said no to data centers. San Marcos has the river. It gives us life and spirit, and we should be a leader in saying no and showing the rest of the country that we can stand up and fight, get back against the Trump administration and Greg Abbott selling out our land. Thank you.
And your time is up. Our next speaker. Looks like you did sign in. Thank you.
I did.
If you'll give us your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Laura Benavides. My address is 210 Nicola Alley, San Marcos, Texas, zip 78666.
Thank you.
Really, I came to say quite a bit of what you just said. I did also want to reiterate what Aaron and Bobby stated, not only about balance within our community, but really, what are we doing? I mean, it's not okay that you said we're gonna do this anyway. It feels like a violation. You're absolutely okay with that? Forcing something on an entire community that we don't want? How is this even
Ms. Romero,
okay?
you're to be addressing the council.
Oh.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I can do that. Because the thing is that these people have said it. And we all, as a community, want to know why this is even being allowed. Why is this okay? We boast such natural beauty, and yet these people want to bring in something that could possibly destroy that, our future. It's not okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Seeing no one approaching the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing. There is no motion this evening. That's not what we're agendized for. Mr. Aguirre, but we can discuss if we want to, but we don't have to. Is that correct?
That's correct, but no action.
Okay. I have a question. If I want to start working on some changes to the restrictive covenants, is that in order this evening, or is that something that would need to wait till the next time?
I think because the matter actually hasn't been taken up to add restrictive covenants as a condition of any approval, I think it would be at first reading. Of what I would suggest is if council members have ideas and whatnot for the covenants to come with those for potential amendments or any, you know, assuming there's an approval.
I'll be ready.
And, you know, what we have done in the past as well on those types of things is, you know, we don't want to presume what the final version of those will be because we actually not been agendized for council to actually discuss the covenants. So we have a draft from the developer, but council is going to have its input, and we would craft another version after final direction from council, assuming there's a motion, that is,
So,
on first reading.
so how would that work on first reading? We have a draft by, not the city. There's some things that I'm okay in the covenant, some things I'm not. There's some things I want to add, some things I want to change. So that would be in order at our next meeting when we're discussing the item after the public hearing?
Yes,
zoning?
that's correct.
Okay.
How it would fall, there'd be a motion to
I'll be
whether
ready.
to include covenants in the first place, assuming there's a motion to approve. That-
Right.
Yes.
Right. And a second. Okay. So that answers that question. Council? Thoughts? Comments? I have a few, but I can wait, let somebody else go first.
No direct comments on the actual, I mean, I just heard the explanation, so I wasn't really gonna utilize this time to ask a bunch of questions of the developer and do the same old that we've been doing time after time. I just wanted to express my considerable appreciation for each of you that continue to come out. I've been to just about every town hall that y'all have hosted, and I see that the coalition of people that y'all have brought forward continues to grow every single time. And while everything that has been said tonight sort of gets at I spent more time on that side than I have on this side. And the defeatist mentality that I've heard time and time again, I would just urge y'all to continue to remember that the power always lies with y'all and that this issue is not over yet. And I think all of you who have seen my voting record on this item know exactly how I feel about it. And so my question was more so, I know we got an email sent to us about supermajority requirements, and so I just wanted a brief clarification for the public on that as far as our upcoming vote.
You just want a general, are you referring specifically to the protest petition?
Yes, it's been mentioned a couple times tonight, and
Yes,
so I just want some clarification from you personally.
Yes, what the city has received a petition that represents opposition by the owners of at least 20% of the land adjacent or abutting the property that is being considered for rezoning. So if you get that protest by at least 20%, then that requires 6 votes, both for the comprehensive plan preferred scenario amendment and for the zoning request.
And has that threshold been met?
Yes,
trigger that?
planning staff worked, we reviewed, it appears that there was a valid petition.
Okay, so all subsequent votes, as you mentioned, just for further clarification, are going to require at least 6 members to say yes?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll save mine for next time. Okay. Council, we've still got a lot of stuff to do. Are y'all ready for a break?
Yes.
All right. It is 9:19. Please be in your seats, ready to roll at 9:30. Thank you. We have returned from our break. It is 9:34. We have a public hearing left to go. So, Mr. Vino, if you would read item 12, we will continue on.
Hold a public hearing and consider an appeal by Robert Espinosa on behalf of Rooftop on the Square of the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission denying a request for renewal of conditional use permit in case numbers CUP-25-61 to allow the sale of mixed alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption at 126 South Guadalupe Street.
Presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Floyd, Director of Planning and Development Services. And the item before you today, of course, is the item that was read, is an appeal of a decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission relating to the approval of a conditional use permit for Rooftop on the Square. Here it is, taking a little bit of look at the property and to set the stage. This is a small property about 0.16 acres right in downtown. This is approximately 150 feet south of Guadalupe Street and San Antonio Street intersections. Next slide, please. For a little bit in context and history, currently the Rooftop is a restaurant, defined as a restaurant or an eating establishment use, but has a CUP for on-premise consumption of alcohol, sale of alcohol. It's located within the central business area, and that defines restaurant as uses within the CBA are required to meet certain standards related to kitchen equipment, meal periods, advertisement, and cleanliness. It's outlined in Section 5 of the Land Development Use Code. So there are qualifications for a restaurant in the CBA. The business has held a restaurant or eating establishment CUP since 2012. Some of the surrounding uses of that include, personal services, law office, parking, and other bars that are adjoining it and adjacent to it. Next slide, please. The existing zoning of the property is a Character District 5 or a CD5 downtown. Of course, the use is a restaurant, and proposed use continues to be a restaurant and eating establishment. Their hours of operation are from noon to 2 a.m. The CUP expired on November 26th of 2025, and the applicant then submitted an application to renew that CUP, and that CUP was subsequently denied by the Planning and Zoning Commission on December the 9th. And just kind of to go through, here's a little bit of their floor plan. You can see it has an indoor area of about 3,000 square feet, an outdoor floor area of about 2,500 square feet. Next slide, please. Additionally, just some more about the floor plan. We also did notice the 44 notices were sent initially on the CUP renewal to the surrounding properties, and a sign was posted there. Next slide, please. So looking at the staff analysis of this and looking back on the initial analysis by staff at the Planning and Zoning Commission, there was a number of criteria that are looked at when we analyze this consistency with the Land Development Code. And so in that initial analysis, the staff found that it was consistent with a number of criteria, their use and so forth, but it also found later that there were inconsistencies. There wasn't holding to criterias 2 and 7 in section 2.8.3.4, and those primarily related to criteria for the proposed use that's consistent and adopted with a neighborhood character, and then additionally some proposed uses that incorporate features to minimize the adverse effects, including visual impacts of the proposed conditional use, and we'll talk just a little bit about that here in a moment. So that was the staff analysis, also neutral on a few other findings. So in going forward in accordance with our development code criteria, the staff at Planning and Zoning Commission provided a neutral recommendation, no recommendation, neutral. The Planning and Zoning Commission, after hearing the concerns and from staff, one of the big concerns that was heard at the Planning and Zoning Commission were the number of police calls. And of course, in your packet, you'll see memos from the police department, from the fire marshal's office, and some information from Neighborhood Enhancement about some of the issues at the facility and at the Rooftop bar that led to the denial by Planning Commission, unanimous denial of 9-0 at the December 9th, 2025 meeting. And so with that vote to deny that conditional use permit, the applicant had within 15 days to appeal that decision. They did to City Council, and then in a subsequent 60 days to bring it before the council for consideration of the denial appeal, so to hear that appeal. So in accordance with that, and per section 2.2.42 of the Land Development Code, a supermajority of the council, 6 votes, is required to reverse the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And again, I want to point out that in looking at, this denial, there just were a number of concerns, and there was, and again, members of our police department, fire marshal's office, neighborhood enhancement are here to answer any additional questions on some of those concerns that were addressed in the packet. But there were a number of calls, particularly in about a 3-month period this fall at the facility. And so with that today, that's what's in front of you. Council does have the ability, and Sam may have to make sure I get the language right. You can modify, you can uphold the appeal, and Sam, they can also, what's the third word? He really had some beautiful legal
Sorry, I
language
can't
there.
get my mic working. The council may uphold, modify, or reverse the decision.
So you have options to do any of those 3 with the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, which again was to deny the CUP. In the event that there's some considerations, potential considerations by council can look at, the permit being valid for no longer than a year. That number could be less. It could be less than a year, provided that the standards are met. So you could say, okay, we'll give you a CUP for 3 months or a year, or whatever. No live music, no live speakers are permitted. That's a condition that if the council wants to consider that, that would be a condition. Also, that the food shall be available to the patrons in the area of the restaurants in a manner that meets the requirements of our sections of the Land Development Code for eating establishments in the CBA boundary, and that the permit is posted in the same area and manner as the certificate of occupancy. So those are options if the council wants to consider any of those modifications. And so with that, be happy to answer any additional questions. Again, as I mentioned, a number of staff from other departments are here to answer any questions you may have of them related to any of the information in the packet.
And
So-
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
and I apologize, I was looking at something else here on another item, but did you speak to the supermajority requirement?
You did.
I did,
Well,
yes, it
okay.
does require 6 votes.
It's
Great,
on
thank
the-
you.
Reverse
It's
that.
on the slide to make sure that we understand.
And to make sure I said it, yes.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, and so if we have questions, which we probably will, I know I've got a couple, because I'll explain in a minute. So I will open the public hearing and ask if there is anyone present who wishes to speak about this. We do need you to come up to the podium, be ready to state your name and your address, and we need you to be sure that you sign in that form on the little table behind when you finish speaking. You can be first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Santos Martinez, 2489 Camino Plata Loop Northeast, Rio Rancho, New Mexico, 87144, speaking on behalf of Rooftop on the Square. I just want to go over the items that are included in your docket regarding this application. You'll notice that Rooftop has been open since 2012. In the staff report, they identify in the first year of operation there were issues with code compliance and the police department. But you'll also notice in the staff report that those items had been resolved because subsequent to that, this establishment got a 3-year conditional use permit, subsequently every year after that. With this application, staff had noted that in their matrix that this application had complied with most of the standards to have consideration for approval, minus the inconsistency which was listed as the police reports that you just heard from staff. I'd like to delve into those police reports, which is page 1 of your packet. You'll note there are listed the 9 incidents that were called to this establishment.
When you say packet, you mean what you have given to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Not what's in our packet on
Yes,
the
ma'am,
web?
in the binder
you.
that you were handed out by the clerk, yes, ma'am. So on page 1, it just highlights those 9 incidents that were listed in a relationship to this establishment. If you'll look, we've highlighted those incidents that occurred that resulted in no citation, no warning, or no report. However, they continue to be a strike to this establishment. If you go through that list, there's 3 citations that were issued. Let's look at the first one. If you go to page 2, it gives you more detail that in the staff report, an individual appeared at the property that was throwing things around. And you'll notice the last line is CTW was issued at the request of the owner. Well, if you look at what happened, there was a homeless man who came into the establishment about 5:30 in the afternoon when staff was going through training, started throwing chairs around, started cursing at staff. We asked the police to come and help us get this person off the property. They also asked, please issue a criminal trespass on this person so we can have him removed from the property in the event that he returns. Yet that's a strike on our establishment. If you look at the last incident on page 1, was a report listed by the fire department. If you go to page 3, this is the information that was included in your PNC report. It's not in detail in your council. So we're not changing any of the data. We just took it from the PNC report and listed it on page 3. Fire marshal came out on November the 1st, saw 200 people on the sidewalk, blocking the driveway, asked the manager how many people are inside, 230. Well, let's take a look to see if it's over. Felt that there were too many people inside, and he asked the manager, can we have people go out and recount and come in, or we can shut you down? Manager said, let's do the recount. As everybody came out, there were more people on the sidewalk. Fire marshal said, we're just gonna shut you down. It should be noted, every establishment on the square that night was also shut down. This wasn't an incident isolated to the rooftop. Every establishment was closed.
And your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak for, against, or about this item? Now would be the time, and after you speak, if you would be sure and sign up on our list.
Yes, ma'am. Robert Espinoza, 126 South Guadalupe Street, San Marcos, Texas, 78666. Looking at this police report here is really what I'm trying to refer to on page 2. In reference to the incident at hand that Officer Poorboy actually addressed in our last hearing on 11/1. There was a shooting on the square. Everybody ran. They were on the other side, came towards Rooftop. There was a 17 and a 20-year-old that, hearsay says they entered the Rooftop. Mind you, Rooftop has a strict dress code. Rooftop has pat-down policies. Rooftop also uses metal detector wands, which the police have seen themselves and noted in the last hearing. San Marcos Police approached my manager, Prasad Delvi, on 11/8, asking for my contact phone number. Mind you, this is 7 days after the initial shooting. So Officer Poorboy grabs my phone number, 11/8. I don't hear from Officer Poorboy till 11:13 at 10 p.m. On my personal cell phone, I received a text message asking for video footage. So I complied. I said, yes, I'll try and get you the video footage as soon as I can. 11:15, AV, I contact him. He says, we only loop 7 days. So as a business, we only hold 7 days on our DVR. So I did not have anything to say. I didn't reach back out to Officer Poorboy. Now, that being said, 12/9 came here to the hearing. We got denied verbatim, and he can vouch for it. I walked right out to the lobby and I asked Officer Poorboy if he can text me. I had received a new phone 2 weeks prior, so I populated the message again and I showed him and I said, hey, this is why I did not reach out. It was already 13 days past the initial shooting. Mind you, we're talking about hearsay from a 17 and a 20-year-old that, for as far as we know, are convicted felons that are saying they wore a jumpsuit, they carried a gun, and they were drinking, and they did not have IDs. Where's TABC at? I don't know where TABC is. And what is the protocol to getting this footage? Should we have filed a subpoena to get the footage? Or do we just text people at 10 o'clock at night on their personal cell phones and hope that we'll get it? Now, if you look at the last page there, second to last page, you have our security procedures. All of our staff is TABC certified. They all go through these procedures, how to pat down, how to check the waistline, check bags. We also have metal detector wands. 2 of your officers have seen them use it. That's all for now. Thank you.
You've got 20 seconds. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak for, against, or about this item? And be sure you sign the sheet. Did you sign up? Did you sign this, I'm sorry, did you sign this sheet over here?
Oh, yes, I did.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay,
I have as well.
thank you. It's your turn, 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Scott Withers, 163 Spyglass in the New Braunfels area. I've met, I think, just 1 or 2 of y'all up there, so I wanted to give a little background on this property and myself. I first moved to San Marcos in 2004, attended Texas State University until 2009. Once I graduated from college, some friends and I wanted to open a business, and we took a decrepit, unoccupied building and put a lot of time and effort and money into opening the rooftop. That was 2012. We had obviously a couple of things that we had to figure out right out of the gate, but we've always complied and worked well with the CUP committee. There was a 10-year span where we had 0 infractions. We've owned this business for 14 years in the real estate as well. You know, our track record speaks for itself. We've had, I think, 3 infractions, mostly related to technicalities or like late filing paperwork or things along those lines with TABC in 14 years. So I would like to put that record up against anybody else on the square in this town. You know, I've been doing this, I've been an owner for 15 years. We've got, you know, I've got 5 other bars and restaurants that we own, family-friendly coffee shops, all kinds of stuff. You know, we're not amateurs at this. We know what we're doing, and, you know, we are kind of caught off guard by the last hearing, to be honest. I know the staff's recommendation was 1 year. There was minimal conversation had, except for 1 report, and, you know, I don't quite know how we got here. So it seems like, you know, there might be a bigger issue, and I'd like to know what that is. Because the fact that we're here today having to fight for this it doesn't seem right. That's all I've got.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Need your name, address, and make sure that you have signed in.
Patricia Morgan, 696 Westport Drive, Fate, Texas, 75189. Arbitrary and capricious. So I'm here to go over the standard that we should be evaluating this company as. When we look at compliance and we look at the last hearing having noted things have been complied with what we wanted, but oh, here's 9 police calls, that's not new and substantial evidence for which to deny a permit. As Santos said, 5 out of 9 of those calls resulted in no report. 1, we called ourselves and asked for help, but yet we're getting dinged with a violation. Where is the new and substantial evidence against us? Hearsay, right? Yeah, sure, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, right? So we can listen to hearsay, but hearsay cannot be the basis of a denial when it is unverified, self-serving, or contradicted by evidence of compliance. We need more than that. We need clear and substantial. This shooting didn't happen at the rooftop, so you don't get to impute criminal activity to this business, right? We're also seeing an inference of non-cooperation because of a text message. So the shooting happened on the 1st or 2nd. We get the suspect apprehended. We are told allegedly he's at rooftop, but we don't come to the establishment on the 2nd to ask for the video. No, we don't come the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th. We come on the 8th. We get the phone number of the owner who can give authority to see the video. We don't call him on the 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th. We text message him at 10 p.m. on the 13th. The footage is gone. Any business owner knows that. 7 days. So this is a botched investigation over a shooting. This is a big deal, but we're getting the finger pointed at us. Arbitrary and capricious. I just want those words to resonate. An area problem should not be what we relate as use-specific impact, okay? Because even after the 13th, there's no subpoena, no warrants, no request for preservation of evidence. However, we also have no TABC knocking down their door saying this is a big issue. All we have is speculation, and I'm sorry, that's not new and substantial evidence. That's not what we get to base a denial off of on this level. Okay, so arbitrary and capricious, I just want those words to resonate with us. And what we're asking tonight is to look at the record. What do we actually have that's new and substantial if we show that we've complied? If we show that we fixed those code issues? Okay, so I'm asking that this matter be decided on the record for new and substantial evidence for denial and not arbitrary and capricious facts because we're scared or we don't like what we see in the area. Thank you.
Anyone else? And did you sign in? I did. Thank you.
Hello, Harlan Scott, 3601 Oak Springs Drive, Austin, Texas. I own industry downtown, and I'm certainly not here to litigate what happened with the police and whatnot. They're some of my best customers. I'm here just to point out what I've been through with P&Z and how this could happen to any business. I've watched people lose their CUPs or get 6-month CUPs because they didn't show up to the meeting, while a kangaroo court of unelected officials have tried to re-legislate new laws based on what they think a business is. I've been demeaned. I've been disrespected at every CUP meeting. I've been called a bar on a family restaurant that serves 70% food. I was on diners, drive-ins, and dives. Thank you very much. And I almost lost my CUP because of one neighbor that calls every time my decibels go above 75, which, by the way, I brought a dustbuster into CUP, and I think y'all probably saw that P&Z meeting, and demonstrated that a dustbuster is 85, and I might lose my liquor license in San Marcos for music at 10:05 p.m. I've gotten to know a lot of the P&Z members. They've come to know me, I've come to know them and respect them, but that should be irrelevant. They should hate me, I should hate them, or we should love them and they love me. That's not democracy, that's cronyism. There should be consistent, objective facts to get a CUP renewed, and that's it. And it never goes like that. And my colleagues in business ask me about San Marcos, they don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. They go to Buda, they go to Kyle, go to Braunfels. Because we got a downtown that's 1/3 vacant. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but it starts with P&Z. And I've been here for 8 years, I've never made a dime as a business owner. All I've done is be attacked and questioned about my motives. In a city that just doesn't want anything more than 2 stories, you determined not to become Austin. Doing a hell of a job. Thank you.
Did you sign in? Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this item? Now's the time. Okay, if not, I will close the public hearing and ask, usually I ask for a motion, but what would be the form of that motion and what would actually, it needs to be one of those 3 things? I need, this is rare, so I need help with this.
It would be a motion to, just like we said, uphold, modify, or reverse. It's kind of, one of the things too, just to clarify, is if there's a reversal, or it can be, the council can include some conditions of its own in, if that was the path they took. Otherwise, you could just uphold, or modify,
Okay, so, Mr. Scott, you are making a motion to uphold, which is upholding the denial?
He said reverse.
You said reverse? I thought I heard you say uphold. Okay, so your motion is to reverse. Okay, I'm going to see if there is
A second for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, and then, Mr. Gary, if it's to reverse, which puts it back in play, then we need to talk about conditions and the rest of it.
Yes, if the council wanted to.
At that
and
point.
Some of those could be depending what the staff recommended or anything else the council may
Yeah.
feel appropriate.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, did you have a question earlier?
Yeah, but I found it in the packet. I want to know what date P&Z denied, like how long it's been since the denial. But apparently it's been 56 days.
How long?
56.
Okay,
So I guess they denied on December 9th.
okay.
I have a question.
All right, yeah, hold on, Mr. Mendoza wanted to speak, but you can be next.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Santos, quick question for you, please, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And what is your relation to the project itself right now? The reason for you being here, you're representing the applicant. What is the reason why? Are you the attorney? Are you an advisor? What position do you hold with the applicant?
Thank you. Members of the council, I am a planner by trade. I've been a planning director in 3 different municipalities. I run my own land use company, independent since 2019. And so I received a call from the owner saying, can you assist us with this planning zoning application? And I agreed to assist and help, in addition, prepare the packet that you have and speak on their behalf.
Thank you, sir. So what you said here about the report written by Deputy Fernandez, or Deputy Marshal, you had used the word felt. When you had read this to us, unfortunately, you didn't highlight the part where it clearly states, the interior was filled with patrons standing shoulder to shoulder with little to no ability to move freely throughout the space. As a planning and zoning director, do you feel that that was a felt statement, or do you feel as a planning and zoning director that would have just been a common sense for either a bouncer or Mr. Dalvi himself to see that situation before they let everybody in?
No, I think it's a great question. I think ultimately the motive of the fire department to go in was to see, for themselves, how many people are inside. From my experience, an establishment that has typically over 100 people or 200 people is only allowed to operate so long as there are protocols from the fire department that are in place in the establishment. Fire sprinklers, fire alarms, the exits having strobes, and those elements exist within this establishment. So to say this was more of a hunch or a feel, I think that goes in line with just the proper investigation.
Okay.
The fire department wanted to see, hey, how many people do you have? And 230, that's a lot of people. But I think their CO says they can have 247. So regardless of the circumstance, I think the fire department felt, well, let's just go take a look, right?
Okay.
And in my experience, shoulder to shoulder, an assembly use, that's a lot of people that you can have, I think, per 6 square feet. That's a lot of people. It's kind of intended that if you have an assembly space, you're going to have some motions. But ultimately, the fire department said, you know what, let's just count. We can either count or shut you down. And the operator said, let's count. Let's have people exit the building and let's start doing a count. So I think all of those typically go with the protocols that you have from your fire department to say, let's just make sure it's safe. And in this instance, the operator agreed to all of those requests. Hey, let's come inside, let's take a look. Hey, you know what? Let's recount. That seems fair. Let's come down the stairs. And if you look at the report, and again, I'm not making these details, they're not fabricated. These are the details that were listed in the P&Z docket. We just took them verbatim. And the fire marshal made a call and said, I just think there's too many people, let's shut it down. Oh, and by the way, everyone was shut down that night. Everyone was shut down. So my point in this testimony was to explain that this was not an isolated incident for one operator, regardless of occupancy. Every establishment on the square was shut down this time. But I believe it's fair that a police officer or even a fire marshal coming in and say, let's just take a look, do you mind? And they complied. And I think you'll see that in their report. The fire department said the operator complied with all of our directives. I just feel that that's important to state on the record, whether it was a feel or a hunch, regardless of how that happened, how it started, it led to an invitation to come and check. And that's what transpired.
Thank you. Marshall. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Do you have any information as to how many were counted when they left that building? I know we said that there was approximately 200 individuals standing outside. I know there was an estimated 230 that were supposed to be in there. Do you have a number of how many were counted when they left?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I do not have the actual number. I'm Jonathan Henderson, Fire Marshal for the City of San Marcos. I don't have the actual number. However, I do believe that according to Deputy Marshal Fernandez's report, shoulder to shoulder would exceed that occupancy. And I've been in that actual establishment before. And whenever you're in the upper story and you are shoulder to shoulder throughout the entire area of the business, then you are over the occupant load of that business. As well as we've also determined that a new occupant load needs to be calculated because they've added a stage in the middle that affects the occupant load. The way that you have your chairs or tables oriented in the space, or as you bring more in, as you take some out, that needs to be recalculated. But according to Deputy Marshal Fernandez, that night it was overcrowded.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And I just have one more just to kind of clarify there. Thank you. I keep forgetting the gentleman's name. Anybody that wants to come up, because, I walked the walkthrough earlier from the staff. So if I can just ask anybody a question, because it has to do with the walkthrough that I went through with code compliance before you were given the last. Okay. Thank you, sir. So when I went up there to do the last walkthrough with our code compliance, I distinctly informed everybody that was up there with me that I kept finding bottles, the little airplane bottles between your deck and that fence line, and it was just dismissed. And it was basically saying, well, we just can't control that somebody just comes around and leaves those there. If you have enough bouncers or enough regulations, how are people getting away with pre-gaming at your bar before they buy? Because I saw there were hundreds of those little bottles that were sitting. Oh, yes, sir. And I pointed out to you guys.
Don't recall that at all.
Yes, sir.
I don't recall that at all, but we do take security very seriously at every establishment, including this one. We do wand and pat them down. The police have acknowledged that they witness us do this all the time. You know, like anything else, there's probably, you know, the occasional one that's in somebody's boot that doesn't get felt or something along those lines, but we do the very best that we can, and we do a really good job.
So you have security upstairs and downstairs monitoring?
Yes, on any given night, we'll have 6 security officers, 2 at each entrance for the 21 and the 18, and then there's 2 roaming in the up and down. So we have 6 security guards every single night that we're open.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
I was just getting ready to look this way and see who was next. Mr. Pacell?
I would appreciate just, if we could bring up, for the sake of getting on the record, what P&Z heard that night from the police department and code compliance, just so everybody's privy to what we got that night and how we came to that decision.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dwayne Poorboy, one of the night shift commanders, San Marcos Police Department. So when we were in front of the Planning and Zoning Committee that night, I presented some evidence about a memo. I was not working that night, but the memo was created from an email from Commander Paul Stevens. And essentially what happened was there was a shooting away from the rooftop where an individual that was arrested and Mirandized, just in conversation, said, hey, I was at the rooftop. And they said, well, how did you get into the rooftop? You're wearing pajamas and you don't have an ID. And then the kid said, well, I know people. And they found a gun that the suspect had, and he said, I also had that gun there. And so they thought that was curious. And so he went to jail. And so what I would submit to this body is that the police department was the only person that spoke at the last hearing. However, it's important to remember that there was a packet that was created during the first time that had violations with other city departments, and then a packet that had other violations at that second hearing that weren't actually just vocalized here.
And I'd appreciate a follow-up question if we could get staff, maybe you can come up here and tell us what was the issue within regards to their code compliance. And just for the sake of the record, that was the backstory. That's how we kind of got there. They had a couple issues, and I think we were working through those items. And then this all went down right about when the shootings had taken place. So.
Sure, I can start. Craig Garrison, planner, City of San Marcos. At the September approval, so this is Rooftop's approval prior to this denial at Planning and Zoning Commission, there were many health code violations that were reported by Neighborhood Enhancement. This led to their kitchen was not operational, which is a requirement of the Land Development Code of being a restaurant within the central business area. They then showed in December that the restaurant was active and they were meeting the Land Development Code requirements. And then the planning department staff gave a recommendation of neutral due to evidence brought by the fire department and also by the police department. And so they did come into compliance as far as health code violations by that December date from a planning department point of view.
I'd just like to summarize a little bit more what the fire department did, the fire marshal's office leading up to this. In September of 2025, we did a regular inspection of the establishment and found multiple violations. I would like to point out, in any establishment that we do an inspection, we're typically going to find several violations. As of today, we did a follow-up inspection, and there are still 2 minor outstanding items that need to be addressed. And I would like to say that they are minor, and so then they have made progress towards that. Just wanted that out there.
I've got a question for, can you remind me your name? I'm sorry.
Jonathan Henderson.
Jonathan Henderson, okay, Mr. Henderson. How long have you been working alongside, you know, the whole compliance issue? How long have you been working to see if they're in compliance since that September 2025 date?
Specifically for this establishment? I would say that my deputy marshals have been working alongside them and really kind of downtown as a whole project for 2 years? A couple of years as far as trying to get downtown under wraps.
Sure, yeah, and thank you for all the work that you do. Let me ask you, and just to make sure I heard correctly. So when you do these comprehensive inspections downtown, when you and your team do these comprehensive inspections downtown, did you say that it isn't an anomaly, that there are some issues that arise that the eventual owner has to address?
That's normal for us to find violations that need to be addressed. That is correct.
Okay. And so in the instance, and if you can't speak to it, just feel free to let me know. In the instance that issues have arisen with this particular establishment, what's been the response? Have they been cooperative? Have they, you know, what's the general feel?
I think that the general response is that as it relates to fire code issues, they've been responsive. And I think that it's a little bit different because being an establishment that normally operates at night, it's a little bit different or difficult for us to get on their schedule and meet them up in order to do certain inspections that really are better to take place during the day.
Sure.
So some of that I think is a schedule issue. But again, since September, they've taken care of all but 2 issues. I would have liked to have seen those issues get taken care of more quickly than they have. However, this is just how long it's taken. If I had one bit of frustration, that would be it, that it's taken a little bit to get these taken care of.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so then my next question would be for Mr. Poorboy. So I know you mentioned that there were supplemental materials that were provided to P&Z in addition to what we see in this packet here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because what I see in this packet here was what was included in the packet. And so the first issue was that, let's see, 6/28/25, the caller stated brother was missing. Is that, what other issues were you referring to?
I was actually referring to other city departments. And so although the police department was one of 2, the planning department obviously spoke at that final P&Z meeting, then the police department was the other one. There was a packet during the first hearing and a packet in the second hearing that had all of the issues for their review. So I just felt that it was reasonable that they would have taken that into account and not just said, hey, this is the only thing that we're going to deny this CUP renewal for.
Sure, because I do hear the arbitrary and capricious. I do. When I review this, obviously, you know, and we've talked about this at length about other issues as far as people calling the police department. We don't want to discourage people from calling the police department. And in this case, when I see that August 12th, 2025, and this was at the request of the owner to be there, I guess what I'm trying to see is, was this included in this packet for the sake of, I think it was mentioned, a ding? Or was this informative? I'm trying to understand the intent.
Sure. And I would say absolutely not. Matter of fact, when Mr. Paulsek was on the planning and zoning, what we tried to do is provide all calls for service. And then highlight the ones where the business would be responsible. So that way the P&Z Commission could see, hey, this is, you know, we get lots of calls for here, but these are the ones that are connected to the bar.
Okay. And off the top of your head, of these calls, which are the ones that should be of concern?
So I would say the one that I talked about at that second P&Z, the shooting.
And that took place on, let's see, do we have the date for that?
So that was Halloween into the November 1st.
And let me ask you, so I know unfortunately, we had a fatal shooting on the Halloween weekend. Is the call that you're talking about related to that shooting?
Unfortunately not. There were a couple.
Okay, okay. Did Code have anything else to add in addition to what we see here? Okay, so I guess this question's for the city attorney. What is the current status of operation? Are they inoperable right now? What are we currently looking at? Can I get a clarification?
I need to make sure if this was if it was already at its expiration date at the time P&Z took the action.
The conditional use permit was expired.
So technically they're not authorized to operate as a bar without a CUP in San Marcos.
Okay. May the owner or whoever's...
Hey, how you doing?
So I guess the status of operability, could you speak to that, sort of what things look like for you right now?
Yeah, we filed for an appeal, and per the city of San Marcos, as long as you file for the appeal, you're still able to operate. So we have been operating. We've been in contact with Claudia Cormier, to the fire marshal, to everyone knows our status of operation. And, method of contact is email, I guess text message now, but it is Thursday through Saturday, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. currently.
And just to clarify, that's been the city's practice for years and years.
So in the case of an appeal...
So as a technicality, they are without a CUP, right? But the city historically has not shut down a business when they're in this current status until there's some final decision of some sort.
So the decision we would make today, would it require second reading?
No, it does
Okay.
require 6 votes if
So
there's a reversal.
Just so I can get a hypothetical, if the decision that we make today concurs with the decision made at P&Z, then it would deem the business, they would be prohibited to operate.
Well,
is that correct?
Well, they wouldn't be able to operate to serve alcohol for on-premises consumption since they don't have a CUP for that. But they can continue to operate as a restaurant.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Oh yeah.
I've got a little bit more to add to that. So, sorry, Mayor, I apologize. 100% knowing that I sat on that commission that night, it was the urgency of the police situation that for sure weighed into it. I can't speak for every planning and zoning commissioner that was there, but for me, it was like we were already looking at some code issues. I really do feel like it was a case of some bad timing there. And I do remember talking to a couple commissioners where we felt that the weight of that had superseded zoning at that point. Does that make sense?
I guess, I went back and watched it, but since you were on the committee, I just have some general. When you say a sense of urgency, I guess I'm trying to understand what it is that you're referring to, because one of the claims being made is that the Halloween shootings and the reaction of that, whether it's from the P&Z committee or from the community at large, the police department, whomever, was sort of the catalyst, despite it not having a direct correlation with the operations that they were having. I guess I'm trying to understand, was this a decision made that was emotionally charged, or, the sense of urgency that you're referring to? Can you expand on that?
That's definitely fair. It went from, I believe, I'll have to go back and watch the video again, but we were already working with them on some existing issues, and we felt that they weren't, and this is my opinion, working with us as quickly as possible, as noted before. But when when it was brought into the conversation that about the underage guy that had been at the rooftop and had the gun and all the things like that, I think it changed the dynamic of that dais that night specifically. So it is fair to say that everybody on the dais was probably like, so yeah, uniquely specific to that conversation on that timing on that night. the rest of the comments made from some of the people earlier, we definitely do resonate with that. We understand the cut process can be laborious. We get all those things, but that, I think, is the tipping point.
Sorry, Mayor. Let me ask my colleagues. I'm newer to the dais, and I know some of y'all have had, prior to being on council, some experience serving on P&Z. I know we have some members that are part of the CUP. Do we see decisions made like, I mean, I understand a downtown fatal shooting is more of an anomaly than it is a frequent, thank God. But do we see decisions made in a way that one could argue they can be perceived to be emotionally charged? Do we see that happen frequently?
I guess I can speak to that. From my time at planning and zoning, no, we never took a vote like that because it was nothing as intense. When I can go back and say that we had something that was kind of similar where we had to take this kind of enforcement was a Longhorn Daiquiri, where it wasn't about a murder or a shooting, it was about consistent violations and a consistent moving around. When we'd have somebody go out there with co-compliance, they were just kind of just dismissive of everything, and the violations keep coming up and coming up. It was not so much it was never on an emotional basis. It was just what are your facts? What do we have out here? What are the violations?
Objective,
Things like that.
yes,
Exactly.
objective, yeah.
So I can't sit there that I've ever made. I never had something like that come across me in planning and zoning where it was that emotionally charged.
And I think that's where I'm struggling with this is I definitely share the need to have safe operating spaces, 100%. When I say I respect the work that y'all do, I really do. I absolutely. I guess for me, given that we are not a criminal court of law and are citing hearsay, I deeply struggle with that. Especially there were already concerns of this person being potentially intoxicated. So the validity of the hearsay for me, I'm struggling with. And that being the catalyst for the urgency that you're citing, yeah, I really do struggle with that.
Can I address some of those issues?
For sure.
So on the hearsay, I would say that, yes, the person is not here to be ask questions, but I'll also say that was after Miranda that he made those statements. So that was against penal interest. He actually admitted to another felony. And this was away from the bar as indicated. It happened up further north in the square. And so to me, that has weight in a sense that he knew that the fire marshal had shut down the rooftop, but he allegedly wasn't there. And he made this statement that, again, he wasn't going to be charged for, but he could have been charged for a felony. So to me, that kind of...
And I definitely understand the importance of Mirandizing people. It would be hard for me to say, though, that someone simply being Mirandized meant that everything that followed was, in fact, true. And that's where I'm struggling with. It seems like so much of this decision is based off of that. Like I said, I hear the code violations, and the hope is that the owner takes those things seriously with haste. But as far as like what you just got at about emotionally charged decision, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't outright emotional. As a planning and zoning director, you're not really approached with those types of things often. And again, this is kind of a one-off where you're sitting on the dais going, or what do we, okay, we just had a shooting mentioned. So I know that, I don't know if it's the outright intent of zoning commissioners that night, but we can't, I personally would have been fine with this going to council because I felt that that night we were in a little outside of our jurisdiction, so to speak, to really work on this. So, and then given the other issues, so I'm glad that it's actually here. I'm glad that we're talking about it. We support long business, especially long-standing businesses. So if there's a way that we can work through this, we're open to it, and I'd love to see what the chief has to say. So.
Mr. Bristow, thank you. State Standards Police Chief. I want to just really quickly address the notion that this is arbitrary and capricious. I was at command when this occurred, and the first thing that preceded any of this was a fight at the bar, which actually caused the response to the bar, because otherwise we were trying to be focused on the actual crime. The crime actually spanned 2 crime scenes, which complicated the investigation thereafter. So that's the reason we're at the bar to begin with, is not because it was arbitrary, nor was it capricious, is because that we had a call for service. We had a fight in progress. That ultimately resulted in the fire marshal doing his job and inspecting. And then, to the owner's point, all the bars were closed. The only bar closed that night because of overcrowding was the Rooftop. None of the other bars were closed because of overcrowding. The other bars were closed because we had intoxicating patrons continue to come into our large crime scene, as explained. Then we had another shooting, and then yet another shooting. We had 3 shootings that night. So all of those, to me, point toward causal factors, not capricious factors.
Chief, was that the Halloween incident that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, I have questions, and it's for whoever is related to the bar, who is most often there and knows what's going on in the bar. Would you state your name again, sir? Because I missed it when you were up there the first time, and I keep writing White Jacket down here.
Robert Espinoza.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and your role again, please?
Partner and Director of Operations.
How often are you there?
Once a week. Yeah, maybe once, maybe twice a weekend. Usually I meet with my managers every Thursday, and then I'll choose between a Friday or a Saturday to come
And
down.
you're open 3 days, 4 days?
Yes, 3 days.
3 days. So if you're there twice a week, you're there 2/3 of the time?
Pretty much.
And are you there from 6 to 2?
No, not the whole time. I usually come in the evening when volume picks up. So we
Okay.
open at 6, usually get the happy hour crowd, and then it picks up about 9:30.
Okay. So for the code compliance issues back that led up to September, how did that happen? How did you end up with a lot of things just out of kilter? How did you let that happen?
I mean, honestly, it was just, I think I leaned on previous management. Obviously, we changed management since August. Leaned on him a lot more, thought it was operating more than I thought. A lot smoother than I thought. So, yeah, I mean, some of the compliance issues that were stated were, the kitchen being dirty. We didn't have food. It was a lot of back and forth. The fire marshal issues, like, mind you, in the 13, 14 years, a vent hood inspection has never been required. It has never been required to be inspected, all right? This was one of our issues with the fire marshal. And, a lot of these things that were addressed, yeah, we fixed them. Per email with Claudia and every other fire marshal and every other department, everyone has seen my emails come through. As soon as I comply, the email comes. As soon as I comply with something, the email comes. Obviously, it takes timing. I have to reach out to third parties that do the inspections, that are able to sign off on these things. So, yes, it doesn't happen in a week. It takes a minute, and it costs money, and to date, probably over 20 grand to get up to date, up to code, so to speak.
Okay, but that's stuff that you're supposed to be doing anyway, right?
Not the vent hood inspection. That's never been required. This is a new thing. We've been open.
I'll ask about that in a minute, because
Okay.
that's, to say it's never been, that's new to me. But you said that something about no food and dirty?
Yeah,
Is that something that's acceptable to you?
It is not acceptable. And
Then
again,
how did you get there?
we had food. It was minimal, and it wasn't to Claudia, who is the code enforcement officer, wasn't to her standard. Neither was the cleaning. We spent 8 hours cleaning that place. She came back, and I believe it was the day Matthew Mendoza came through, and she just deemed it wasn't enough. And it was clean. My manager was there for 10 hours and got told to his face that his cleaning wasn't enough.
Actually, I'm gonna jump in here real quick. Did we have the, please correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there a health inspector there?
Yeah, who approved it?
But he, and this is the conversation I remember hearing behind the scenes, it wasn't, when he had told Claudia, that's when it wasn't so much it's against their standards. That's kind of code. To sit there and say it wasn't Claudia's standards, we don't work on opinion here, sir. That's what's listed down here. And when I was sitting there, you guys seemed a little bit, I didn't know what to claim behind that one area that's about 2 feet away from your door. She kept pointing back at you, why don't you guys clean this? Well, I didn't know.
What area is this?
So about 2 feet away from your door, I believe it's this little metal area. Next to you have the mop area. It's this, looks like a container where you guys close down. I don't know what exactly it was, but she pushed it back saying.
Back door.
Back door where the kitchen's at. And she had notated that. It's just, again, that night, that day, you guys seemed so dismissive of Claudia, but.
Back to my
Sorry.
questions. Whenever all of this was pointed out to you, did it meet your standards?
No, it did not. It did not at the time. I mean, obviously, I walked through with Claudia multiple times, I believe 3, third time being a thumbs up from her. But yeah, the first initial walkthrough, I mean, it was, it was dirty, crumbs, stuff like that. Some surfaces weren't wiped down. I think she mentioned the floor drain, some stuff in the little drop floor drain. But again, it was fixed within 48 hours.
Yeah, well, it's the old saying, who's watching the store?
Yeah, well, now me.
Okay. You said something earlier about wanding, et cetera. Do you do that to everyone who comes through the
We have,
door?
yes, ma'am. We use little metal detector wands. There's, as you face the front of the building, there is a 21 and up line and there's an 18 and up line. Each line has their own metal detector wand.
They do
And
the same thing?
yes, and then we also, if someone's using the metal detector, we'll do a pat down, check purses, et cetera. And our dress codes are at both entries.
What's your dress code?
It's in that packet. I believe it's the second to last page.
What is your dress code?
I can read it for you. I mean, it's the normal, no baggy pants, no sweatsuits, no jerseys, no do-rags, no, over excessive baggy clothing. And
No jerseys?
No jerseys, no football game jerseys. So, really just to keep it clean and gang-affiliated clothing, et cetera, et cetera.
And I'm sorry, I'm not gonna dwell on it. But is that because of the style of the clothing? Or is that so that we don't have arguments that could escalate about which team somebody's supporting?
That and, I mean, nowadays, so many colors and teams are affiliated with gangs versus the red and the blues and so on and so forth. So it's more of that and not trying to justify what is a red, what is a blue.
Okay. Okay, so you do allow, customers that are, do you allow anybody under 18 ever?
No.
So, but you do allow people that are under 21?
Yes.
And how do you identify the 18, 19, 20-year-olds?
They will have to show an ID through a separate line from the 21 and up line. They'll show their ID and they get placed with large X's and a permanent marker on each hand.
That's what I was looking for, is the
Yeah.
how do you, okay.
Yeah, on each hand.
And the process to ensure that they're not drinking alcohol?
Our roaming security guards, the 2 roaming, 1 down, 1 up, they just constantly roam, checking. Obviously, bartenders at the bar, they have to check for the wristband, which you only get given through the 21 and up line.
Okay. Those are my questions for right now, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This has been educational. Okay, council. Mr. Gonzalez.
So I'm assuming most of these questions would be for Mr. Espinosa. So sorry, I should have asked before you sat down. So you say that on the 3 days you operate, y'all are open 6 to 2?
Yes.
So exactly 8 hours.
Yes, sir.
Is food available from the minute y'all open to the minute y'all close?
Yes, sir. Has to be.
Okay, and what are the 2 meal periods that y'all serve?
The 2 meal, it's a consistent 8 hours. So it's either or. You can do 2 separate meal periods or a consistent 8 hours total per business day. So we do 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. and food is available.
Well,
as the doors-
so, and I guess staff could correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the ordinance is written that you must have 2 meal periods of at least 4 hours. So if you have 1 meal period of 8 hours, you meet the time requirement, but you don't have 2 meal periods.
I don't really know.
Dinner and late night.
Okay. Dinner and late night. It provides the same menu, but yeah, it's 6 p.m. to 2 a.m.
So then I'm assuming 6 to 10
10.
would be dinner and.
Yeah, 6 to 10, 10 to 2.
10 to 2. Okay, so if someone ordered a burger at 1:59, y'all would actually make that burger?
I mean, we have to.
And even though y'all close at 2, how would y'all serve that customer that burger?
I mean, we can give it to the customer outside the property line. So, yeah, we would still have to cook it as long as the ticket comes across before 2 a.m.
Interesting. And then, so just going back to the whole video situation, so if I understand the timeline correctly, so the incident happened on the 2nd. On the 8th, someone from SMPD requested the video, and y'all staff, I guess, said that y'all need to get ownership to approve releasing the video or showing the video.
The incident was the first. The officer didn't come back and get my contact info until the 8th, then did not reach out to me till the 13th.
So I guess my question is, on the 8th, when they came and requested your contact info, whoever that request was made from, was that person aware that the video system automatically deletes in 7 days? I guess my bigger question is, knowing that y'all had something in front of P&Z coming up, knowing that there was a request for the video that may or may not get approved, why were you not proactive in saving the video, knowing that it was about to get deleted?
Management, Prasad is our general manager there. He does not know about video. He doesn't have control of it or access.
And he doesn't know that it erases after 7
No,
days?
now he does. Yeah.
Those are my questions for now.
Did you say that he didn't know that that was a 7-day loop?
He did not know.
He's the general manager and he doesn't know that?
He did not know.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, did you have any more questions? Because I've got a couple of staff.
No, that's it for now.
Okay, so, thank you for being there, because you are, and then I'll be asking something to
Yeah, so I just
Mr.
wanted to
Henderson.
kind of clean up some of that. So I did reach out to Mr. Espinosa on the 13th, and the reason I didn't reach back out to him after that is that he told me that he was going to let me know the next day, because it didn't seem that he knew the video retention, so he said, I want to check. He obviously figured out that the retention was, only 7 days, but he didn't let me know despite saying, I'm gonna let you know something tomorrow.
Okay, I'd like to back up a little more.
Sure.
That the incident was early on 10/1, right?
Yes,
I'm sorry, 11/1.
that's correct.
Be 11/1. Okay, so when did whomever, you or whomever, reach out to get his contact information? And was that because y'all were just looking for any video in the area once the tragedy happened?
So, yes, I was trying to figure out was what this individual, this minor was saying was actually correct.
Okay.
I went by the bar a few different times and it was closed. And so the time that it took me to get over there was on that 13th, and it was 9:58 at night. When I texted him, he responded back 2 minutes later, saying that he would definitely share the information with me, but he needed to, it's probably gonna be a huge file, and that he was gonna reach out to his AVI tech person first thing in the morning to see the solution, and I'll reach out tomorrow. And he said, does that work for you? I said, that does. My main objective here is to see if that individual was excuse me.
Okay, so he offered, but it turns out that it didn't exist.
Right, and he didn't follow up and
But
say.
why did it take till the 13th?
That I really don't know. I just
Okay.
know that we started asking for video because it didn't have anything to do with the shootings, but because of P&Z, they said, hey, let's see if there's video because this is a serious allegation.
Okay, question for Mr. Henderson. Tell me about vent hood inspections.
So anytime you have grease-laden vapors produced as a result of commercial cooking, then you have to have a Type 1 hood. A Type 1 hood, we've all seen them at McDonald's, at different places, different restaurants. The giant hood that sucks out the air, puts it to the outside, has the grease traps or filters in them. That's part of a Type 1 hood, as well as an extinguishing system. Both the extinguishing system and the vent hood itself needs to be inspected, at least annually, and then it changes the frequency based on the volume and type of cooking. And then you also have to make sure that the vent hood is cleaned, again, based on the volume and type of cooking that goes on. That's always been the case, at least since I've been assigned to the Fire Marshal's office in 2018, whenever I became assigned as a code inspecting Fire Marshal.
Okay, so it's an annual inspection?
It depends on
The type.
the frequency and type of cooking, yes.
And what
But
type do they have?
generally, at least annual.
Okay, oh, so it could be more often than annually?
It could, and based on the type of cooking that goes on, I don't think it's going to be more than that, right? But if you have high volume cooking over an open fire
Right.
that produces a lot of grease-laden vapors, then that frequency can get much less.
So what would it be required at the rooftop?
I would say minimum of annually.
Minimum annually. And so have we inspected it before? I mean, they've been open for years.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mhm.
'Cause I remember talking to another restaurant bar owner who was talking about how often he made sure that his was clean, so it would be good for the inspection, which it always is, so, that's why I was asking that. Anything else here, or questions here, questions here? Could we get the conditions slide back up, please, and Mr. Garrison, if you could come up? Are these the conditions that have been in place for this business for at least 2 or 3 times back?
Yes, ma'am, except for the 1 year.
Except for the 1
September
year,
was
but
3 months.
the items 2, 3, and 4 are the
Yes.
same, the music's the same?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So that would have been under consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission if they had chosen to grant the CUP, although the time could have been different.
This was presented to the P and Z in December of last year, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, at this point, Mr. Gary, do I need to ask Mr. Scott, whose motion was to reverse the denial, which puts the CUP back in play, what conditions should be attached? And am I correct, and that's where we need to go?
Right, but I think any member can propose the conditions almost as an amendment to the motion, either way.
Well, I was thinking if he just made it part of his motion.
It'd be easier, cleaner.
But
Certainly.
I'm asking, would you like to do that?
And if there's no objection from the council, you can do it that way.
Could he rescind, and then I think that one of the 3 options was a modification?
Well, if we're gonna reverse it, that puts it back in play, so why not just get the conditions and get all in one time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm.
Yeah.
So you're okay with the reversal with the inclusion of these and for 1 year or less?
1 year is fine.
Second.
And you seconded originally, correct? So this would be the motion. And I will, so that's the motion, to reverse with these. I'm going to make a motion to amend to make it 6 months, and we'll see if I get a second.
Second.
3rd months, thank you. And Ms. Rodriguez seconds. Is there any conversation on that particular? If not, we'll vote on that, and then we'll have this in play, except it'll be 6 months. Oh, wait, Ms. Villalobos?
Yes, ma'am. Can I just get a clarification on the start date of the 6 months? Is that from today?
That's a darn good question, and I think we just need to make it today.
It's however council wants it to be, but if your intention is
Are
you
you-
want to give them 6 months to establish themselves or prove
Yeah.
themselves,
Well, I don't
today
want to
could be
do
the
it in the
day.
future, and I don't want to backdate it, so I guess it could be, I don't know what day we'd use if it isn't today. Mr. Scott, it was your motion.
It's fine.
Okay, you good with it? So it starts today. Okay, Mr. Trevino, let's vote on the motion to change that from 1 year to 6 months.
Mayor, could I
Yes,
comment
yes, sir.
before we do that?
I had already asked, but.
So sorry.
Yes.
It just comes to me when it comes to me
That's,
sometimes.
as long as it's before we vote, you're good.
I do believe, after we got the presentation at P and Z, that everybody involved in that process was doing it in good faith. I'd like to reiterate that I think Officer Poorboy and everybody presented that night did a good job.
What's under discussion right now is 1 year to 6 months. Is this relating to that?
It kind of is, and I also want to say on P and Z, I mean, 6 months, just given the circumstance, you know, and the backstory that was on there, 6 months, even from a P and Z point of view, having been recently on it, you probably would have got somebody asking for 3 months. That was the style of conversation going on that night. And a little more backstory was, I think one of the issues and concerns was you have bars, or excuse me, restaurant bars that are required to sell food. So the spirit of that conversation also included people just bringing in food trucks and calling it dinner, right? But really just selling booze. So that's really more for backstory. I want to support all small business. We want that 1/3 downtown to fill up. You know, there's nothing but good intentions here. I mean that. But I wanted that to be said before we voted on anything, so.
Okay, but what the motion is now is to go from 1 year to 6 months.
Okay, the motion fails with 5 yeses and 2 council members voting no, which is Mr. Mendoza and Gonzalez.
Why is the amendment failing?
Right, the amendment doesn't need the supermajority, just the final.
It's an
That's why I
amendment.
asked you, Sam, I'm sorry. So the motion passes 5-2.
Okay, so that passes, but the main has to have the 6, and that's what I'm still
That's correct.
going with. And of course, we know that 6 months really means kind of 4, because you've got to apply in the process. Am I correct? It's really 4 or 4.5 months until they start needing to apply, and the process starts again, so that they can be before P and Z before that CUP expires. Would that be fair, or correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pearson?
That is fair.
Okay. That's why I didn't do 3, because then we really, we're starting over tomorrow almost. Okay, council, what's before us is to reverse the denial with the conditions that they've had for several times, except for 6 months instead of 1 year or 3 years, which they've had those too. Anything else?
I have one more comment, if I may, Mayor.
Now's the time.
I'd be interested to know our decision as of today of how our local police department feels moving forward with this company here in town. And that's not to down them or praise them up, just like, can we mend a relationship? Can we get this down the road, and do we feel good they can perform good business here in town, and we could stand behind that?
So as you eloquently stated, Stan Standers, Police Chief, we also want to support small businesses. In light of our fiscal environment, we need to support our small businesses. However, there's a caveat. I've attended all of the downtown meetings, and those downtown owners have expressed frustration that people continue to violate the system and there is no accountability. And they're asking, at what point will we start holding people accountable, because they want to see that level of accountability. And I wish all of our governing body could have attended those meetings to hear those pleas from their peers. So the only thing I would have championed is I would have hoped there had been some consideration about restricting the access of 18 to 20 years of age, because to me, that's the central issue that was before this governing body, is that belief that they served a person who was a minor with a firearm, who, as Commander Poorboy eloquently stated, spoke against his penal interest and said, this is where I was and this is what I was doing. That didn't happen, that's okay. I'm here to say that the police department can work with anybody, but you can expect that we're going to be very involved in your operations to make sure you succeed.
Okay, but what are you talking about when you say accountable? Accountable for what?
You're talking about the other bar establishments?
I'm talking about what you said about these meetings to which we are not invited, but I would love to go if I was invited, so that'd be great, but I'm not sure that that's what the desire is.
Right, weren't we
I've been
told
to one.
go? We were told not to go. If you wanted us to hear it, maybe invite us.
Yeah, I would have been there, but it was
Yeah.
expensive.
Or record it.
That's another issue that needs to be addressed, and maybe we'll address that tomorrow. But anyway,
So specifically, what was articulated in multiple of these meetings from the bar owners and or managers is, look, we know that we are not all cooperating. That's them speaking, not Stan Standers speaking. We want a level of accountability that does not exist. We want to work with the police department, and we want to hold those people who are not doing what they should be doing accountable.
what is that?
In their mind, you would have to ask them that question. I'm just relaying what they had told us.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, and then I've got a question for our attorney.
I guess it's a question for my colleagues, because Chief, I actually agree with you. I don't like the fact that people between the ages or under 21 are at our bars. And this might be a revelation to everybody watching that I do agree with you on that. I've spoken, I'm on both the TERS committee and Main Street. those points, as far as the mayor, what you're getting at, I haven't really got clarification on that either. But I hear you on that. Let me ask my colleagues. If that was, I imagine we can still add additional considerations to this list,
We haven't
correct?
voted on it yet.
Would that satisfy y'all's concerns?
To add what condition?
The condition he just got at on nobody under 21 being able to be in this bar.
That's what I was gonna ask the attorney, is if we
The-
can do that.
The question I have is, if that's a TABC allows the 18, it's under TABC rules. What we've always avoided with, especially with the P and Z and approving CUPs for alcohol, is we don't want to run afoul of TABC standards.
Sure.
So like there used to be this question, well, can we ask them to stop selling alcohol by 10 o'clock? And our answer has always been no, because we're preempted by state law. But what we have said is the business has to close by 10 o'clock because we can't specifically address the alcohol. So I don't have the TABC rules with me, but if I would say that if TABC allows it, I don't think it should be an appropriate amendment.
Okay, but can the bar choose to not allow people under 21? I think I've seen plenty of signs that say 21 and up only, so they can choose that, correct? That's their decision?
And TABC, Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, exists to govern the sale and purchase of alcohol. Well, you can neither sell nor purchase alcohol to 18 to 20 years of age. So to me, TABC is a moot point. They're going to be silent on that. They're only worried about the sale and the purchase of the alcohol, which is triggered at age 21. So Mayor, I would reinforce what you just said. There's plenty of precedent because it's not going to be governed within their statutes.
Yeah, well, and I am really, really concerned. If you want to speak, then, ma'am, if you wish to speak, I will call you up and you have to go to the podium and I'm going to ask you to state your name again. And that's how we do things here. So I will ask you what you would like to say, if you will come on over to the podium.
Patricia Morgan, 696 Westport Drive, Fate, Texas. As their attorney here on their behalf, I absolutely object to the conversation that's going on here. Everything that they're saying is hearsay. And as I mentioned earlier, in a quasi-judicial process, you can hear hearsay, but it cannot be the basis of your denial when we've got uncontroverted evidence here before us. This is hearsay. None of these things, I mean, they had the best evidence possible to get all of this here. They didn't do the subpoena. They didn't do the warrant. There's no body cam footage showing what actually happened. So now that we're sitting here talking about, let's limit their, the things that are actually regulated by TABC because they're making statements on behalf of our organization, I have to object to that. That would never, ever stand. And I want to make sure that the record is very, very clear that if we have to take steps after here today, we are objecting to the denial based on anything that's arbitrary and capricious. We have to look at new and substantial evidence and not our feelings, not our fears. What's happening right now is we're trying to crack down and make an example. We're trying to crack down and say, hey, this isn't a good use of this. That's not the standard. That's not what CUP
I don't
analysis
believe
is.
I heard anybody say that, ma'am.
That's literally what they just said at the meetings
Up
that you
here.
all said you weren't invited to. That's what
Up
they're
here.
doing.
Okay, but
So
we didn't say that.
But as their attorney, I have to make it very clear that there's an objection to a denial on that basis and ask that the record reflect that. So if there's gonna be any vote, let it actually be on the new substantive evidence of the record and not just their feelings, not their hearsay, not the statements that they're bringing in from a meeting. I have to object to that as their attorney.
Ma'am, I was going to bring this up anyway,
Thank you.
about the 18 to 20-year-olds.
Thank you.
That, I was going to bring it up anyway, because that's a huge concern. And I will tell y'all, I've got severe doubts about this. This 6 month is, a hope and a prayer that y'all can do better, a lot better. So, just
Yeah.
saying that.
Mayor, can I speak to the...
Okay, hold on. That we've determined that we cannot
Well,
say 21 and up only, correct? That's
We-
now established?
we can say to the extent allowed by TABC rules, and we just have to follow that up. If TABC allows us, then we could enforce it. If not, it would just So what I would suggest is you could say, to restrict the age to the extent allowed by TABC rules, because I cannot.
I don't know
tell
what
you
that
this.
is, and I'm not gonna make that motion.
All right.
So
Yeah, we might
maybe
need to
we'll have
recess
that
for that.
discussion.
In other words, if TABC doesn't
Well, we
allow it-
won't see it again. It'll go to
That-
P and Z
that's
next
correct.
time. Okay. Last go around before we vote.
Yes.
Anything?
Yeah, respect that as the attorney, and that's what I'm trying to get at is as to prevent this being a litigious issue. I'm trying to better understand the hesitation. As y'all know, it requires a supermajority. So I'm trying. I can read a room and I can see that we don't have that yet. So I'm trying to see how we get there. I offered up the suggestion, obviously, if it isn't preempted and is in line with what we can and cannot do, to see if that's sufficient to my colleagues who are leaning towards a no. I'm trying to understand the no and how to get there. I know you both have openly said that you support small businesses and large businesses, as you both understand that they bring a substantial benefit to our economy. And so I'm trying to see how we get there.
Sure. I will say for myself there, mentioning the 18 and up, because I have spoken to several downtown bar owners, not just the owners of the owners of the properties, that's been on the forefront of all their minds because of bad actors that we have within the entire city. I would actually consider 3 months with the condition, and it's not having to do with anything picking on this bar or not. It's I think the way I see the city going in the direction of not wanting 18 and up when it comes to alcohol being served around them. So that's the reason why I'll be okay with it, just to see how the city would go eventually in that direction. There's nothing to do with this bar, this business, but yeah, I would actually vote for 3 months if we were to change a condition that was no 18 and up.
So for the purposes of clarity, you're asking that both of those considerations be included in whatever amendment is presented?
I would, yes, I think I would consider.
And Mayor, let me ask you, when you mentioned why the 3 months wasn't a viable option and the timing due to that, can you repeat what you?
Let me just ask Mr. Garrison to come forward and talk about what it takes and the time frame that it takes to just process a CUP request, alcohol CUP request.
Yes, Mayor. From the time of application submittal, it is typically 2.5 months before we can get on a Planning and Zoning Commission agenda, and it's mainly due to state notification requirements.
Right.
Okay,
Okay,
so-
I was thinking 2 months, you're saying 2.5, and I'll go with that. So that's
So, Mr.
why the
Mendoza,
3.
does that make a little more sense? Now, I would ask Mayor, for the sake of procedural, I would love to present an amendment getting at what we're talking about, but I would actually request that we take a recess as to give more time to see if that's even a permissible thing for us to do. If it is, I would happily make that amendment. I think you can understand why I couldn't support
Sure.
3 months after hearing that.
Sure.
But I would happily entertain that if that means that you're going to.
I definitely want to stick with 3 months just because they've had 3 months, then they've had 6 months. We've just given them time and time
Well,
again.
then why didn't you make a motion for 3? Or
Because-
say
because-
that's why
because I
you were
was gonna
voting
deny it.
against 6?
Because I was going to deny it, because I was a matter of the 18 and up is what changes it for me. That's where that flexibility comes into
Okay,
play.
I tell
where
you
sit there and
what,
go, yeah.
then this is what we will do, is we're gonna take a recess. And if you could do your bio break and be back at 11:05 would be great. But Mr. Aguirre, is this
We'll take a
something
look
that
at-
you can look up and
We'll take a quick
determine?
look at the
Okay.
TABC.
If y'all will do that and then let us know, and we will all be more educated after that.
And one last suggestion is if the owner is willing to just voluntarily agree to that, that's a different matter. If they're voluntarily
That's
wishing.
up to them. Okay, 11:05, let's fire up again. We have returned from our break. It is 11:09, And I have a question for planning staff, and that is, for the bar permits that must be a restaurant, is a food truck out front, does that fit our code? Because I'm reading it, and I'm reading stuff about you gotta have a kitchen and some other things.
I'm gonna let Assistant Director Andrea answer this.
It matters not to me who answers it, it's a question that I have, and I'm reading that it says, the business must have a kitchen and food storage facilities of sufficient size to enable food preparation. The kitchen must be equipped with, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm on page 521, if anyone wants to follow along.
Yes, ma'am. So section 5155, letter B, downtown CBA boundary, that's going to tell you all of the rules. So if a food truck meets those rules and responsibilities for a restaurant, then it would be allowed.
I'm talking about, can a restaurant use the food truck as their food source?
If it meets these definitions, yes, ma'am.
This says you have to have a kitchen.
Yes.
A food truck over here is not a kitchen inside the establishment.
Yeah, the business must have a kitchen and food storage facilities of sufficient size to enable food preparation. The kitchen must be equipped with and must utilize a commercial grill, griddle, fry oven, or similar heavy preparation equipment. So if it meets those definitions, to be honest, I'm not sure we've ever been asked.
If it meets, it what?
If the food truck, if the restaurant meets this definition, then that's what we're looking at. It doesn't state that it cannot be a food truck, though, to meet this.
To me, it wouldn't have to say it's not a food truck. I wouldn't see how, so the food truck would have to be on the premises, wouldn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Literally on the premises, like on their property.
Yes, ma'am.
Not next door.
Correct.
Not across the street. On their premises.
Yes.
I have learned another thing today.
I think me too, because I haven't looked at it in that angle, so thank you.
Well, and I'm remembering when the meal periods had to be one around noontime and one in the evening, and I didn't, somewhere along the line, they've changed to where they can be adjacent in the evening, but that's there, so it is what it is. All right, what else did I have? That was it. Okay, council, we're still under discussion. We've got these conditions, except it's now 6 months. So where are we?
So
Mr.
I
Gonzalez?
have some questions. So one, and let me go back to it. But in the application, it stated that y'all would be willing to hire off-duty police officers to supplement, in the 56 days that y'all been operating pending our review today. Have y'all had off-duty police officers just proactively?
Unfortunately, we have not, but we have brought on more security. We used to do 3, and now we do 6. But no off-duty police officers, no.
That's your people.
Yes.
And then the other thing, so we've established that our hours of operation are Thursday through Saturday, 6 to 2 a.m. The application shows Monday through Sunday, noon to 2 a.m.
So I actually went over this with Claudia Cormier. I put that because if we do decide to adjust our hours of operation, we were still covered under that permit. So I emailed her and she knows our hours of operation currently, which is 6 to 2. But if they ever change, we'll be covered because the permit will be from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. But our actual operating hours
So
is.
if you want to open earlier, it would be okay.
Exactly. If we wanted to
I
open
get
for
it.
football or something like that, the permit is still covering it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Anybody else over here?
So my concerns with that would be, again, going back to the meal period thing, then in theory, if y'all opened at noon, y'all can serve food from 12 to 8, and then from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., serve nothing but alcohol and still meet the food requirements. Is that correct?
No, I think we need to operate as a food establishment. We are a restaurant.
We have 14 permits that allow for bars, and the rest have to be restaurants primarily with the meal periods and the offering food, and the alcohol would be secondary.
I understand it, but based on the answers to my questions earlier, they can have 2 back-to-back meal periods of 4 hours each. So if they serve food from 12 to 8, they would meet the 2 distinct meal periods of 4 hours each. So they would be a restaurant from 12 to 8 and still have a restaurant CUP, but not be required to serve food from 8:01 PM to 2 AM.
That's a
Based on
question
what
for
I was told
that's a
earlier.
question for our staff.
I could answer it if you like. Yeah, so we have to serve alcohol.
And your role, please?
Oh, sorry, Scott Withers, 163 Spyglass.
And you're the,
I'm the owner of the business.
okay,
Excuse me. Yeah, per the conditions that have been there since day one, we have to serve alcohol, or sorry, we have to serve food at all times we're serving alcohol. It is a minimum of 8 hours and a minimum of 2 meal periods. But at all hours, every minute that we're serving alcohol, we should be serving food.
Okay, so my understanding is that's not how it's worded, but if y'all are open to that, I guess my 2 amendments would be, one, that they hire the police officers like off-duty police officers like they've said they are willing to do, and that we just, to avoid ambiguity, put in the permit that at any point that they are open, if they are serving alcohol, they must be serving food. If you're saying that that's your understanding of it anyways, I would just like to clarify that.
that may be the understanding, but I think we've got some code work to do here.
Anything else?
Thank you. Don't go too far, though. We may have more questions. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Well, what I'm looking at, it sounds like what Mr. Gonzalez is saying someone could do might actually be doable per the way it's worded here. That's why I'm saying maybe our Alcohol CUP committee should look at that phrasing.
That is staff's interpretation, is that it's at least 8 hours. That's the minimum. So the business is open longer than 8 hours, then they could have times where they're not serving food. That is correct, as a restaurant within the central business area.
So that means that they could be a restaurant from noon to 8 and then a bar from 8 to 2?
That is staff's interpretation.
Then we have some code work to do. Okay, thank you.
And then Mayor, one last thing, I guess just for clarification on the 3 month versus 6 months. I understand the whole, it takes 2.5 months to even get before P&Z, but they're gonna do that anyways, so they can operate under those 3 months. There's 2.5 months of notice and back and forth and whatever. After the 3 months, they end up before P&Z, and if they show what I'm gonna call good behavior for those 3 months, then in reality, they get their longer term CUP sooner, so I don't see how doing a 3 month,
Are you saying you would like to do a 3 month?
yes. Well, so yes, but I also don't see how the argument y'all made is actually, I guess, valid, because either way, it's a 2.5 month process, just start the 2.5 month process. I understand they're gonna essentially start it tomorrow, but that's fine. They can start that process while also exhibiting good behavior and following it. And then in 90 days, they can get their long-term CUP.
Then make a motion.
So, okay, so I guess my motion is for those 3 amendments. So 1, that it be for 3 months. 2, that they have off-duty police officers like they've offered to. And 3, that it just clearly be stated that if they are serving alcohol at any point, they also must be serving food.
Mayor, I would ask that each of those amendments be considered separately, because I can't vote on all that.
Because, yeah, whenever you do that, it's gonna fail if somebody doesn't like one of them, and one of them might survive, so.
All right, I'm fine with them being 3 separate
Let's,
amendments.
let's run through that again, please, sir.
So the first one, I forgot.
It was 3 months,
Oh, yeah, the 3 months.
and I'm looking to see if you have a second.
Second.
Okay, we have Mr. Mendoza's seconds, and,
Do we want to discuss them one at a time, or do you want me to just make all 3?
no, we're gonna discuss it, and we're gonna vote on them one at a time.
Okay. So, I mean, I've pretty much made my point of why.
Anybody else? 3 months instead of 6.
And the rationale was what? I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Well, the rationale is that the argument against it doesn't make sense to me. So I understand that it takes essentially 3 months to go through the whole process, but I'm essentially seeing this short-term CUP as a probationary period. So I think it benefits the business to be on probation for a lesser amount of time. Why put them on probation for 6 months when they could be on probation for 3 months, prove everything, and then at that point they can get their longer term CUP rather than putting them on a 6-month probation. They're operating for 3 months and then starting the process, the 3-month process to get it. And then after 6 months, now they have 6 months of good behavior to show. It actually benefits them to only have to have 3 months of good behavior to show.
I have a question for staff.
That
Oh, with
only-
planning.
Yeah, that means they only have to be, I'm gonna say good for 3 months, and then we see what happens after that, but we don't know. Ms.
I'm
Rodriguez?
new to this, so help me understand what's, because, you know, part of my pushback on the 3 versus 6 was also, I understand that staff puts in work each time these things are coming before whatever governing body, correct?
Correct.
And what does that work look like? How many staff hours are typically dedicated to that process?
And at what time are the police reports pulled during that process?
Sure. I don't have an estimation of staff time. I'm not sure if my assistant director does. But police reports are typically pulled about 3 weeks or a month prior to the P&Z meeting. And that police report will span from their CUP that they received previously to that date, right? So I'm answering two questions there at once. But staff develops the staff reports, the analysis. The analysis comes from the Land Development Code. We create the presentations. It goes through multiple rounds of review by staff so that we can draft the best recommendation and conditions that are applicable to that actual business.
And there's notifications, correct?
Yes.
Could
So
you
take some
explain a little more
time.
about, hold on, would you explain a little bit more about notifications?
Sure. Our notification requirements are 17 days prior to the public hearing date.
Okay.
And that's to all notices within a 400-foot radius around the property. So that requires multiple staff members to draft the notice and then get it in the mail.
So basically, the notices are going to go out if we went with 3 months and 2 months from today.
That's
Ish.
correct. That's correct.
All
Yes.
right, thank you. Back to you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see like how staff would essentially have to expedite work to meet, you know, whatever requirements we're about to do. I hear you on the probationary and a little slap on the hand, and I get you, and I think I really do view a lot of the conditions that we are trying to place on this CUP as a probationary almost response. And so I'm really trying to work with y'all on meeting in the middle, but given the work that staff is going to take and making that almost duplicative, I don't know if I can support this.
Well, but my understanding is the work is the same on staff, it's just when that work starts, correct?
Would you repeat that question?
The workload would be the same on staff, it's just when that work starts that would be at issue on 3 months versus 6 months.
That is almost correct, except for the application deadline for April 3rd, which is when they would expire, would have been January 26th. So staff will be a little bit crunched on getting the reports together.
We might compromise on 4. I don't know.
Sure.
5, 4.5, 5, you know, yeah. Like, I hear you, I get the intent, and I agree with the intent. It's just the staff consideration for me is a big one. We always talk about optimization of staffing, so, yeah.
Well, as it was stated, it's going to be the same either way. It's just, it'll be twice if it's 3 months than 6. It's easier to be really good for 3 months than it is for 6. But I'm looking at, the semester's over in 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second for 3 months.
So 3.
And anyone else? Mr. Scott?
Yeah, our firm, yes, you said there was a couple things that are left for them to do. What are those things?
Their sprinkler system is currently yellow tagged, which is a way to denote a minor violation, as well as some of the breakers in their electrical distribution panel need to be linked to the fire alarm panel. And it's already linked, but we need those properly labeled so that we know which one shuts off the fire alarm panel.
So just labeling?
Labeling and then fixing of the extinguishing system as well, yes.
And back to White Jacket.
Robert Espinosa.
Mr. Espinosa.
Okay, how long would that take you to get in code?
Lieutenant Delamore, I don't know if he's here, but he's received my emails and I've been in communication with North Star. We booked it in beginning of January. Our actual date for this repair is not till March 3rd to be exact. So we've already done this, taken the steps to get that yellow tag fixed. That yellow tag is tied to our 6-inch drop backflow, which is in the driveway below ground that got hit by a delivery truck. So that is all for that yellow tag. The electrical panel that was our initial walkthrough, there's about 40-something labels that need to be replaced, or I'm sorry, labeled. They all got labeled minus the one, which he's talking about, that is the emergency shutoff, which again, we'll have next week with the same company.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to get an idea on that.
Thank you.
6 months into 3.
Mayor,
I would
and
say 6 months.
And Mr. Henderson, would there be any value to, because it's been done before, that type of task needs to be completed during this same time frame? Do you feel confident that that's going to get fixed? Because that's a whole different process if they don't with your department, correct?
I feel confident that it will get fixed.
All right,
Yes.
thank
And again, we can go a whole separate stop work order process outside of.
That's what I mean. You've got
PMZ.
other methods.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to complicate this with that then.
Mayor, and if it makes it easier for staff, I mean, I'm willing to change my amendment to be 4 months instead of 3 months.
You're going with 4. Mr. Mendoza, is your second still hold?
Yeah, let's see where council goes with that. 4, that's
Okay,
fine.
So 4. So the restated motion is for 4 months. Any other conversations on this topic? 4 months as opposed to 6? Oh, man.
Freeze up.
Oh, it's blinking, but it's not showing up here, Miss.
Oh, there it
Oh,
goes.
there it is. Oh.
The motion passes 5-2 with council members Rodriguez and Scott dissenting.
Okay, so now we are at 4 months. What, were you?
There might be an error.
Are you?
I voted,
Okay,
I
so
voted
we're at
yes.
4.
Oh, you did? Okay, let's clear it then.
No, I voted
Oh, we're starting over again?
Yes, please.
This is to go to 4 months where it was 6. So if this fails, we're back to 6.
Okay, the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Scott dissenting. Let me, okay.
Okay, so now we are at 4. Are we ready for the main motion?
I was gonna further motion to amend, but he said he had 2 additional.
Oh, that's right. What were your other 2, Mr. Gonzalez?
So the next one would be just to, I guess, make it clear and avoid ambiguity that regardless of what their hours of operation are, if they are open and serving alcohol, they must also simultaneously be serving food.
The only thing on that is, I think our ordinance, and I might need staff to help on that, but I don't know if that's more of an ordinance change versus we're modifying what the ordinance
That's-
allows.
That's the, yeah, we are. Do you want me to read this again?
So,
I'm happy to do so. Yes?
Well, I mean, if anything, aren't we just putting restrictions over and above what the ordinance states? Which we have the right to do.
well, I don't know, I think the ordinance, if you
I-
get this kind
I
of
think
permit,
this
you're
is an
entitled to a
ordinance
certain,
fix.
you're entitled to serve, these are the parameters for the ordinance, I think, so,
Yeah.
I don't know, that's,
Oh, but he wants to make a motion and.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, I mean, and the applicant says that's their understanding anyway, so I don't know why it's in contention.
well, right now, they're only open 8 hours. They gotta serve food that whole 8 hours, so. Okay, I'm looking to see if there is a second to Mr. Gonzalez's motion.
I'll second it so we could talk about our different thoughts.
Okay. But that was my question to Mr. Gary, is can we do more than what's in the ordinance?
It just seems, it just
It's
seems.
a general statement, can we do
Yeah.
that?
I would say generally not. I'd say the ordinance allows if you're a restaurant CUP, that's what your hours are. If they want to voluntarily agree,
Okay, well
that's
then,
different.
I'll change my amendment. We issue this permit with the hours of operations that they claim they have now, so that even though they've applied for Monday through Friday with these, or Monday through Sunday with these various hours, my amendment would be that this 3 or 4 month CUP would only allow them to operate Thursday through Saturday evenings from, what is it, 6 PM to 2 AM.
Okay. That means that that's what their
Because that's
hours
what
are
they claim
now.
they're operating anyways.
Am I right? That's your hours now? Yes, no, yes, yeah, you're closer to the microphone.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
currently operate Thursday through Saturday, 6 PM to 2 AM.
Okay. And didn't the hours that they're open used to be part of the conditions? At one time?
Not in their recent approvals.
We have done it in the past. Maybe I'm remembering that it's in the packet and they tell us what the hours are. Is that what I'm remembering, Ms. Villalobos?
Yes, there hasn't been consistency, but in the CUP committee matrix, that is one of our proposals to create consistency across the conditions.
So we have done it?
Yes.
Maybe not consistently?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Then,
So,
is that your amendment, number 5, another condition?
Yes.
right, I just wonder, about, oh wait, do I need to,
Go
can I
ahead.
talk about it? Like, what type
Oh,
of,
are you okay? Does your second still hold?
just yeah, to
For
discuss,
discussion.
yeah.
Okay.
Could this perhaps limit them, like, for example, let's say somebody wants to rent the space when it's not open, right? Like like I have rented different spaces downtown, but like, does that mean they're not technically open, but like they are open? Does that make sense? Does it matter?
If someone rents the space, but they're still providing the food and the alcohol
Outside this time frame, I guess.
outside of whatever time frame it is, all the rules apply, right? The music rules and all that kind of stuff. Would that be correct, Mr. Garrison? Ms. Villalobos, somebody?
That is correct, but they would be used as an event center instead of as a restaurant bar if they're providing their own.
Now that's getting into a whole nother situation.
I always.
Yeah, I'm talking about somebody might be having a Super Bowl party on
Yeah,
Sunday
like that.
afternoon.
The conditions would still apply then when they're open.
Because they're open, well, but if it's not open to the public, then that becomes a whole nother kettle of fish.
If the council were to go that direction, I would want the condition to be very clear as to what open means. And if you're intending for it to not mean for a rental, I would want that to be clear so that we have understanding of that to enforce.
Okay, what concerns me here is the Thursday through Saturday. If we're doing the 6 to 2, if they're open, decide to open Wednesday also, that's not a big deal for me. But for me, it's that time frame.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with taking off the Thursday through Sunday part, or Thursday through Saturday part. And then,
You okay with that?
changing the wording to the establishment shall only be open to the public from 6 PM to 2 AM, which I guess would then allow private events if they choose to do so.
I think that that's something that we need to deal with in the committee, and this is only for 4 months, so I'm gonna say maybe we leave this pretty simple comparable to what we've done before, and not try to get into fixing those problems that we really need to fix in the ordinance, which you've
Yeah.
identified a huge hole here, so we'll try to plug that, but
Mayor, if I may, this just feels like it's too complicated, that's all. It's too complicated.
the whole idea is if you've got an alcohol permit and it's on top of being a restaurant, that we want you serving food when you're serving alcohol.
Well,
That's where he's trying to go.
Yeah, no, I don't
And
disagree
it's
with that.
hours that they're open now, and it's only for 4 months.
I'm just saying, I think Lorenzo, in the spirit of what you're trying to do, is you want to hold them accountable, right? Right, just like, look, we're letting you back in the door. We want to ensure that this doesn't come back later on, because the liability is on this dais to make sure that, you know.
Yes, but I also wanted to make it as easy for them to comply, so I'm trying to get rid of any ambiguity.
Mayor, I'm
sorry.
I mean, unless anybody has questions, maybe we just vote already and see how it goes and as to not
Yeah.
belabor
I
the
think
point.
Yeah, I don't have
I
any more
agree.
questions, so we could vote.
Okay, sir, you have your hand up. If you have something to say, now would
Yes.
be a good time.
Yes. The Super Bowl starts at 5 p.m. People would usually show up for a Super Bowl watch party before that. I don't think it would be fair for us to not be able to open till after the Super Bowl has started, while all of our neighboring
That's
competing
what I was
restaurants-
doing here, was
Yeah.
trying to find out when the Super Bowl game
Yeah, 5 o'clock.
started.
I was doing this in the back. But yeah, so that's just one example. You know, if a real estate office wants to host a happy hour for their team on a Tuesday, I don't think there's a reason we shouldn't be able to host that.
That's why I wanted to take those days off, but the hours were still of concern.
Right.
Well, the happy hour could be from 4 to 6. I mean, you know.
Well,
it's-
then maybe we need to go back to your original ideas. If they're open, they need to be serving food.
Yeah, but
And to be clear, that is exactly what we've done for 14 years. Minus the one little hiccup in the summer, we have always served food at all hours that
Even
we
when
are
you
serving
first
alcohol.
opened?
Yes, yes, ma'am. For 14 years, minus a couple hiccups.
Well, I also, just for the record, find it disingenuous that we've been talking about your days and hours of operation being Thursday through Saturday when you're planning on opening this Sunday. So even though, until I brought all this up, you have been leading us to believe that y'all don't open on Sundays, but y'all fully intend to open this Sunday for Super Bowl.
So,
As do
Officer,
multiple other.
Claudia had asked us particularly to notify her if we were gonna open outside of these hours.
Right.
These hours are carried over from the winter, which is a very slow time for restaurants here in town, so it's a reduced weekend set of hours. But I think, you know, in this circumstance, we would have sent her a message pending today's result and said, hey, we're gonna open on Sunday for Super Bowl for these hours, which are outside of the typical hours.
Well, I'm just saying,
But it's
I feel
still
like you should
within
let
the
us
time
know, 'cause
frame.
Right,
Hold on a
well-
second, that's still within the time frame. What, Mr. Garrison, what time do we have on record for them? Was it noon to,
Just for, yeah, they applied for 12 noon to
Noon.
2 a.m.
okay.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, in our joint committee, we have, just so Lorenzo is aware, we have found a lot of little, I guess, areas of growth or areas that need to be addressed. And so the thing is, the way that he described the practice is kind of the practice for all the businesses, you know, for special occasions like, I don't do sports, the football of it all. So I just wanted to name that, like, perhaps that is why he
and I
didn't
understand all
lead with
that,
that,
but-
because it's like, it's a practice that we are already kind of all used
I,
to.
I just feel that like it was intentional that y'all put, you know, in case we want to, y'all put one set of hours in y'all's application. But then you come in here and say, oh, but we normally, you know, only operate this other minimum set of hours, which if y'all plan on doing something for Super Bowl, y'all obviously knew that y'all were planning on doing something. So I just find it disingenuous that until I started prying, you were leading us to believe that y'all are gonna be closed this Sunday.
I
Mayor,
think it was pending, pending the result
before
of
you
today.
continue
Hold on a
to
second.
dig, yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I hate to do this, I really do, Mr. Gonzalez, but I'm gonna actually make a motion to call to question, just to see if this even has the votes and.
Okay.
I know we have a
so,
lot on our agenda.
Motion to call the question, which is basically a motion to cut off debate, which must be seconded and not debated and voted on to be in effect
Second.
by 2/3. A motion by Ms. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Mendoza to call the question, which actually means to cut off debate. Ms. Trevino, we now need to vote.
Okay, now let me clear, because that was for the other one. so
Okay.
There it goes. The motion passes 5-2 with council members Basag and Garza dissenting.
This is just to cut off debate, that's all. Do we need to revote?
I mean, it's passed, so it's fine. It's not like we have meeting minutes.
Wait a minute.
I misunderstood as well, but it passed. It's
Mr.
fine.
Two-thirds, right?
It's 2/3,
Which
so it
would
needs
be
5?
5.
So it did pass.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for the record, I misunderstood that, just FYI.
No, if the votes are wrong, we'll vote again.
Let's just do it again, just for
We're
the
gonna
record.
vote again. This is a motion
Get Liz some
to
practice.
stop debate. I thought I made that really clear,
It is 11:39 and I work a full-time job.
and we haven't done boards and commission appointments yet.
You're on.
Oh, sorry.
The motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so we're cutting off debate. That leaves us with this right here. We don't have days, but we have hours. That is Mr. Gonzalez's motion to amend at this point in time, and
Wait, ma'am, my understanding
we
was-
need to vote on it
Well,
now.
so we called the question on the motion at the time, which was my motion to amend. So we didn't call the question on this motion, so we could still make additional amendments to.
Yeah, we did. It was on this one, right here.
Yeah,
It's
it
what's
was.
on
No,
the
it was to
screen.
cut off debate on,
On your motion to amend.
On your
but we
motion
could
to
still make
amend.
additional,
This is where we are.
but I could still make an additional motion to amend this.
Nah, well, we need to go ahead and vote on this one.
Yeah.
Because we
need
cut
to
off
vote.
debate on
We've
my
had the
hours
mo-
thing.
This is not debatable. We need, Joe, correct, Mr.
Okay,
Gary?
okay, so point of information.
I guess we need to.
Another motion to amend can be made.
The motion to cut off debate was for there was a pending motion to amend, right?
Right.
And so that's
And
done.
so now we're
Now
gonna
we
vote
have
on this.
the main motion.
No, we have the motion to amend that we have to vote on that she called the question on.
But
Yes.
there was never a subsequent motion to amend to actually,
Well, 'cause
there wasn't a formal second on that either, so we only had this
We're not
one.
even supposed to be discussing
Yeah, I know it's a
this.
non-debatable motion, that I do know.
Right,
Yeah.
so it is now time to vote on item 5 as it appears.
Motion fails with 2 yeses and 4 nos, with council members Rodriguez, Basag, Garza, and Lorenzo dissenting.
Okay, so this has failed, but yes, this failed, which means the floor is open for
Yeah, you
amendments.
can make a subsequent motion.
You had a third one that you were thinking about in addition, or you can propose another one here, but I would say, let's put the hurry on it.
At this point, I'm just gonna vote no anyways on whatever motion, so there's no point in amending it.
Okay,
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to amend.
go for it.
And I just wrote this as we were talking, so. I want a condition to be placed that the operation of the business is limited, let me go slower. Operation of the business is limited exclusively to individuals 21 years of age and older.
Second.
Okay. Is that in a proper form for us, Mr. Aguirre?
Yes, if it's got the motion a second, yep. Can add that as a condition.
Okay, so that is what's up for now. And council, questions, concerns, thoughts?
Has there been a second?
There was 2
There were 2
individual
seconds.
councilmen.
Mr.
Oh.
Gonzalez and Ms. Garza. I gave it to Mr. Gonzalez because I heard him first.
Because you hate me. Nah, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
So, any discussion on this one?
Yes, only because in reading it,
Limited to 21 and up.
Oh, okay.
in reading this, I'm reading it as the operators of the business have to be 21 and up, not the consumers.
I see your point.
Fair. And like I said, I was just writing this as, but while we're workshopping, you can workshop language. Did
Can we
you
strike
have-
individuals as customers to write?
The business shall be, well, go ahead. Patrons 21 years.
That means
or
it's the
worse.
customers, not the people who are operating it.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have something to offer? Please state your name again.
Yes, Scott Withers, 163 Spyglass.
We don't need the address, just the
Okay.
name.
Scott Withers. I would just ask the council if you're gonna go forward with this, are you gonna apply the same restrictions on the other restaurants that are directly competitive with us, such as Industries, Craft House, Sean Patrick's, concert venues like the Mark,
We get your
or any
point.
of these Valentinos?
We get your point. It's almost midnight.
Yep.
I would
We've
support
got
that,
it.
yes. I was just answering his question, yes, I would
Don't
support that.
come for my industry and I like them. I'm just kidding.
Let me ask, in y'all's experience, has the 21 and up, I know in Austin, like when it's a certain time, this clause like becomes what the business does moving forward in some places. And I promise you, I'm doing this to try to get y'all something, okay? I hear you have some sort of hesitation, and as far as the question on will this be applied ubiquitously, I have no opposition to that. Now, that's what I'm saying. Now, there may be special considerations made, and that sounds like a discussion that the CUP committee is likely going to have as time goes forward. But, okay, remind me on the hours. It's 6 to 2 or 8 to 2? 6 to 2?
That's when they're open, but their application is noon to 2, so they could change their hours within that window.
Now, Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Gonzalez, let me ask, would y'all be open to essentially making that clause number 5 applicable at a certain time period?
Like 9
Considering
or
that
something?
they have hours of operation that go outside of just nightlife.
Yeah, because I've seen some, it's 21 after
Yeah, and I'll be
9
honest,
o'clock or
I was
something.
looking at the menu. If I was 21 and under, I mean, there's some things I might be interested in, right? And so we obviously don't want to prohibit people
Yeah.
from being able to utilize the restaurant.
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that as much as I would love to see this, I'm gonna vote against this because we need to have a process in place. It needs to be a question that's asked of everybody. I think it's a bigger thing than just here. So as much as I would love to see this, I'm gonna vote no for process reasons. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna state that
And
right
as the
now.
champion of this motion, I don't disagree with you. That was the same energy we gave towards the last motion that was made, and that being a procedural thing that should be handled within the CUP committee.
Right. I would just
I
wanna
was, yeah.
This is gonna require a supermajority, right? And I understand
The end result.
the end
motion is
result,
amended,
right?
you're correct.
And I understand also being a part of the joint committee, that we should take this on in like a broader scope and have a process.
It's like the noise thing
Yeah,
from
it just,
before.
it makes it difficult for me to want to vote in favor of the reversal if there's not more. I don't know if safeguards is the right. But I do hear that. I mean, given that it's just 4 months, perhaps I'll have to contemplate between now and whenever we vote, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really just trying to, I believe in candor. I'm just trying to do what we can do to reach some sort of agreement. Because like I said, I know you
We
both.
may not be able to get there, and I'd
Yeah.
like to not try that
Yeah.
all night, just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I get that.
I get to trying, and I give you kudos for that, but sometimes it just, you're not gonna get there.
I'm a masochist.
Okay, so, we are going to vote on this one. A yes means that condition would be added.
The motion passes with 4 to 3, and council members Rodriguez, Bezek, and Scott dissenti.
Oh, wait a minute, I hit the wrong button.
For the record, I meant
no.
to vote for my.
Okay.
Let's
Let me clear it.
do over, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not used to hitting the no button.
The motion passes 4-2 with one abstain.
Well, I hit the wrong button again. It should be a no.
Okay, Mayor, let me.
Thank you.
The motion fails with three yeses and 4 nos with council members
Because
Rodriguez.
you need to vote no on your own amendment.
Yeah, I mean, we already voted, so.
Yeah. So 5 is gone. Are we ready to vote on the main motion as amended at 4 months? All righty. Main, 4 months. Okay.
Mayor, is this a main motion?
This is the main motion as amended, what we see on the
And we
screen
need 6
right this
votes.
minute, which is with the 4 and yes. And so this is a motion to reverse the decision of the P and Z and to apply these conditions, and it has the 4 months.
6 votes. Super majority. I thought it was. Oh, okay, sorry. The motion fails with 5 yeses and 2 nos with council members Mendoza and Gonzalez dissenting.
Okay, so what happens now, Mr. Aguirre?
Well, at this point, the decision of the P and Z stands. You can,
At what time can they reapply? Was there a waiting time period? I'm asking the staff.
yeah, I'd have to look in the code, but it may be,
And let's make this clear, this is not to technically shut down the business, it's the sale of alcohol, which I get it, but, well, you're a restaurant, alcohol secondary,
Right, but let's be real.
I get it,
It's the
but
same thing.
it's maybe effectively the same thing, but it's not the same thing. So, is that correct, Mr. Garrison? Is it gonna be a year? I've got the code here.
We're doing some research right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, it is what it is, so,
That's crazy.
okay. So I guess this is closed and we move on to our next item of business. Would that be correct, Mr. Gary?
yes, Mayor.
Okay, so that closes out the public hearings. If I could have everybody's attention, or I'll just wait for y'all to finish. Sure. Okay. I don't either. So now we are going to go back to the items that were pulled from the consent agenda, and I need to correct something that I said earlier because I was incorrect when I asked for a motion to approve the consent agenda items 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 through 12. 9 through 12 were public hearing. They were not on the consent agenda. So that motion was really only effective for items 3, 4, 5, and 6.
But Mayor, we haven't touched on number 13, the HEB location variance. That's
Is that a public hearing?
it's a public hearing.
Oh, crud.
Oh, yeah, 12, you're right. Oh, wait, no,
I gotta turn the page over here.
it shows, it's on non-consent.
No, wait a minute.
There's only 4.
13?
No, it's not. It's not, 13 is non-consent. It's not a public hearing.
What the heck? Look.
What?
It does show on my
On the
packet.
interact. Is it the bookmark?
Let me-
It might just be just a bookmark. And that was probably just a typo.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, on the actual
I
agenda.
apologize on that. That was.
Oh, it's okay, Liz. It's okay. I just saw it and I wanted to make sure. So,
And that's, oh, you're right. The bookmark says so, but it isn't.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I know we, though, often request things to be readjusted, and considering that there are still people here who've been here the entire time for that item, could I request that prior to us taking
You could request that, certainly.
the items
What's the request?
on
Are
our
y'all good
consent
with going
agenda,
ahead and taking item 13?
it should be quick, the variance for the parking?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
I'm seeing enough yeses. We will go to item 13 next. I was just going through the routine.
Consider approval of Resolution 2026-26R, approving a variance from the parking requirements applicable in the Whisper Plant Development District to allow for 16 rows of parking within the first layer along the IH-35 frontage road and 4 rows of parking along Yarrington Road for an approximately 22-acre portion of the development bounded by the IH-35 frontage road and Yarrington Road, including conditions for approval, and declare an effective date.
To approve.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Floyd, Director of Planning and Development Services. Before you, as the item was read, is an amendment to the planned development district for Whisper, and this is for an anticipated H-E-B grocery store with associated gasoline sales.
Hot dog!
Yeah, absolutely. So this PDD does allow, this amendment will allow the applicants, the PDD allows the applicants to request a variance of U-Council for the parking location standards. And next slide. Currently, under its current designation, it's only allowed 1 row of parking in the first layer. And so with that being an employment center, the applicant has requested to change that, next slide, to allow, instead of the 1 row in the PDD, to allow for, and can you go to the next slide, I'm sorry. Maybe, yeah. To allow for 16 rows. And here you can kind of see a graphic of how that's represented under the PDD. Again, this request is to go from 1 to 16 along the I-35 frontage road and then 4 rows along Yarrington Road. Next slide, please. So what you see here is a site plan from the applicant, noting the store and where that lies within Yarrington Road and also the I-35 and frontage road. And you see the 16 rows of parking there in the shaded purple of where that would be and what that variance would be for. Next slide, please. So with that, the recommendation of staff is approval of this variance. On top of that, the applicant has also kind of subjected themselves to some additional things here for this variance. And one of those is to provide a detention site runoff to 90% of the existing flows. So currently under standard, it's allowed to flow off exactly what it's running off today. They're going to have 10% better detention. That's what that means. I had the engineering department help me with that explanation. But that's what that means. So enhanced detention and runoff at the facility. Also, the landscaping will come into accordance with our new landscaping standards for that. Electric vehicle charging stations have been given by the applicant here. And the applicant has also agreed to follow building material criteria here, as you can see, that really are a minimum of 80 to 90% primary materials, secondary materials, and then alternative materials. And that's important because this state law does have some prohibitions against us regulating this. Again, another regulation that the applicant's putting in as part of this condition for the approval for the 16 additional parking spaces. So with that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions, and that does conclude my presentation. I know the applicant's representatives are here too, if you have any questions.
And this is not a public hearing, but if you would like to say something, we will give you this opportunity to do so if you would like. Not required. You're good? Okay. All right. So, if you're going to ask, now's the time. All
So just
right.
to be clear, the motion to approve does include the following conditions that are presented?
Correct. It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
The motion passes 7-0.
How exciting. HEB does more. All right, thank you. And thank you for.
Thanks for waiting.
Yes, thanks
So
for
long.
waiting, and thank you for calling that to our attention.
Mayor, for the record, I think it's no one does more than my HEB.
I just said HEB does more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's no one does more.
That's right. All right. Ms. Trevino, I think we're on item 1.
Yes, ma'am. Consider approval of ordinance 2026-01 on the second of 2 readings, amending the official zoning map of the city by rezoning approximately 0.93 acres of land located at 510 North Guadalupe Street from Public District to Character District 5, or subject to the consent of the owner and other less intense zoning district classification, including procedural provisions, and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Scott. Seconded by Mr. Pacell. Mr. Gonzalez, you brought this one up. Oh, let me go back. No, go ahead.
So, I mean, I had a series of questions, but I could try to like, just squish them all together. So essentially, this property is currently, tax exempt because it is owned by the church. So my concern is, I know that they currently are not planning on doing any sort of like retail or office space, but the rezoning would allow them to. So my question was, in the future, if only a portion of the building or the parcel were to be used for religious purposes, would the portion used for non-religious purposes become subject to ad valorem tax?
You mean like the other 5 stories?
Correct.
Good question.
Because right now it's meant to be residential or student housing, which I still have questions about that. But if it's the church providing student housing, I feel like it's a gray area. But if it just becomes retail at some point, will it ever become subject to taxes?
It's an excellent question. I'll have to research a little bit, quite honestly. I do not know for sure that they would or would not become subject to being taxed. Ad valorem level, I know if they sell things there, they would be paying sales tax for
Right.
those that become commercial. But from an ad valorem standpoint, that I do not know.
Okay, so if that's something that is unknown now and will be known later, hopefully staff will send us a memo on what the rules on that are, because I'm sure there are rules, I just don't know what they are.
Since it's unknown, I mean, that's a great question.
I
Do we-
hesitate to approve it now and then they come back later that we could have done something tonight, but since we've already approved. So, I mean, in that case, I would move to postpone this item until that answer.
I'm gonna bring up something. Mr. Floyd, are they still coming forward for that extra 2 stories?
At this time, I don't know if they were still considering it, but we haven't received the application yet.
Okay, so we don't know,
We don't know.
but they could do it at any time.
They sure could.
But then
Yes.
again, maybe they don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
I'll
you.
second.
Your motion was to, now we've got a motion on the table to approve, but you want to have a motion to postpone, which is okay. And, Ms. Rodriguez, and it's postponed to what? A date certain or some trigger that's going to happen, like we find out what the answer to that is?
So I would say some trigger when we find out what the answer to that is, but I guess a secondary possible trigger is negotiating that with the applicant.
Can we negotiate that for a zoning change?
I'm hoping our legal department was here, but as far as that determination, we could always talk to the Central Appraisal District. Yeah.
Mr. Gary, the question is, this land that's going from public to character District 5 would still be owned by a church or religious organization. So would there be any property tax hope?
Not if it's, churches are not taxable.
No, but they're gonna build something other than a church. There's gonna be
If-
potentially student
Yes,
housing and
it-
maybe some retail.
Okay, if it's, and I apologize, I was looking at another legal issue with Andrea. So even though a nonprofit, a non-taxable entity owns the property, just like with the city, if we lease for-profit purposes, it is taxable. That issue has come up even with the university on their hotel project. So it can be taxable depending who the user is. If they lease it, say on a land lease or ground lease, to a commercial enterprise, or if they have retail, yes, it's taxable.
But if they have retail on just certain stories, so the church is the first floor, there's retail on floors 2 through 5. So my understanding, the only way to do that would be essentially like condominiumizing the building so that they're essentially distinct units. Because I understand the example you gave with the
Yeah,
city.
because he
if
did
we-
say something about ground lease.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But we're not
and-
doing a ground lease because it's only certain stories.
No,
Right.
that's what they, I mean, they own it. They can do ground lease and do what they want to with the property.
And the appraisal district will break it down to which portions are taxable and certain portions not taxable. They would
Yeah.
use whatever formulas they
It's the
use.
same with the strip center that the university owns, right there across from the Taco Bell on the Guadalupe Street. They own that strip center, and because they use it for retail use, then we get tax from it.
We get property tax?
We get property tax, yes.
Okay, so does that answer the question enough? Because your motion to postpone doesn't have a second, so that's why we're.
No, I seconded for the
Did you?
purpose of discussion,
Yeah.
because to Mr. Gonzalez's
Because-
point, this was a statement made by the applicant that they were going to maintain ownership. I also had questions on how that statement aligned with, because one of the reasons I supported this was the taxable benefit.
Right.
And so without clarity, that's why I seconded it for the
Yeah,
purpose of
and-
discussion.
and
Unless it's a
to-
5-story church.
Ms. Reyes's point, like, so that example you gave, the entire property is retail space. My concern is the argument that if there's a church at the ground level and everything above it is retail, that the church being on the ground level would still allow the entire property to be tax exempt. So, I mean, I would want clarification of that before
Okay.
we take any definitive action.
So, so surely we can get that definitive answer before the next meeting. So postpone to the next meeting.
Yeah, and we have the answer by then, sure.
We've got, there's either got to be a date or a trigger.
Well, I mean, I'm saying the trigger when we get the answer. But, I mean, if we're confident that we can get that answer by the next meeting, then I'm fine putting a date on it, but.
Are we
if-
confident we can get that answer in a week?
Well, the next meeting is, I mean, I guess for the
That's why I
packet.
said 1 week, because it's really not
Right.
2, because packet's got to be put together. That's a yes or no, or
Yeah.
we can make it the next one, or
I-
we can say until we have the answer. I just hate to, if I were the applicant, I'd be going,
Right, I would say, can we guarantee we can get it in a week? I'd say when staff has an answer to
Okay,
bring
so
back to
when we have
council.
an answer.
We'll strive to make it available for the next meeting, of course.
All right, that's a motion to postpone. Let's vote on that.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, moving on to item 2. Ms. Trevino, if you will read that, and I hope Ms. Rodriguez has her.
I do.
Thank you.
Consider approval of ordinance 2026-02 on the second of 2 readings, adding a new article to chapter 18 of the city code that requires businesses to register Bitcoin teller machines and to install signage warning customers and users of the potential fraud or scam risk associated with using these machines, including procedural provisions and providing for penalties and declaring effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna make a motion that in the actual ordinance language, under the recitals, the first section, the one, for the sake of continuity, to strike the mention of automated teller machine.
Oh, you're right. It was right there.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
just for the sake of continuity.
Then-
I'd second that.
Thank
Did
you.
motion for amendment? You did, yeah, second.
And was it found anywhere else in there? It looks like they caught all the rest of them.
I didn't see anything else. I don't know if, like, for the sake of sentence structure, we get rid of strike the and following.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and include that within my motion,
That
to
would be
strike
good.
that.
Okay. So we have a motion to strike the ATM in recital 1. We have a second.
Sure, I'll second. If no one has.
No, we have a second.
Okay.
So let's vote.
Sorry, Mayor, hold on.
Oh.
Sorry, I was writing my notes.
Ms. Garza? Thank you.
The motion passes 6-0 with 1 absent.
All right, moving on to item 5.
Consider approved resolution 2026-22R supporting the application of Hayes County for funding assistance to Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Centerpoint Road project from IH-35 to FM 2439 Hunter Road, authorizing city manager or her designee to support the application on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
I'll make the motion. I'll take a second
Second.
from Mr. Scott, and I pulled this because Centerpoint Road project does not say it's an overpass. And I just thought everybody might want to know it's an overpass over the railroad tracks. Yay. That's it. That's it. No amendment, just making a clarification. If y'all are ready to vote, we can vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, and now we have item 7.
Consider approval of resolution 2026-24R authorizing submission of a grant application to the Office of the Governor's Public Safety Office to fund a cybersecurity risk assessment and evaluation for the supervisory control and data acquisition, networks and systems in an amount up to $120,000 with a percent match, designating the city manager or designee to execute required documents for purposes of this application and any resulting grants, including authorization to accept the grant, providing assurances, and declaring an effective date.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Pacelk. The reason I pulled this is staff has advised us that this is a 30% match instead of a 20% match. So do we have all the proper places where that needs to change in the resolution itself? I don't know how many places it occurs. Is it even in here? Yeah, 20% in the caption, and that's the only place that I find it. So I will make that motion to amend. I have made that motion. Mr. Scott has seconded it. Are we ready to vote?
Okay, sorry. Here, the motion passes 7-0.
And the motion is amended.
Sorry, there you go. Motion passes 5-2 with council members Rodriguez and Garza dissenting.
Okay. And then on to item 8, and we should have some edits from staff on this one.
Sorry, Mayor, making my notes here. 8, consider approval of resolution 2026-25R approving a memorandum of understanding with Texas State University to enhance public safety in the downtown square area with the Texas State University, providing support, cooperation, and funding in amount of $150,000 to the city, authorize city manager or her designee to execute the memorandum of agreement on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
To approve.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve
Second.
from Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Pacelk. And there were some things in here that actually weren't going to apply. I believe this is through June, is that correct, Chief Standridge?
Yes, ma'am, through the end of June 2026.
Okay, and do you or Ms. Reyes want to explain what we're removing, and do we have that to show?
Mr. Meagle, can you place that on the screen?
You go ahead and talk about it while we're waiting for that, if you would, Chief Standridge, about what's being changed.
So this is actually
okay.
this is the first time I've seen this, so I apologize. I'm playing catch up.
So what this is based on mayor and council's
okay.
visioning. The discussion was that this was really only going through and addressing the money being donated to the city of San Marcos through June of 2026. And anything that would be beyond that would need to be negotiated as a whole nother MOU. So that's why it just took out the intention there.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I was thinking staff was in there more than once, but, okay. So, first, I would like to say thank you to the university, for making this offer whenever y'all had discussions with them about, needing some assistance. And would you very quickly say how these dollars are going to be spent? And I think there's one word. Overtime?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we
So-
going to go hire more people?
Stan Standers, Police Chief. I will echo our mayor's praise. We have a really good relationship with the University Police Department. And on the fateful night of Halloween weekend that saw some violence in our city, they were one of the very first responders to assist us downtown. And so we were very appreciative of that. Since then, University Police Department, under the supervision of Chief Matt Carmichael, and I have worked together consistently. They have engaged our citizens in the downtown area frequently in multiple meetings, and they have indicated that they want to be a part of the solution. So this is a portion of the solution. They are offering $150,000, one-time dollars, to provide funding for San Marcos police officers to provide 4 designated officers for the downtown district, specifically Thursday and Friday, Saturday nights. We actually do Tuesday through Saturday, but that's beside the point. So we have 4 designated officers. So the $150,000 is actually used to recoup the expense from those 4 officers now being removed from the patrol division, which now has to be filled with overtime. So the $150,000 is a very gracious way of them helping us provide safety, increased safety downtown.
Okay, so, let's see, I will make a motion for the amendments as shown on the screen above. I would appreciate a second.
Second.
Okay, I'll take Mr. Mendoza's second on that. Are there any further questions? If not, we'll vote on the amendment.
The motion passes 7-0.
And then we'll vote on the main motion.
The motion passes 7-0.
All righty then. So that takes us to item 14. Am I correct, Ms.
Yes.
Trino? All right, item 14.
Discuss and consider an appointment or reappointment to position 1 and confirm Hayes County appointments to positions 3 and 5 and appoint a chair to the tax increment reinvestment zone, terrace number 5, downtown board of directors, and provide direction to staff.
Do these motions, just a parliamentary inquiry, do these motions have, you're not parliament, I'm sorry, that's, do they have to be handled separately, or can I make one whole motion for each position?
And I'm gonna, for the mayor, I think procedurally it might be easier to do one position at a time.
I'm fine
but
with that.
Because there may be disagreement on who the different folks are.
Sure, okay, so to position 1, I'm gonna make a motion, for the mayor to be reappointed.
Thank you. I'll second it. Are there any other nominations? Volunteers, voluntold? I am willing. All right, let's vote on this one.
The motion passes 6-0 with 1 absent.
And,
You're on a
then-
roll.
Yes, ma'am. For position number 3, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we reappoint Commissioner Debbie Gonzalez Inglesby.
Thank you. That's been sent over from the Commissioners Court as their recommendation.
Mhm.
But we need to do it, so thank you for that, and I'll second that one. So we'll vote on that one.
Motion passes 6-0.
And then for position 5, I'm gonna go ahead and reappoint Kyle Milius? Is that-
Milius, yes.
Okay.
And it was their turn, but that's who they sent over, and if we concur, then it's good, and he's such a good member.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mayor, I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, and we need to determine who our chair will be. I will volunteer.
Second.
We will vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
And just for clarity, Position 2, these are 2-year terms, so those will be up next year. Position 2 is Ms. Rodriguez, and position 4 is Judge Ruben Becerra. Item 15.
Oh, yeah, let me read it. All right.
Oh, take a drink of water.
I know. Discuss and consider appointments to the various boards and commissions to wit, A, Airport Advisory Board, B, Animal Shelter Advisory Committee, C, Arts Commission, D, Cemetery Commission, E, Citizens Utility Advisory Board, E, Construction Board of Appeals, G, Convention and Visitors Bureau Advisory Board, H, Economic Development San Marcos Board, I, Ethics Review Commission, J, Historic Preservation Commission, K, Housing Authority Board, L, Human Services Advisory Board, M, Library Board, N, Main Street Advisory Board, O, Neighborhood Commission, P, Parking Advisory Board, Q, Parks and Recreation Board, R, Planning and Zoning Commission, S, Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, T, Veterans Affairs Advisory Committee, U, Zoning Board of Adjustments.
Okay, council, get your big print version.
Shout out our city clerk's office.
I appreciate Sarah. and
Yes,
Lucia.
this matrix. I didn't even know paper came this big.
I'm not sure what I did with mine, but I've got a smaller version that I can work with. So, mine's got notes on it, yes. Okay, council, we've done this 2 ways. We can do whichever you prefer. Sometimes we do planning and zoning first because it's planning and zoning. And I think maybe last year we just went in alphabetical order. So which way, or do you want to do it a third way? Just let me know, and that's, oh, here it is. That's where we're gonna go. So y'all tell me, P and Z first, or?
I'd be okay with going P and Z first, just to get out of the way, sure.
That kind of lets us know who's available for other.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and
Others.
council, before we do P and Z, I would like to state that Amy Meeks is not eligible for a second term. She already did her first term, and she served more than half of that term.
So she's not eligible?
She's not eligible, no, ma'am.
Did
That
you
was an
inform
error.
her of
That's
that?
an error.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
understand that, but we did some research during the meeting and the dates to know.
Oh,
And,
the
and-
facts have changed.
Yes.
and just to further clarify the way the ordinance is written, if you serve more than half of what the 3-year
Yeah.
term would be, that qualifies as the term.
Yeah.
Just, that's how our ordinance is.
Jim's was the same way. I think he got my 2 years left when I ran for council, so he only got 2, and it counted as a full term, so. Okay, so,
I'd like to make a nomination.
hang on, let me get to the page.
4 now.
Page,
This is planning and zoning.
page, plan. Okay, so, yes.
Yes, ma'am. I would like, and Mr. Pantaleon, you have helped me pronounce their name before. Is it Hayat? Hayat, and Koronful? Yes.
Mayor, point of
I have-
information.
And actually, they're kind of not motions, we're just putting names in nomination, and then we will vote.
So my understanding is that we're filling 1 unexpired term and 3 full terms.
Yes, the one unexpired has 1 year, and we have done that a couple of ways. We can decide here.
Mayor,
Hold on, wait, no, I'm waiting for them to finish,
Oh,
and then I
sure.
will finish what I was going to say. Are y'all ready? Yeah. Okay. What has been done multiple ways, sometimes we decide who they are, and they draw straws to see who gets the 1 year, or we determine who the 1 year is, and I remember 1 year it was whoever got the least votes, got the shorter one. Whatever you want to do is fine, we just need to decide after we get all these names in. Mr. Gonzalez.
Well, so I'd like to nominate Lucy Johnson, but specifically to the 1-year term, per her request.
Per her request?
No, that's not correct.
That is literally what she told me when she called me.
That's not correct.
Well, they're figuring that out, Mayor. Ms. Trevino asked me for a clarification on who I
Yes.
nominated, so
Okay.
can I provide?
Please do.
It was a Hayat.
Got that one?
Yes, ma'am. That's the only one I
Oh, okay, that's the
provided
only
so
one,
far.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're putting a Lucy's name in play?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lucy Johnson. Well, he said for 1 year, and,
fine.
We've got someone else saying something different, but his motion is for, for the 1 year. Okay. Anybody else have a name? Oh, I want to put the name of Michelle Burleson in, okay. Mr. Scott, I really need you to pull that microphone near you, because if I try to watch this meeting later, try to find out what's going on, I will have no idea what you said. You're gonna have to get even closer.
I wasn't really saying anything.
Mayor,
Mr. Mendoza?
is this for, I'm trying to clarify, I know Mr. Gonzalez nominated Ms. Johnson for the 1-year term, but are we nominating Mrs. Burleson for a 3-year term?
Yes,
Okay, so then,
full term.
so how's this gonna work out? Do we need to take out Mrs.?
We had 3 full terms and we have 1 1-year term.
Do we
Yes, ma'am.
decide how
But
we're
we're trying
gonna
to
do that?
verify, again, per the request of Mrs. Johnson, to be a 1-year, we're combining. a
That's the
3-year
way
term.
he's putting the nomination forward.
Lorenzo?
That's the way he put the nomination forward.
What? So we're supposed to give our nomination and how we want it
I know
1
it's
year?
getting confusing
Or
here.
I thought
Well,
we decided,
When I heard it, he said that's what she wanted, but now we're hearing otherwise. So, again, we're either gonna determine the 1 year, or we're gonna nominate 4 people and they draw straws. Okay, I think Mr. Scott has a nomination. If he'll
Awesome.
speak clearly into the microphone.
Allison Hardy.
Okay, so we have 4 names that have been placed in nomination. And we can vote on these one at a time if you want to. And Mr. Gonzalez has offered who would be the 1 year.
I mean, I'm fine with nominating them all and letting them decide, because then she could make her, since.
She could make that known at that time.
Since Ms. Garza says that she's heard otherwise, I don't want to force her into something that she
Okay,
doesn't.
then do you want to just put her name in nomination?
Yes.
can
Okay.
y'all remind me who has been nominated already?
I'm sorry, who?
Can y'all remind me who all has been
The
nominated?
nominees are Michelle Burleson, Allison Hardy, Hyatt Ann Carunful, and Lucy Johnson.
I'd like to nominate Randy Bryan.
Okay, so we now have 5 names for 4 slots. Are there any other nominations? Okay, we're going to start voting, and y'all, please follow directions. If you would, give your 4 names when Ms. Trevino calls on you. If you would use the first name, because it's helpful if everybody does the same thing. So if you will use the first name and do it in the same order in which they appear on your form, this will go a whole lot quicker.
Oh, so Mayor, I
makes sense.
rearranged mine so that they're
Yeah, I
in order
can't
by
put that on.
priority.
Then just give your 4. But if
Sorry.
the rest of us could do in order,
I got
that would be helpful.
You got it.
Ms. Trevino.
I want to start with Ms. Rodriguez.
Hayat, Michelle Burleson, Lucy Johnson, and Allison Hardy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Basel.
I'm Michelle Burleson, Lucy Johnson, Randy Bryan, Allison Hardy.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Garza.
And
Wait, we get 4?
that's 4.
Those are your 4.
Those are your 4.
Right.
Okay.
Why is everybody looking at me?
Oh,
You didn't do them in
it
the
sounded
right
like you
order.
were gonna add one
to
more.
continue?
It sounded like you were
It
continuing.
sounded
That's
like
why.
you were getting ready to say another name,
Welcome
which
to my
wouldn't
head. It is
be
what it
allowed.
is.
Okay, Ms. Garza.
Ms. Garza.
Lucy Johnson, Allison Hardy, and Randy Bryan.
You have one.
You have one more.
Do you get one
Oh,
more?
yeah. Michelle Burleson.
Okay, thank you. Ray Houston.
Michelle Burleson, Allison Hardy, Hyatt, and Lucy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott?
Michelle Burleson, Allison Harding, Lucy Johnson, and,
Speak up.
I can't pronounce her, the Hyatt.
Hyatt?
Hyatt.
We'll know who you're talking about.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mendoza?
Michelle Burleson, Allison Hardy, Lucy Johnson, Randy Bryan.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Gonzalez?
Michelle Burleson, Allison Hardy, Lucy Johnson, and Randy Bryant.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, I'm ready. Mayor, I have Burleson, Allison, and then I have Lucy Johnson, the top three that has 7 votes. And then I have Randy Bryan
At 4?
with 4. Is that what you have?
Okay, and we're going to let them, and it'll be the planning staff that does the drawing of straws.
Yes, ma'am.
Traditionally, that's, I mean, if we say we're not, then they do it and they figure out how they're gonna do it. Okay, so,
I'm sorry, can we document that on like on the sheet or something? Because I feel like that's kind of the, like, or like in the, like for this, for next time, right? So that
Oh,
we know
yes.
that that's how they ended up. Yeah.
and we need to make sure that gets back to us and we put them in with 1 year.
For the 1 year, yes.
On
Yes,
the-
I will reach out to the staff liaison to elect in person, like in a meeting, in a
Right.
public setting, so.
Yeah, and that they understand it's 1 year.
Yes.
Okay.
So just for clarification, whoever ends up with that 1 year term would still be eligible for 2 full 3-year terms and be able to serve a total of 7 years.
They can, because it's less than a full, less than half. If you do 1 year, you can do 7. If you do 2, you can only get 5. Yeah, because the 2 counts as a full one.
1.5.
Right, is
You're
anything over 18 months is a full term. Anything less
Right.
than.
So if you
is-
get 2 years, it counts as a full term, so you only get 5. Okay, are y'all
By
ready
the
to
way, whoever
start?
gets this one, it's only 1 year, so they could get 2 full terms.
Yes, they could.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to clarify.
So it's actually better to have the 1 if you think you can get reappointed.
Right.
Okay. Y'all want to do another one now, or are you ready to go with, go down the alphabetically?
Mayor, if we can do housing, just because that has the whole issues with unexpired terms as well.
Then let's go to housing.
I've got people, if y'all are ready.
Sure, if you have nominations,
So as far as the unexpired term, I didn't account for that in my, so I'll leave that up to my colleagues. But the 3 initially needed, I'd like to do, enter the names of Gracia Salinas,
wait, who?
Gracia Salinas, Jessica R. Urbizu, and Tammy Gonzalez, who has literally waited this entire night so patiently that I just wanted to say I appreciated that. She's still here.
I know.
Yeah.
So that was Gracia, I'm sorry, what was the second one?
Gracia, Jessica, and Tammy.
Got it.
And again, I didn't account for or terms that were still needing to be filled.
So do we
Right.
want to sign that, or do we want to let them draw straws?
Well, I figured my colleagues already showed interest in that, so I just wanted to account for the 3 that
I'm
were.
just determining for sure which way we want to do this one, because we can do them however we want.
I mean, perhaps for the sake of continuity, straws, if we are applying
I'm
that to
fine
PNC.
either way.
The only reason why I would be against that is because one of the unexpired terms is literally a month. So by the time they meet to draw straws, it would expire, so at least that one I would like to name. Someone to
Mr. Gary, can we say that the one is for this and not to have Ms. Trevino bring it back in
Yes,
3 weeks, that we want to continue that?
yes, you can do just the one that's expiring this
Okay.
month. just so they have a full board for the remainder of the year.
Okay.
And
What term what
So-
position are we referring to?
So essentially, Ramika Adams's position would have expired in 2027, so that would,
But did she,
she resigned back in December.
did we
No,
not?
it was Tamara Thompson.
No, Tamara Thompson resigned like 2 weeks ago.
Did she resign? Ramika? I don't.
Ramika resigned the day that they decided that they were gonna have a special meeting to name an ED.
I have to check my email to see if we received something from the housing.
You don't
I don't-
have anything about Ramika?
Yeah, no, I just know about Tamara Thompson.
Can you check it? Would they have emailed you? Oh, and it actually could also be on their meeting minutes, so I can check that. Allegedly, they're supposed to put them online.
But it is appropriate to just fill that vacancy. If, it's not mandatory that you do it, but if you want the board to have a full board for their February meeting coming up, that would be the purpose of this.
I've never appointed anybody for 1 month and then wanted to come back and,
No, I'm not saying to come back, but I mean, it's appropriate to have that and then
I
fill
think
the
the
other
answer to my
appointments.
question was yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I guess essentially my suggestion would be to name one person to a 13-month term, 2 people to 24-month terms, and then 1 person to a 25-month term.
No, because the 3 vacancies that we know about they all expired. We'd
Right,
be
but-
appointing them anyway.
But one of them is Tamara, who resigned 2
already
weeks ago.
gone.
Yeah.
Mayor, I did not receive anything regarding Ramika.
We're talking about Tamara now.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that I checked my emails. There's nothing there for her.
Okay, so it looks like we are gonna see this again, possibly.
So should we
So it's just, shall we just pick somebody?
Mr. Gonzalez, are you okay with just like to wait for the formality of it all, that this could be, the 4th one could be brought
Oh,
back? Could we do
I
that?
think that's gonna have to come back. And
Okay.
may I just suggest that we appoint Gracia Salinas, reappoint, and then Jessica, we reappoint, and then Tammy, we appoint to the 1-month term plus the 2-year term. I'm sorry, these are 2-year terms by law.
Yes, ma'am, I'm
That
fine
we
with
just
that.
say
I
that,
should have
that's gonna
clarified.
make it clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Clean.
Yeah.
I'm fine
Uh-huh.
with that, and then, so I guess when,
If we
I
get
guess the
confirmation
ED
of another vacancy, it'll come back before us.
alright.
And then we'll have, and then
That
we
would
have,
allow them to have a 4-member board, so I'm fine with that.
and we have a pool of people to choose from. Okay. So, what we have before us is 3 slots. Gracia, Jessica, and Tammy will get the 1 month, and then the next term.
Did anybody else have any recommendations for these?
I haven't heard anybody nominate, but
I just wanted
if
to.
you have someone.
No, I'm just
Fine.
asking.
So we're on housing still, right?
Yes.
I had, so you already proposed Gracia, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just go to Google. And this one, okay, gotcha. I would like to nominate Vince Michelle. He was the one we talked about the other day.
And
Do-
just
is
to
he on the
clarify.
List, has
Is
he
it right?
applied, Ms. Trevino?
And Vince Michelle,
Mm-hmm.
but the application, let me check, Mayor.
And while we're waiting, Mr. Pastelk, when you're saying to nominate him, would that be for just one of the 3 years or for the one that has also the
The 1 year.
month of
the
February?
vacancy.
I'm kind of confused about that. What do you mean? These all say that they expire 2026,
If Ramika has approved.
but hers,
Ours expires in 27.
oh, gotcha.
So if we confirm that she has resigned, then we'll have a 1 year to fill.
Mayor, may I place in there now a nominee for that position to replace Ramika?
We can't because we don't have an official resignation from her on
Okay.
file.
So Mayor, and I don't know if this would be considered official, but I have a screenshot from one of the other commissioners where she sent a group chat saying that she's resigning from the board, looking for a full-time job is more than a motion. I have to look at injuries and job opportunities afforded to me. And then the chair responds, we respect your
And that's a
decision.
screenshot from minutes?
No, so it's a screenshot from when Ramika, in the group chat amongst all the commissioners, resigned her position.
What do you
and
mean, a group chat among all
so
the commissioners?
The 5 commissioners have a group chat, allegedly.
Oh, my God.
You should have never.
It's just, there's no obligation that you have to address any, I know there's been conversation about, it's council, if you want to rely on that, but you can also wait till there's an official word instead. So it's council's discretion, but there's no obligation to proceed
And
with
I
all of
hope
them.
someone said that that resignation needs to come to either their staff liaison, or it needs to come to Ms. Trevino.
Do we ever get
Well,
their
I meant-
meeting minutes?
It would be their ED.
Yeah, so on that night, Lana had already resigned, and that's when they decided to enter into contract with the New Braunfels Housing Authority. So literally that night, there was no staff liaison because they had no ED. Lana had already resigned and they hadn't named a new one yet.
That explains a
And that's
lot.
usually the staff, the liaison, that presents me the agendas. So it used to be the executive director.
Like I said, my biggest concern was them having quorum, so, I mean, if we seat 4 of the 5 members, I'm fine moving forward, and then
And
getting
are
a
you
more formal resignation from,
finding an application for Mr. MICHEL?
The Vince, Michelle,
Uh-huh.
yes. It was past the deadline.
But we have in the
But it's
past,
up to
we have in
discretion
the
of you
past
guys.
even freestyled somebody up here who had no application.
But
Other committees.
it would be
And I think one
in
of them was
time
Amy
for the-
Meeks. She just sent
Is
an
that the
email.
one you're talking about?
Is,
So
but,
she was never on the original matrix.
but they would be in time for the next appointment at our next meeting when we fill this to be confirmed resignation slot.
Right. I just want to name that in the past, we have considered
And you can
people.
make that proposal now too?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just,
Yeah, and the reason I liked him was because of qualifications. He's done housing before.
But here's the deal. Right now, we've got 3 people for 3 slots. We think we're gonna have another slot.
Right.
So I was thinking if we just, we'll decide, and I'm not trying to presuppose, but we don't have a slot to put the 4th person in, and that would put 4 people. So then we're having to choose 3 of those 4.
New territory for me, so I'd be open to it, but I don't want to,
If you put his name in now, you're forcing a vote to choose from 3 of the 4.
And explain the next process one time. You said in a month. What would happen again? Just
Not
like-
at our next meeting. If we
Yeah.
confirm this resignation, then there will be a 1-year term
Available.
at our next meeting.
and it would open up for him to do a clean application, and we don't
And,
operate in this gray area of it being.
Yes.
and he would have met whatever deadline we would have for that. And so we would have that one in addition to the others.
I guess my only feedback would be, since he wasn't on here, would any other council members feel that this gentleman brings something good enough to the table that we would want to make a move on it tonight, or?
I would love to see him on there.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to come up with a faster, cleaner way of doing it than forcing a vote on 4 good people for 3 slots.
Yeah,
I
and,
gotcha, I
and
gotcha.
for me, I definitely hear y'all on like there being past precedent. At least in my time, I haven't seen us do that.
Well, we
I guess for me,
a
out
lot. We have a
of,
lot.
and I'm not saying that there's not precedent, but for me, I just out of respect for everybody who applied. I mean, this was like a 400-page packet. I just think it wouldn't be fair. And so I'm happy to entertain this at a later date once we receive a more formal notification from the Housing Authority. But right now, just given respect for all the people who made it in time,
We've not seen
it feels wrong.
Yeah, and
And-
we've not seen the application, Mr. Purcell.
And just to clarify too, you're right, it ultimately is all council discretion, and those are factors you can consider, like, did they apply on time? There's not a prohibition on council considering others, it's just been practiced, but it's all a council preference and what council feels comfortable with.
Well, if everybody that's been proposed so far, they all bring something pretty significant to the table. Do we all agree? So this is a tougher one. So just on that alone, my opinion would be that if the application didn't get in on time, then we just follow the process for now, and there's probably, looks like there might be not abandonment, but
A vacancy.
somebody stepping out, a vacancy.
Come the next
That would-
meeting.
Yeah, that would probably be the best bet, the wisest decision. I know he brings a lot to the table, but I don't know the other
But we
people.
don't see, we don't have that
Right.
application.
Right, exactly, yeah, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
And I just
that's-
really want to advocate for the fact that, like, we talked a lot about, just real quick, succinctly, we talked a lot about visioning, qualifications, looking many ways. Again, Tammy lived in housing.
Right.
Right?
I don't think
So
anybody's
I wanted
arguing
to
the
say,
merits
I know
of the
you, I
applicants.
get that, Ms. Garza, but for my colleagues who may not know that, I know we've known Gracia's work, we've known Jessica's, so as somebody who nominated, I just wanted to speak to it.
Why I'm
If I
saying,
can just-
And
let's
it's also
take,
listed
So-
on the application that everybody.
My
has
concern with
provided.
that with Mrs. Gonzalez, which I adore, I know right now she's on the CVB. That's kind of what I was debating on the email. She had asked for support for going on the second term of that one, and then she had also asked for the support
She
of
can do
this
both.
board. I just want to ensure that she does have the ability to do both boards.
we
This is
already
her
covered
priority.
that once
Yeah,
before.
be-
Mr. Gary, would you?
Right, because the prohibition on serving two city boards, that's like Planning and Zoning Commission and ZBOA, because they're
Or
just
Arts and
working for
Main
the city.
Street or
But
whatever.
the Housing Authorities is actually its own governmental entity.
Perfect.
So even though we appoint, it's not a city board or commission.
It's under HUD auspices. They just asked the local
So-
Thank you. I
council
just-
to
They can
appoint
serve both.
the,
Perfect.
we already went through this.
I know, but I just wanted to ensure that we have it, that there's not a problem there, given that board, so
Okay.
thank you.
So, Mr. Purcell, are you gonna hold your nomination for another time?
Yeah, I
Since
think
we
we have
have
to.
not seen that
There's no
application?
application. If they get turned in, they get turned in, so.
Okay, so right now, we have 3 for 3, and we've defined who's going to get that tiny 1-month slot. So are y'all ready to vote? We have Gracia Salinas, Jessica Edrusu, and Tammy Gonzalez. So this is a 3 for 3, you can just say yes. We need you to vote, Mr. Scott.
Motion passes 7-0.
Anything else you want to do, or are we off to the A's?
Let's go to the A's.
Airport.
I actually have the 3 nominations, if possible, please.
What?
I'd like to nominate 3 people here.
Then say it.
for
Let's
airport.
go, let's go, let's
I'm gonna go for Barton, Sharp, and Maycock.
Can you repeat what you
Sure.
said?
Christopher Barton, Roger Sharp, and Sean Maycock. And Mr. Maycock is, gosh, I forget what aviation, he's one of the CEOs out there.
Blue
Just-
Skies.
Blue
He's
Sky,
a
thank you.
business owner.
Yes, yes.
Blue Skies Aviation.
And as much as I do
Okay.
enjoy Mr. Roach, he's been on a few times, I think it's good to have a
And
CEO. like
Mr.
Tom.
Scott, do you have a nomination?
Tom Roach.
Okay. So we have 4 people nominated for 3 slots, which means y'all are going to have to give Mr. Trevino 3 names, please, in order if you've got your document in front of you, instead of other sources that you're getting your instructions from. And if you'll just call the first name.
All right, Mr. Bassett.
Christopher, Roger, Tom.
Tom, thank you. Ms. Garza?
The 3 that wanted to be reappointed, Chris, Roger, Tom.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Houston?
Christopher, Roger, and Tom.
Mr. Scott?
Christopher, Roger, and Maycock.
Okay, thank you.
Correction, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Christopher, Tom, and Maycock.
Oh, Tom and Maycock. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Mendoza?
Christopher, Roger, and Sean.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez?
Oh, we're not following directions.
Christopher, Tom, and Sean.
Tom and Sean, okay. Ms. Rodriguez?
Can one of y'all speak to Tom?
So,
Because nothing was included in his application. Maybe
He's I don't know exactly the role, Civil Air Patrol is one of the things. He's got a, yeah,
Civil Air Patrol.
right.
Okay, so I'll do Christopher, Roger, Tom.
Okay.
7, 5. So it's going, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it's Christopher, Roger, and Tom.
Okay. Next is animal shelter, and some of these are prescribed slots.
I have the three, if y'all want to hear them.
Give the names.
Kate Shaw, Caitlin Ledesma, and Sarah Pollard.
Yeah, because like the Hayes County, they name the veterinarian's a veterinarian. I'm sorry, say that again?
Kate Shaw, Caitlin Ledesma, and Sarah Pollard.
I don't have a Caitlin. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong column. Yes, Caitlin would be the Hayes County one, Sarah's the veterinarian, and Kate is the only at-large. Okay, we have those, and it's 3 for 3.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott? It's 3 nominated for 3 slots.
Shelter.
It's 3 nominated for 3 slots. You can just say yes.
Oh, yes. Are you able to push a button?
Yep.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, Arts Commission, we need 3.
5, or, oh,
3 of the total, 5 must be residents, 2 can be non-residents, and we have only 1 non-resident now, so we could have another. And
This is for arts?
this is for arts, my dear, this is for arts.
I have 3 if y'all, unless anybody else wants to start.
Present your 3.
Arthur Simon, Catherine M. Cargill, and Sarah, wait, no, that's my wrong. Catherine M. Cargill, Sarah E. Kleiman, and Sheridan Schaefer. Sorry.
And not Arthur Simon?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I will put Arthur Simon's name in.
But he is did we need another non-resident? Or they-
It's 2 can be, but it doesn't
Ma-
require it. They could
Yes,
all be
ma'am, sorry about
residents.
that. Okay, yes, ma'am.
I got 2
Right.
nominations.
I'm putting, I put Arthur Simons in. Mr. Paselk?
I second the Catherine Cargill, Nancy Slits, and Daryl Schmick.
And I'm sorry, that last one?
Daryl Schmick.
Oh, he's further up the top.
Ms. Rodriguez, who were your 3?
Yes, ma'am, sorry about that. Catherine M. Cargill,
Okay, got that one.
Sarah E. Kleinman,
That's all.
and Sheridan Schaefer.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now have 6 names for 3 slots. Are there any more names to put in play?
I wasn't keeping track. Arthur, Sarah,
It's
Sheridan.
Arthur, Daryl, Catherine, Nancy, Sarah, and Sheridan.
Cool. Yeah, I think I got my 3.
Then you'll get to give your 3 to Ms. Trevino here momentarily.
Ready?
Who's first?
Any more nominees? We're good? Okay. Ms. Garza?
Just the 3? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they're asking for you.
Okay. It's just Arthur, Sarah, and Sheridan.
Hold on. You are Arthur. Okay, got it.
Mary Houston?
Oops, I just put that wrong slide. Arthur, Catherine, and Nancy.
Thank you. Mr. Scott?
Turn your microphone.
Arthur, Daniel, and Sherrod.
Was that
Daryl?
Daryl, perhaps?
Oh, Daryl.
Okay. And what was the last one?
The very last one.
Oh, Sheridan? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Mendoza?
Arthur, Catherine, and Nancy.
Catherine,
need a ruler.
Me too, Mayor. I was just thinking that. Mr. Gonzalez,
Catherine, Sarah, and Sheridan.
Catherine. And you said Sarah?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the last one is Sheridan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Rodriguez.
Same thing he just said. I think for my three. Catherine, Sarah, and Sheridan. Yes, ma'am.
Final Arts Commission is what we're doing.
Yes.
As soon as Ms. Trevino asks you and she's ready.
Schmick.
Wait, hold on.
No,
Are
no.
you, are you ready, Ms. Trevino?
Yeah, so I have Arthur.
Wait, Mr. Paselk has not voted yet.
I am so sorry, Mr. Paselk. Sorry.
It's late. It's okay.
All right, Daryl Schmick, Catherine Cargill, Nancy Slits.
Arthur, Daryl,
Excuse me, Daryl, Catherine,
Catherine.
Nancy.
Nancy, sorry. Thank you. All right, so let's see.
Must have put those in the wrong place.
2, 4, that stayed. Three, 4. So I have, okay, hold on, give me a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. So I have Arthur, I'm sorry, Catherine, and Sheridan?
That's what I have.
Okay.
4, 5, and
Sorry.
4 for the votes.
Yes.
Cemetery Commission, I would like to put the names of Brenda Butler, Faye Clyke Gillum, and Robert Moore in play. Those would be for reappointment.
I'm fine with that.
Any other nominations? If not, 3 for 3.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, now we are on QAB. We need 2.
I have Lisbeth Dobbins and Lori Moore.
Go
Perfect,
for it, girl.
perfect, perfect.
Do you have, anybody else have a nomination? I do like, Mr. Epperson also, but I will not put that name in play because we got 2, more experienced. Any other names? If not, we're 2 for 2. Yes, it is. That's why I said she's so qualified.
Motion passes 7-0.
The Construction Board of Appeals, we need 1. And there's 2, a reappointment and an offer by someone else who would like to offer their services here. So, names to put into play?
Nick Miranda.
Christopher DuPont.
All right, well, those are the only 2 names we have, so you will be giving 1 name to Ms. Trevino when she calls your name.
Mayor Houston.
DuPont, well, I'm sorry, Christopher.
Okay, hold on, Mayor. Mr. Scott.
Sean.
Who?
Christopher.
Mr. Mendoza.
That's what was throwing me.
Christopher,
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez.
Christopher.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Miranda.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bassell.
Christopher.
Thank you. Ms. Garza. Christopher. Thank you. It is Christopher.
All right, and now we are to CVB. We need 8, but please note that there are what I call slots, such as downtown business, hotel of a certain size, etc. We have several who wish to be reappointed, and the Main Street manager serves, so I'm going to put Ms. Folletta's name out there just because that's what we do. And Ms. Case, because she's the,
Does Mr. Mendoza need the
I was gonna,
same?
I was gonna nominate myself if possible.
Well, I was gonna do
ask
that.
Oh, thank
you,
Yeah.
yes.
Because I have Mr. Mendoza, Jamie, or Miss Case, Miss Valletta, Jason W. Stavena, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Elva M. Zadeb, Miranda L. Waite, and Tammy Gonzalez. And I don't even know if that's 8, so if not, those are the only ones I had written down. So
7.
1,
I
2.
would like to,
That's
for
7.
reappointment, Corley.
Corley too.
I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, but Corley.
I think that
And
makes it 8, Mayor. Yeah.
I believe so.
That is 8, and actually, Mr. Trevino, we don't have the hotel with less than 90 rooms, and that's a slot that's supposed to be filled. So where does, should that really say needs 9?
Well, we don't have any, do we have one for a hotel with less than 90?
The owner
That's
of,
been a vacancy for a
Yeah, we don't have a
while.
vacancy for that one.
well,
Well, why don't we? Because we don't have one. There's been a vacancy there for
Is
a
that,
while.
is that Clear
Well,
Spring
actually,
or Clear River?
So Clear River, what
Crystal
Mrs.
River Inn?
Dillon, yes, ma'am. And I forget the young lady's name.
Oh, she's down here as
Mike
downtown
Dillon?
business.
So
We
that'd
could
be
put her into
Corley.
that hotel slot.
Yes, Corley is
But we have never
Yeah.
the downtown new owner of that business, which, by the way, they're having.
But it's a hotel of less than 90
Yes,
rooms,
ma'am.
and if we put her there, then that leaves a downtown business slot open, which may be easier to fill.
There we go.
Yeah.
Who was that, Silva? I'm sorry, who was that?
Corley,
We're gonna put Corley in the hotel of less than 90 rooms.
Yeah.
that's perfect.
That opens up the downtown business slot, which may be easier to fill at some point. But I'm still, I still think it's 9, Mr. Vino. Look on the left side. If you put all those
Because
yeses,
Jamie is, position, yeah, we don't have it on there for reappointment.
Mayor, is someone allowed to serve on CVB and Main Street?
no.
Because my understanding is Mr. Stavina would prefer, even though here it says CVB first, but my understanding his first choice is actually Main Street.
Well, I just gotta go by what the application says. Let's look at Main Street.
Wait, but we didn't finish that.
Hold
Did
on.
we finish?
No, I know,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just gonna look and see. I was just looking to see if he's on the list over there, and he is, so that's, okay. So his name has been put in play by Ms. Rodriguez for CVB, which he has told us on the form is his first preference, but he also has an interest in Main Street. So y'all figure out what we're gonna do. Ms. Rodriguez, so you're still putting his name in play for CVB?
Yeah, I mean, I went off of his application listing it as number 1,
Right.
so
But we only
I
have
wasn't
8.
privy to anything else. But
Okay.
if-
Eight. So do we actually have that downtown business slot?
It
Mr.
sounded
Trevino,
like it
if
was
these are
still-
slots, there has to be 9.
That was Corley, who was a downtown business.
I know, we're moving to her to hotel.
Then I don't have another application for downtown business then.
I know,
So-
I know, we can get that
Yes, we could get
another
okay.
time.
Yeah.
But I still think there's 9 vacancies, not 8. Look on the left side, look at all the no's and yeses, but look at, there's a vacancy there.
Yes.
So it really is 9, correct?
Mayor, I agree with you, but I think we still don't have 9 applicants.
We don't have 9
Yes.
applications, but I'm trying to determine, do we have that slot for downtown business open if we move Corley? Should be.
We would have it open.
So that should be 9.
Yes.
Okay,
Now with that one, yes.
Okay, so there is the downtown business slot that would be open. What we have now is we have people placed in slots for which they qualify, which is Jason Stavina for food and beverage, Corley for hotel less than 90, Elva for impactful event, Josie Folletta, Main Street Manager, Matthew Mendoza is a council member, Miranda Waite for the River Natural Area, Tammy Gonzalez for Arts and Culture, and Jamie Case is a Parks and Rep. That's one for one, and we can just vote on them.
I was gonna ask, can I ask just a quick clarification on downtown business? Is that having to own the business? Can you be a manager or?
I don't know, we'd have to look at the ordinance.
Okay, I'll get that later.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you to my colleagues.
We are now at EDSM, and again, there are certain slots to fill. We've got one that's been open for a while, which was manufacturing or business rep. We have several people who wish to be reappointed. We have Chris Oliveira, small business rep, Debbie Austin, citizen at large, Mike Camerlander, who is on as the Hayes Caldwell Economic Development Partnership president, and Stephanie Reyes as the city manager. I should be over here as mayor on the other side, but my term's not up right now. So we have other people who are interested, but the only position for which they would qualify, correct me if I'm wrong, would be the at-large. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, my understanding is Marshall Andrews is a engineer at Menzer, so would he qualify for manufacturing business rep? Since they're a
Mr.
manufacturing
Trevino, what do
company?
you think?
I like that.
I think that's a good thing. So you're gonna put his name in play?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then we will do that for the
Marshall Andrews.
manufacturing rep. All right.
And then I don't know if we need to mention City Manager Reyes.
I just did.
Oh, okay. And then I didn't have 4, but Marshall was on my list as well as Chris Oliveria.
I already put that name in play.
Oh, you did? Oh, I missed
Yeah.
that.
The ones that want to be reappointed, I put those names in play. And Mr. Gonzalez noted that Mr. Andrews could fill that vacant slot for manufacturing business rep. So unless there's another name to be put in play, but if they do, then that name, the competition would be with Debbie Austin, because all the rest of them are filling prescribed slots.
Including Mike Camerlander? Because he's in the wants to be reappointed.
No. The ones that I named for slots are in slots. But all the others down here, if you nominated them, they wouldn't be competing
I see what you
for
mean. Okay.
the HCEDP president. They would be competing for the at-large, unless it looks like somebody else would qualify for, if we have 2 for manufacturing business rep, then we would be choosing between those 2 for that slot, if
So,
there was.
Mayor, for clarification, we can actually name 5 people today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, we can.
Which are the
And for
5
the
we have?
names that are in play, if we could vote now 5 for 5, and we could be complete, we could have this one complete.
I'd like to nominate 2 people.
Mr. Passat, put those names in play. Who are they?
Ron Eberson and Andrew James.
And that means that they would be in the at-large slot. But I will say that for ZBOA, we may need Andrew James there. No, because we've created a vacancy when no, we didn't. Hyatt didn't make it to P and Z, did she? No. Okay. So what we need to do, I'm gonna suggest, is that we go ahead and vote for those that are in slots, and that would be a 1-for-1, and then we will go back to fill the at-large, and it would be between Debbie Austin, Andrew James, and Ron Epperson. Am I correct on that, Mr. Trevino?
Okay, you said Debbie Austin, and I have Andrew James, and you had one more, I think, you had 3?
Okay. Mr. Pacelk nominated
Yes.
Andrew James and Ron Epperson.
Ron Epps, that's what it was, okay.
My
Got it.
point is that we have 3 people competing for the at-large
At-large,
position, and the
correct.
others are filling.
Positioned, yes, specific position.
Yes.
Mhm.
So let's vote on the specific positions first, which would be Chris, Mike, Stephanie, and Marshall, and the vacancy for manufacturing business rep. So those are the ones that we are voting
Mayor,
on now. Yes,
Real
ma'am?
quick, for Debbie Austin, I have her for a citizen at large.
Yes, and we have 2 more citizens at large, so that's why I'm saying, let's
I
vote
got
on the,
one here, and then I'm sorry, go ahead.
it's the ones that Mr. Pacelk put in, names in play.
Okay.
Those 2, because they don't fill the slot.
Your title, okay, gotcha.
So let's do the ones that fill a particular slot.
Specific positions.
And then we're gonna go back and vote on the citizen at large. And we have 3 names in play. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So right now, we're voting on Chris, Mike, Stephanie, and Marshall. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 for 4.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott? It's 4 for 4 of the people that fill the slots.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, so now we're gonna go back, and for the at-large position, it's Debbie, Andrew, and Ron. So what you'll do is when Ms. Trevino calls your name, you're gonna give her one name of Debbie, Andrew, or Ron.
Okay, Mr. Scott.
Debbie.
Okay, that's the second one. Mr. Mendoza?
Debbie?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
Debbie.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Well, you can pass, I guess.
Mr. Basel?
Andrew.
Andrew? Okay. Ms. Garza?
Debbie.
Debbie? Thank you. Mayor Houston?
Debbie.
Okay, it is Debbie for citizen at large.
All right, and moving on to ethics, we need 2 people, and I will move to reappoint Rosalind, AKA Rosie Morris.
Yeah, and I'll also add, I had them on the list, and then I had Jonathan P. Winston.
I would like to nominate Griffin Spell.
Jonathan P. Winston.
Jonathan Winston.
He had a real good application.
Okay, so we've got 3 names for 2 slots. Y'all know the drill.
Okay. Mr. Mendoza?
Rosalind and Griffin.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
Rosalind and Jonathan, only because I'd like to nominate Griffin for Main Street.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Morris and Winston.
Morris and Winston. Mr. Basel?
Morris and Winston.
Ms. Garza?
Wait. Can you all, I'm so sorry, who all has been nominated?
Rosalind Morris, Griffin Spell, and Jonathan Winston are the names in play. It's 3 names, you get to pick 2.
Jonathan and I guess Rosalind, because she was already on there, right?
Yes, thank you.
Rosie and Griffin.
Thank you. Mr. Scott?
Rosalind and Jonathan.
Oh, and Jonathan, okay. Okay, so it's Rosalind, and then it is Jonathan.
Good. Moving on to Historic Preservation Commission. We need 1.
I'd like to nominate Shannon James.
And I'll nominate Mike Dillon.
Okay, when Ms. Trevino calls your name, you'll call out one of those 2 names.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Hold on. Go ahead.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Shannon.
Shannon, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Shannon.
Mr. Bassell?
Shannon.
Ms. Garza?
Shannon.
Mayor Houston?
Mike.
And Mr. Scott? Mike. And Mr. Mendoza?
Mike.
Thank you. It is Shannon.
All right, we've already done housing. So we are now at Human Services,
I have 3.
and we need 2.
I thought
So-
we needed 3.
It says 3.
I'm sorry, my bad. How did I get 2? Okay, so we need 3.
Yes, ma'am.
But Ms. Chavez would be 1 for 1 because she's the only one with a degree in
Yes.
social work.
Yes.
Is she the social worker, or is she a member who happens to be a social worker?
She's a social worker.
No, I didn't ask if she's
Oh,
a social
sorry.
worker. Is she holding the social worker slot?
Yes.
That was the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted to reappoint Kimberly Chavez, reappoint Yancy A. Arevalo, and nominate Christopher L. Polanco.
Okay.
Question, what did we talk about the last time about somebody, because another one I had on the list was Erica, but I think we talked about her application last time, that some members
that
had
she
some
might
concerns.
be applying?
Yes. Is that, I can't remember what we decided. You know what, just to not confuse, I'm gonna stick with my 3, sorry.
Yeah, because we were filling one once before, and.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that talk.
Will you repeat that? Which ones?
Yes. Kimberly Chavez, reappoint Kimberly Chavez, reappoint Yancy A. Arevalo, and appoint Christopher L. Polanco.
I would like to nominate Raymond Best for reappointment. Any others?
So now that we've named Ms. Johnson to P and Z,
She's off the list.
but it's creating a vacancy because she wasn't, even though she was on the
you're
list,
right.
she wasn't up, but.
So now we need 4, and we have a.
Oh, great point.
Because you can't serve on 2 boards?
On PN's.
PNC.
Not these 2.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's a
Just
great
one.
point.
Housing and another board you could, but these 2 boards are no.
This is a great point because it makes it much easier. I also wanted to do Raymond.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are we going to choose the shorter term or let them draw straws?
I mean, we've chosen straws for all the other ones.
I'm fine.
All right. I wanted to nominate Madeline.
You're nominating Madeline, okay. Now we will be voting, because now that puts 5 people in for 4 slots.
But do we want to do Kimberly just 1 for 1 and then pick 3 of the, since she's forced into that 1 row?
I hope everybody will just say Kimberly, and that'll
Okay.
make it easier.
That'll work too.
Ms. Trevino?
Ms. Rodriguez.
Kimberly, Raymond, Yancy, and Christopher.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Paselk?
No pressure, but I do need your,
Yeah, the
But-
problem is it just don't know on some of these.
I can go if you
I
want.
never said this is easy.
Yeah, no, it's hard when you met
Let me give
people
you
either.
one. You really need to vote for Kimberly.
All right, I'll vote for Kimberly.
Okay.
Swing back around to me on the back end, let me think about it.
Will do. Ms. Garza?
Oh, wait a minute, he's got 3 more he needs to tell us.
He said he'll
Swing
come
back.
back.
Yeah,
Come back.
Oh, I'll come back, okay, sorry.
Ms.
Ms.
Garza?
Garza?
Kimberly, that's just a social worker?
Yep.
Raymond, Christopher, and Madeline.
Kimberly, Raymond. Hold on. Yancy and Madeline.
Mr. Scott?
Kimberlyn, Raymond, Yancy, and Christopher.
Thank you. Mr. Mendoza?
Kimberly, Raymond, Yancy, and Madeline.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
Kimberly, Raymond, Christopher, and Madeline.
Mr. Baselk? Got your tea
Mr.
leaves out?
Gonzalez, you selected Madeline, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Raymond, Yancy, Madeline.
So it is Kimberly, Raymond, Yancy, and Madeline.
We need 4.
So you needed
Remember?
4?
Yeah, because Lucy Johnson's just gone to P and Z, so now we've got a vacancy.
Well, he had already said Kimberly, so then he gave you the other 3 right now.
What?
Wasn't it Kimberly, Raymond, Yancy, and Madeline that you have, Mayor?
Oh, I didn't hear you say Madeline.
Yes.
Got it?
Okay.
Library Board. I'd like to put James Pendergast's name in play.
I'd like to put Christopher Polanco, as well as Nina Lou Stein.
I'd like to put Ally's name in for re-up.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Okay, we need 2. We've got 4 names in play. Hold on, Sheridan was appointed someplace else. Tammy was appointed someplace else. Okay,
So who are the nominees so far?
Ally, James, Christopher, and Nina. That's 4 names. You're gonna need to pick 2.
Great, okay. Mr. Bassell?
And that includes Ally as one of the 2, right?
Yes, sir.
So Ally, Tammy.
Wait, who? Tammy's already
Oh,
been
excuse me.
appointed
I'm sorry about
to
that.
some,
Yeah, my bad,
something.
she's from over
Appreciate
there.
those, she's great.
Yeah, I was, well, I felt the pressure because she's sitting right there. I told her to put her on there. She can't do 2. All right, I'll do James Pendergast.
Thank you. Ms. Garza?
Yep.
I'm gonna do James and Christopher.
Thank you. Mayor Houston?
Ally and James.
Mr. Scott?
James.
Mr. Mendoza?
Ally and James.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Ali and Christopher.
Ms. Rodriguez.
James and Christopher.
So it is Ally and James.
Okay, on to Main Street.
I have 4. I know we need 5. I'll let y'all pick the 5th. But as the rep, I have to ask y'all's consideration for reappointment for
Give us some names.
Dwayne Bradley, Isabel E. Thornton, Merritt Drury, and Robert L. Tobias.
And those are reappointments, correct?
Yes. Who y'all decide in addition to this? I just wanted to make sure.
I would like to nominate Griffin.
Perfect.
I nominate Jason.
Didn't we put him on the other one? The CVB?
I'm sorry, who? Jason? Yes.
Yeah, we put him on CVB.
Cargill's got off too.
Yep,
Cargill's off, Stabina's off.
that's correct.
Catherine M. Cargill.
Didn't we put Cargill on something? We did.
We
She's
have,
on arts.
we have people who we've appointed to multiple today, no?
No. Housing is separate.
Mm,
We can do
gotcha.
housing and something else.
Gotcha. Okay, so no Catherine, right? Okay, that changes
All right,
things. Hold on.
Catherine and Jason are no longer in play.
So then it's,
We have 5 for 5. Anybody want to nominate anyone else?
Who's been
What do we have?
nominated, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry? The 4 are the re-ups.
Okay, there we go.
Dwayne, Isabel, Merritt, Robert, and I nominate Griffin.
I'm fine with that.
well, it's just, okay, is this the first time Dwayne applies? Oh, just kidding, just
He's a
kidding.
re-up.
My bad. Gage,
Gage?
yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna put it.
yeah, I don't.
Ready. Okay, so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6. You can vote for 5. And I think you're going first. Is that correct, Ms.
Yes.
Trevino?
Gage, just cause, yeah, I wanna give new people the opportunity to serve.
Yeah.
And then everybody else, all the reappointments and
The re-ups and Gage?
Gage, correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Houston.
The re-ups and Griffin?
Okay. Mr. Scott.
Re-ups and Griffin.
Mr. Mendoza.
Re-ups and Griffin.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Isabel, Merritt, Robert, Gage, and Griffin.
Hold on, Isabel.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hold on, wait.
Isabel, Merritt, Robert,
And Griffith.
Gage and Griffin. Yeah, so basically not Dwayne.
okay.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez.
Dwayne, Isabel, Merritt, Robert, and Gage.
Mr. Bassell.
The re-ups and Griffin.
So it's going to be Isabel, Merritt, Robert, and Griffith.
And now it is Neighborhood Commission, and we're happy that there are people who want to be on. Unfortunately, these are slots, and some applied where there's not a slot available. And we need an apartment dweller. So I will go ahead and put in Richard Kennedy, Robert Eby, and Sam Benavides to re-up for their positions. And the other folks, thank you for your application, but we don't have those sectors open at this time.
It's just a bummer. This has been so hard to fill, or like new applicants and stuff.
Hey, but apartment dwellers open. That one can come back to us as soon as we have applications.
Out of curiosity, could we check of any of the ones that, so Christiana all the way down to Robin, if any of them live in apartments? So like, for example,
They
they
live
apply
in
for
actual
section 6, but do they
apartments?
possibly live in an apartment where they would fit the
Maybe
other?
we should ask that in the application.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
look into that.
Could we ask Ms. Cordova to look that up, and we'll put a pin in this and come right back to it? Look and see if the last four that we said,
The last
They
5.
live in apartments.
see if they live in apartments.
I know they have specific sectors, but.
That can be real quick. Good idea. So let's go to Parking Advisory Board. I would like to be reappointed.
I would like to be reappointed also, please.
Okay. Well, the thing is, we've had a vacancy for a business or property owner within the downtown parking benefit district or a resident, and that remains unfilled. But I would like to put Jovan Marin's name in play to be reappointed. So that's 3 for 4.
Again, just out of curiosity, and I probably should have checked this, but by any chance, does Kendall live in the downtown business district? She applied as a resident, but would she fit the vacancy of living downtown?
I think I looked at that, and I don't think so, but that's something that we can look at in a moment. We can put a pin in that one and go to Parks and Rec. That one may take us a while. Yeah. So Parks and Rec, I would like to put the name of Derek Griblin in for reappointment.
It just says need.
4.
Okay.
I show 4, am I correct, Ms.
Yeah.
Trevino, or is it 3? Oh, it's 4 because there 3 are up and there's a vacancy
Okay,
with a 1 year.
thank you.
Oh, my mouse is working, I could look
I
something
would
up.
like to put up Robert Beeman.
What was that name again?
Robert Beeman?
Oh, Beeman, okay.
I nominate
He's on here.
Leah oh, sorry.
Y'all are on Parks. Okay, so sorry.
Yeah, we're still doing research on some others, so we are at Parks.
Mr. Basaki, you said Leah?
Leah Lovett, Brian Franks.
Hold on, wait a minute, and what was that second one?
Franks, or Brian Franks. Leah Lovett, Brian Franks.
Oh, there he is.
I already had Derek
Get
and
them in the
then
order,
Beeman.
they're on the list to be helpful. Okay, hold on. Ms. Trevino, I have Benjamin Peck, but he's not up yet, is he? Okay, never mind.
Next year.
Okay, we need 5, we've got 4 names. Oh, Sheridan has been appointed somewhere else. Lucy has been appointed someplace else.
Yeah, so if you give me a second, I have to read it.
Check your list.
We need
And-
4, don't we? Mayor?
Yeah, 4.
We need 1 more.
Well, no, we have 4, and I think we have 4 vacancies, or 3 vacancies and 1 reappointment.
Yes, Mayor, I do apologize. There is 4 vacancies.
It's 4? So we've got 4 for 4. We've got 4 for 4, and we're gonna let them draw for who gets the longer and who gets the shorter term still again?
I'm fine with that.
Said 4 for 4?
Okay.
Did we
have-
nominate, real quick, did we nominate, I'm sorry if I think somebody said Nina and I said Nina, Lou Stein for anything yet?
Nominated for something, I don't think she had the votes to be on.
So I'm gonna go ahead and put her name in there, given that this is the last, one that she asked for.
Because you'll notice, yeah, arts and library were the other, her options. Arts, library.
It's her third.
Did not make library. Did not make arts.
Is she nominated for library?
Who got 4 for 4? Are there any more nominees?
Wait, so who are, I thought we had 5 nominees now.
Mayor.
Okay, I'm gonna list them and y'all tell me which one I'm missing. I've got Derek Griblin, Brian Franks, Leah Lovett, and Robert Beeman. Oh, Nina Stein, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have 5 names for 4 slots, so now I'm gonna have to look at my notes. Okay, I've got, yes. 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 Okay, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Mayor Houston,
Derek, Brian, Nina, and Robert.
okay, thank you. Mr. Scott,
Derek, Brian, Leah, Sheridan?
no, she already been
No.
appointed.
Sheridan's been on
Already
something
been
else.
appointed something else.
Oh,
It's
she did?
not here.
Okay.
Beeman was the one that, the one
Sorry
right
about
above
it.
it is the one that I had
Okay,
put in.
Robert?
I'm sorry, no, Mr. Gonzalez put in play.
Oh, wait, can you repeat the 4 again?
His
5.
votes
No, like our options.
are the 5. Derek, Brian, Leah, Nina, and Robert.
Okay, I knew I was missing one, yeah.
All right. Mr. Mendoza,
Derek, Brian, Nina, and Robert.
thank you. Mr. Gonzalez,
Derek, Brian, Leah, and Robert.
and Robert. Mr. Rodriguez,
Derek, Leah, Nina, and Robert.
thank you. And Mr. Paselk,
Derek, Brian, Leah, Robert.
Leah, and Robert. Ms. Garza,
Am I missing something? Like Leah didn't have any information, but everybody's voting for her, so I just wanted, if you guys could like, because
I have resident for 10 years and not much information on there at all.
okay, I'm just like trying to figure out
It's my notes.
between, because we have 2.
Was Amy of the 5 that were consideration?
Nobody
No.
nominated her.
Because
Might just-
you're
she's
right,
a-
it's a
she's
bare.
But Amy also didn't have any information.
No, I was just asking in general.
Like Amy and Leah didn't,
like,
so,
no
but since
information.
everybody said Leah, I was like, okay, like what's the deal?
Yeah.
But, and we don't have to nominate for all if we don't choose to, correct?
Yeah, you can vote for 0, 1, 2.
Yeah, I think-
As few as you wish. It may cause a
I'd like-
tie, but you can,
I'd like to retract the one for Leah. Think.
Which one?
The one for Leah. Ms.
Okay.
Garza makes a
Retract?
good point.
Okay.
and-
Oh, I was just out, cause you know, sometimes they've applied before or they've been involved in stuff, so like, and sometimes it's like one of those things where everybody knows somebody, so I just didn't know.
I don't know her.
Okay.
Ms. Rodriguez, who did you vote for instead of Leah?
She said.
It wasn't an instead, it was just gonna be
She's
without.
gonna only vote for
Just
3.
plain, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I'm Robert, Derek, and Nina.
Let's see, hold on. Robert,
Derek and Nina?
Derek, Nina, you're spending 3. You can spend 4 if you wish.
Hold on. I want to make sure that's the guy who says he goes to the park and then Nina for sure. Oh, did we, oh wait, no, Derek was a replacement. Or like
Derek
another
is re-up.
replacement, yeah.
Mhm. What I didn't see was a whole lot of people saying, I spend a lot of time in the parks and I take my kid to the river and the playgrounds are great. I did not see a lot of that here, which was disappointing, and we usually have that. Got one?
Yeah, I was just, Brian Franks, he's
Okay.
the one who, he specifically, talked about all those activities with him and his wife, hiking, biking, kayaking.
So I have Derek, Brian, Nina, and Robert.
Okay, we've already done Planning and Zoning Commission, Senior Advisory Board, and I would like to put, let's see, did we put Fay on cemetery? Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Yep. And that was her first choice. She's on it now. Okay, so we need 3. 2 people wish to be reappointed. There's a vacancy. I'm gonna nominate Maggie and Megan, and to be reappointed to full terms.
And I would nominate Linda Guerrero.
And that would be for the short term?
Is it a short term? Because,
Yeah, there's a vacancy. Oh, I'm sorry.
But that one
No, it's not a
expires-
short term, never mind.
yeah.
No, look right here, look at when that
'Cause it expires.
position. Yes. You were looking the same thing I was. And so you're putting the name of Linda Guerrero in?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Are there any other nominations? If not, we'll be voting 3 for 3, which will be Maggie, Megan, and Linda. You can push your button.
Motion passes 7-0.
Veterans Affairs,
Brian A. Acosta.
we need 1.
Sorry, I just want to get to the.
And we have a person who wishes to be reappointed. Are there any other nominations? If not, we can vote on 1 for 1.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we just put Marshall Andrews on something, didn't we?
Yes.
Ooh.
Okay.
We're on what?
On what? Oh. Okay.
EDSM, we moved him into the manufacturing spot. So, council, for those of you who are relatively new on this, what we generally do is when there's a vacancy, we will move our alternate into that vacancy, so they're a full member, alternate 1, move alternate 2 up to alternate 1, if there is one, and we will fill the alternate 2. Did we put
Brian
Andrew
Franks.
James on something?
Yes, Marshall Andrews and Brian Franks have been appointed.
Oh, Brian Franks. But Andrew James, we did not appoint, correct?
No, he wanted EDSM.
He's
I don't know if he
nominated,
got in
but
there.
Didn't get there. Okay, so
Question.
Marshall is,
Andrew James.
Question is Shauna, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing their name wrong, Temple not up for consideration for this position?
yeah,
They still are? Okay,
yeah, she wants to be reappointed.
okay.
So,
No, ma'am, I don't think she wanted to. I think she wanted to be on that one specific board.
my list says Chana Temple wants to be reappointed.
Mine does too.
Yeah, in the application, she said that she liked serving, or they liked serving on ZBOA.
It's eligible.
So-
And this is ZBOA?
Yeah,
That's
so,
I thought it was, that's the only one that I saw on application.
Okay, so I'll put Chana Temple's name in.
and then I wanted to also nominate William A. Moore.
So. I would like to move Hyatt, who's currently serving in term hasn't expired, but there's a full term that has expired, and I would like to move Hyatt up to a not alternate position for the rest of her term.
Okay. It wouldn't change the length
Doesn't
of.
change your
okay.
term.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so that means that we have alternate 1 open alternate 2. Let's see, we can put Andrew James in as the first alternate or second, and we've got William Moore. So we've got 2 new people, and we can either assign alternate 1 or 2, or let them draw straws. So, so did we have somebody nominating Andrew, and you nominated William, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're nominating Andrew. So, Ms. Trevino, did you follow me on that one?
I'm sorry, Mayor?
We're moving
Yes.
Hyatt from alternate to a
non-alternate.
full slot, but that's an unexpired term. And then we've got Andrew and William, and we can let them draw slots for alternate 1 or 2.
I got
So that's the plan. We've got 3 for 3. We can push our button, and we have 2 of them that we're going back to.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, and we're gonna go back to,
The neighborhood.
it was neighborhood. We were looking to see if one of those folks who was in a sector that we don't have a vacancy for, if any of them lived in an apartment. Ms. Cordova, what's the
Yes. Hold on.
what's the verdict?
Let me see if you can come up with that. I don't know, we might have to do this, the right thing.
Christiana Ellis, she lives in an apartment complex at Clarewood Drive. And then Christy Edison lives in an apartment complex and she's the property manager. And Robin Rhodes also lives in an apartment complex.
Well,
So we've
pick up
got
my whole
3.
packet now.
Okay, would you give me those 3 names again?
Christiana
Okay.
Ellis,
All right.
Christy Edison,
All right,
and Robin Rhodes.
Let me get my packet.
and I didn't look up information on them because I didn't think we were gonna need them.
I'll be honest, Sector 5.
Hold on, Mr. Mendoza. Mr. Rodriguez is speaking. Ms. Rodriguez?
Sorry, I didn't turn my mic on. Could we have that one come back, considering we're gonna have
Yeah,
others?
can we have that one come back? But let's put the other 3 in. So, the names in play are
Wouldn't
Richard.
things
just a minute.
shift, possibly shift around again if we, are we bringing them back? Are we reopening it?
We haven't voted on this one yet.
Right. But you talk about for the apartment complex position?
Right.
Well, but we
So
haven't
is it
voted on the
just-
others for neighborhood commission yet either.
So should we just postpone it all?
Well, the re-ups.
I'm still
I get what you're saying, but based on what we did with housing, I would say we name these 3 and then reopen apartments, but
Right.
consider these 3. If there is an additional
Exactly.
applicant
Yeah.
that's an apartment, then we'll consider them.
And what were
but-
the 3? I'm so sorry, so I can read their applications later,
Ms. Trevino?
or reread.
Oh.
Okay,
Christy Edison
okay,
and Robin Rhodes.
okay. Thank you for looking at that, Ms. Socia.
So those names will be up for this. But if we could, I have nominated Richard Kennedy, Robert Eby, and Sam Benavides to re-up for the positions that they currently hold, and we need those slots.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just gonna be no, because I wish we had more applicants for all of them, even from the last time.
That-
Yeah,
Yep.
so, yeah, I'm gonna be
Agreed.
no.
Wait, so Ms. Garza, are you recommending just holding off on all of them?
Yeah, I would rather hold off on all of them just to see if we would get more applicants, because even last time when we did this, we didn't get a lot.
I don't have faith we're gonna get a whole bunch more, but you can vote no, that's.
Yeah,
that's
I just
your-
wanted
that's
to
your call.
explain my rationale.
We're not up here.
Dan, can you show the voting screen, please? There, thank you. The motion passes 5-2 with council members Garza and Gonzalez dissenting.
Okay, and on the parking advisory board, what we needed to find, and I can't find the applications in the list, it was to see if Kendall lived downtown. Kendall Berry. It's a student, there wasn't much information, she's been here for three years.
Yeah, let me go open up.
And I can't do a find because these are images.
I OCR'd mine, but I still can't find it, so I don't know.
So he's not on the thing?
I know.
He's not on there at all?
Let's bring that one back.
Okay.
So parking is gonna come back.
Parking is gonna come back?
Neighborhood is coming back. Okay, and I know nobody's watching at this point in time, and I should have said it earlier, but thank you to everyone who took the time to fill out an application, told us about themselves, and offered their service on a board or commission to the city of San Marcos. So thank you all. Ms. Trevino, let's go with whatever the next item, whatever the next
6.
item is.
City Council will convene an executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Government Code: A, Section 551.072, real property, to deliberate regarding the possible purchase of real property interest necessary for the Purgatory Creek Improvements Project. B, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to receive legal advice regarding the intersection between federal and local law enforcement operations.
And we posted this on our 3 o'clock agenda. We completed those discussions, so we do not need to go into executive session again. So rolling on to item 17.
Consider action by motion or provide directions to staff related to the City Council's executive session deliberation under the following sections of the Texas Government Code that was stated earlier.
For A, council held that discussion, and B, council held that discussion. Do we have anyone signed up for Q&A who's still here or still online?
Let me check online. There's nobody online, Mayor.
There's nobody online, and are any of these folks?
Comments?
Colin, wake him up. I don't see, I'm gonna call these names: John Mayberry, Michael Martinez, Maxfield Baker, Erica Moore, Aaron Brown, Sonia Gray, and Catherine Morris. I don't see any of those folks here. So, there being no further business on our agenda, I'm going to adjourn us at 1:50 a.m.